Hey, everybody! Say
What's
hi.
up?
How's it going? How's it going?
Hey.
So, my name is Zane. I am your lovely host tonight on the Phoenix Prime YouTube channel. We have, of course, the namesake of the channel, Phoenix, here. Say hi, Phoenix.
Hi, I'm Phoenix Prime. I'm somewhat responsible for this disaster.
Very responsible. And then the most... and then the most responsible for this disaster of all, the reason we are all here tonight. Say hello to Zarla, who we by some miracle managed to get on the stream tonight.
Hey there. That's me. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I was amusingly up way too late working on a defrag page, so I didn't get as much sleep as perhaps I should have, but it's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
Hey, did you say deep fried page?
no,
Defrag.
like defrag.
A deep fried page wouldn't take me that long.
Oh. Sorry.
Hey guys. Okay.
Well, deep fried stuff isn't bad either. So.
It's true.
Oh
it's
my
true.
god. All right, so let me outline what we're doing tonight. So, as everyone in the stream is hopefully aware, Handplates recently ended. Big sad moment, everybody. But we are very, very happy to have come this far. An Undertale fan comic that was actually finished? What is this madness?
Yeah, I saw a few comments like that. Like, not to interrupt, but I saw a few comments like that on the premiere. So.
Oh, please do interrupt. All right, so basically the plan tonight is we're going to be taking a trip down memory lane, and we're going to be rewatching. I've got it queued up here. Everyone can see it on the screen. We're going to be rewatching the entirety of the Handplates dub, and by the entirety, I mean a very small portion of it, because we did the math. The playlist is 10 hours long, guys. The playlist
We're not watching the whole thing. We're
playlist
not.
is 10 hours long. We're not streaming for 10 hours on this evening. I'm with how tired Zarla sounds. I don't think they're going to make it for like an hour. Sorry,
but we'll see. We'll see. There you
go. But basically, the plan is we're going to be Handplates Shippuden win. I don't know, Zarla. You're gonna make a remastered version? No.
God.
But
I have been asked that before. But there was somebody who asked if I would redo all the old pages with Gaster's lost soul head with his normal head, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean
thank
his
you.
lost
Too much
soul
effort.
head is so iconic. You know, everybody,
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
people know him for that lost soul head. That's part of his
Yeah.
look.
Yeah.
Don't
Why
redo
is
it,
Gaster's head
please.
on fire, as the saying always went?
Chill American in chat says 10 hours of dubbing is totally wild. And I agree. I'm pretty sure all the content on my channel it comes out to probably about 3 hours in total. And that is like multiple years of work. Like that 10 hours on just one series. Could you imagine it? But
it's amazing to think that it lasts that long. Right, like it's also just a surprise. Like it's a surprise to me that it would last for that long as well. It's like just to think that would take 10 hours just to read through the comic. It's just amazes me. It just sometimes it's hard for me to remember how long it is. Like like I made it, but sometimes I just forget. It's weird.
Like
it's weird.
Genuinely, I'm like kudos for sticking it out that long to finish the entire thing. A comic that insanely long, because that's like that is a testament. Like that is unbelievable that you were able to do that. Like so many creators have like started comics and left, and for good reason. They wanted to move on to other things, but you did it. You did it.
I did.
Hey!
And then we did it.
Exactly.
We did it, yeah.
So, but yeah, so basically,
I tend to be a bit enthusiastic about these things.
Oh, okay, so Mandy asks behind the scenes, with scenes spelled incorrectly, and yes, so tonight, the plan is we're going to watch through as much as we're able to stomach of the old dub, and we're going to basically whenever like anyone has anything they want to say, like whether it be Zarla maybe talking about parts of the comics creation, or us talking about like what headspace we were in with like our voice acting, or like Phoenix with the editing, it's like we'll kind of just hop in and like pause and like start talking about like various aspects of it. So we're probably not gonna get very far. But I think we're about ready to start.
Sorry.
Let's do this.
So are we all good to go?
I'm
Well,
ready.
again, like if you have like a specific question about it, you can ask me. I have stories for like every page.
Oh dang. Okay, hold on.
But if you want to, if you have a specific question or you want to ask me something specific about a page, you can go ahead. Like again, I can remember pretty much every page very clearly. So
I was to like prepare. I was watching through like the dub, at work, which I probably shouldn't have done, but. But I did, and I had a question. I cannot remember it. When we get to that page, I will probably remember it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Zarla, just a heads up, like, in case the shit audio didn't give it away in the very beginning, like when I first started, the only recording equipment that I had was the voice app thing on my phone, and that was it. That's why everything sounds like a 1950s television.
To be fair, that's where most people start. It's where a lot of people stay.
Yeah, it took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
that's where a lot of people start.
It's where a lot of people stay too.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
There's a question from Princess Luma Awari. Phoenix, do you have most favorite scenes? What are you going to make? Oh god, I have a lot of favorite scenes, but let's get started.
Okay. Yeah, so
we'll find them as we go.
We will find them as we go. Okay. So, and 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. The mechanism is in place.
Oh, not this one, no!
I've checked my calculations several times.
Gotta start from the beginning.
Everything is in order.
I know.
I must remember. This is the only way.
It's always interesting. This one is not technically the earliest one, but it was also one that I kind of did in a side comic sort of way. Like, because it was an ask. I got this in response to an ask. Or somebody asked me about when he had glowed. Like, they were like, does he ever glow sometime? And I was like, well, I could think of 2 scenarios where he did. And this was one of them. And I was like, yeah, I'll just draw this. And then later I was like, this is actually like the first significant plot point. And it's done in a side comic style. It was like, oops.
Nothing to fear.
Honestly, that's high-key hilarious.
Yes, Gaster sounds female. I'm used to that now. So many people gave me grief about that in the beginning. Just
press button. I just need to.
It's always interesting to see when there are ones where it involves somebody screaming or in pain or something. The really difficult things that are hard to go through. But I wonder sometimes if I should just redo this page in a more serious, normal comic style, but if you get into that, then you're gonna be redoing like a bunch of the pages. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a Pandora's box. If you open it, it's hard to put it back in. Here, I'm gonna pause real quick. So you mentioned the scream, and before the stream, Phoenix and I were actually talking about this, and I was basically saying how like when I first started on as Asgore, I hadn't really gotten my acting chops really good yet. Like I could do voices, even though I'd never voiced Asgore before, so I had no idea what I was doing. But it was like I didn't really know how to act properly, and I was speaking very quietly. Into the first episode Asgore's in, I kind of start to get more into it as I go along on the recording, and you can kind of hear that. But Phoenix is just out here producing really good performances right out the gate. I thought that muffled scream was excellent. That was really good.
Yeah, and, all I did was scream into my hand, just I mean, you have to put yourself in the character's place for a moment, and this is something that I learned over time. If you have if you know that a character is in a certain scenario, you got to put yourself in their shoes for a minute. What must they be thinking? What must they be feeling? Obviously, this fucker's in agony, but
serves him right.
Yeah, right.
I mean, considering everything that's about to come,
A few people did ask me. They were like, "Why didn't you use the anesthetic?" And the real answer is well, that defeats the point of why I drew it. But
because rule of cool.
Well, because the point I drew was because he was supposed to be glowing. But the other one, of course, is because he, and the more angsty version is that he hates himself so much he didn't think he deserved it. But
I mean, if there's one other thing I feel bad for in that scene, it's that poor wallet he bit into.
Yeah, right. There's a wall and it just has pictures of Asgore in it.
Oh, of course he would. He would.
It's good times. But yeah, the whole point of that comic was for him to be glowing. That was what the ask was for.
Yep,
so.
totally.
That's also why he doesn't have a lost soul head, which also confuses people. It's like, why doesn't he have it here? And it's like,
oh, you wanted to see him glow.
It's like, that's the point. That's the point of this one.
It was a very specific request. But, you know, that context is lost if you're reading it from, like, the archives, something like that. You know, if you're reading it from someplace that's not Tumblr, you're not going to see the ask that I went with.
Mandy says it's a canon event.
Yeah, it's Gaster's canon event.
You can't break the canon.
Okay, so
exactly.
So funny little thing on the glowing, real quick before we get into the next episode. So last night, in like a panic sweat, realizing that I needed to so basically I was making a thumbnail for the final episode because I like to do that sometimes, and in panic, so basically I was working on it after realizing I had accidentally deleted the template I'd created for the last Handplates thumbnail I made. So I needed to make a new one, which was unfortunate. But then I was like, oh, what if I take the logo? And because the way I'd done the logo was I had done Monster Friend, and I'd put hearts on the A's, like in the Undertale logo, and one was blue and one was orange to represent Sans and Papyrus. And I was like, what if I take the P that's in the very middle and like add because if I make it a capital letter, it adds the heart. And so what if I do that and then make that Gaster's color as like a everything's come together kind of thing? But the unfortunate thing is I couldn't find a page where like Gaster was glowing his natural color, and I don't know if that's a thing that exists.
It does. His natural color is yellow.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
It's very hard. Gosh, does he do that in the actual comic? I remember when in the last confrontation he glows a bunch of colors, but I don't think he just glows. No, he does. I think he glows yellow when he sees Toriel again and she doesn't recognize him, because he's in so much pain. He's trying to self-soothe unconsciously through glowing, but
Right.
you know that's way ahead in terms of the.
I just ended up making it gray because I couldn't figure it out. One of my thoughts was like, what if I do yellow? That's kind of like a good middle ground. But then I was like, it's too much of a decision in my sleep deprived state, and so I made it gray.
Yeah, a lot of people made Gaster's color purple because red and blue make purple.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure why I went with yellow. It just, when I thought about his color, it just felt like yellow. That was just the color that came to mind, and I was like, all right, I'll just go with that then.
I mean, if we're talking like in terms of like the colors of like what they represent in souls, I mean, Gaster's kind of like a very, I don't want to say like he's got like a very strong sense of like right and wrong, and like I mean, it doesn't mean that he follows it at all, but it's like it's very clear that like he's like very like set in his like I'm doing this for the good of everyone, kind of like justice sort of set. So I could maybe not that really.
What color is it? I'm sorry, what color is yellow again? I never
Justice.
remember which one is which.
It's
right.
justice.
Justice.
Okay. Yeah, that was not on my mind when I did it. I can never remember the soul colors. So, but it works. So, hey, if it works, then it works. I'm fine with that.
Anyway, next episode.
All right.
There we go.
All right.
Oh,
hold up.
Babies.
No. Next one, please. I don't want to hear any more screaming.
Okay. That should be good. Hopefully it'll actually jump to the next one this next time. The knock sound effect. .mp3.
Hold on. I'm coming.
I think this was the first time I voiced alphys.
What is
And it's very different from what you ended up doing in the end.
Yeah, I ended up doing something much squeakier.
What are you?
Yeah, you were trying to be soft-spoken here.
I'm not dressed.
And I mean, like, it sounded good, but it's not what you ended up going with in the end.
Yeah, her voice also sounds more nasally here, And I think that's what I was aiming for, but then it became more, a little bit more mousy like this.
What happened?
That's the thing, as you voice a character more, you kind of fall into
I try to heal you. Come on.
like a middle ground, where it's like most comfortable for you to do.
Using your magic hands.
And like
Yeah.
most natural,
Never
while
mind.
also like holding to the
Probably
character.
should ask.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Don't.
Oh yeah, her room is
Just
In absolute.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it took me forever. Like, this one, the backgrounds one just took me forever. Ugh. I remember listening to a whole bunch of podcasts while just drawing that one shot of her bedroom.
What
On the
happened?
wall is, a
Right.
poster
You
that
can't
shows
really,
up later at the very, very end.
Stupid.
For the Gavinners, which was an Ace Attorney. It's an Ace Attorney band. It was Clavier's band, and I think there's a Space Pony poster back there too.
I could see what
Who
happened.
also keeps showing up. Like you can spot
I
Space
mean,
Pony
I
just
could be
appearing every now and
embarrassed
then,
if-
but
It
there's a
was
lot
an
of little
accident,
tiny
but
things like that in the
I'm not
background
gonna
where I
judge you or
just try to
anything.
put some things, or like I have to fill in
happens to
space,
everyone
and then
eventually,
later
right?
on they just become recurring figures.
Even someone as
What about
mean,
does
graceful,
Scriben?
and
Does
careful
Scriben
as
show
you.
up anywhere
Yeah,
in
he does.
her?
Scriven does.
Right?
He shows up. He shows up in the
Right?
dump, and he shows
So
up.
everyone has accidents every now
um,
and then.
Oh yeah, I
I
remember
think during
seeing that
the
one.
It's
yeah,
okay.
he shows up during the arc
So,
when they're
if
talking
I
about whether things are in
could
game or not.
just-
He's just on the he's just on Papyrus's side table.
I
And
have
he's
to go
just,
back.
you know-
I know I've
didn't
seen him.
quite
I know I've
catch
seen
any
him.
of that.
Yeah, he's just
Uh,
chilling. He's just
So
chilling there.
let's just.
It's like a little
take a
private
look.
joke for people who
Oh
can
my God!
recognize him.
What happened?
Hey, I love it. I love a good Easter egg.
Oh my god!
There's
Oh
little
my
things like
god! No wonder you didn't want to sign. This must.
there are a lot of little things like
This
that.
one hurt so
But,
bad.
Again, it's always weird. Like
It-
it's because I did these out of order. You know,
through.
it's something that it's not obvious when
It's
you go
so
through the archive
clean.
now. But
It
when
was an
this one
accident.
comes much later. Oh, there's a space
Is
pony right back,
The
poster right
other
back
one
there.
like
But
this?
this like I did this a lot
This-
later. But in the
don't
terms of
know how you
chronological,
could-
this is like the second one.
This
It's weird for me
Um,
thinking about it from like the creative
doesn't
process.
look
So,
like
like in my head, this comes much
an
later, but
accident.
chronologically, it's here.
um,
And it like sort of
Do
like I
you
was did it
have
with
the,
the idea that there was already
the,
background context, you know.
the bone.
But it seems to work out
pieces.
okay now.
I
But,
mean, the
but you know, I
interesting
wonder
thing
about
is-
new readers
Do,
coming in
then
and we're like, this
maybe
seems
I
abrupt,
could-
but you know, it seems like
You don't
The
have
interesting
to
thing
like
is,
fine.
like, I followed you for a very long
Without
time, and I'm
them-
pretty sure Phoenix has as
I
well.
mean, I can.
Absolutely.
And
Mhm.
sorry, I'm gonna pause that. Sorry. And like when I first started following you, it seemed like you had like a very shotgun approach. Like, here's an interesting
Yeah, it was.
idea, make a comic, you know. And then
Yeah.
eventually, like as you started to get like more ideas and like you started to kind of fill out spaces, you were like, I got these spots now in the chronology that don't
Yeah.
make sense. I gotta put something there.
that is
And-
basically what happened.
And then eventually you hit a point where you kind of filled in most of the spaces up to what you'd done, and you kind of started like doing things in more of a chronological order.
Yeah, that is basically what happened. Like the very early days, it's all over the place, and then
Yeah,
like,
you can tell it a lot based on the differences in the art style. Like this is very
Yeah, exactly.
clearly like middle hand plates.
yeah, this is later. You can tell like the lines are clearer. There's more backgrounds. There's a bit more detail to it. You know.
Like the proportion,
And-
like the proportioning
yeah.
changed a lot. I didn't realize that
Yeah, it
till I looked
did.
at some older images.
Yeah, it's weird for me to look back on it and just be like, man, everything looks kind of weird back here. You know, I mean, it was a long-going project, so like, I mean, I was learning and improving as it went along, and of course the
Exactly.
characters get more and more smoothed out the more that I drew them.
And then as
But, you know,
we
it's-
I mean,
continue-
we all improve as we go on, for sure.
Yeah,
and we will
but it's just
hopefully
interesting,
see some
like,
of that
uh,
improvement here.
yeah. But you know, it's always interesting to me that like people who were there since the beginning had a different Handplates reading experience than people who came in late. Like they
That's
kind of saw like
true.
they saw, I guess, like it in its most accurate. I don't know if I'd say accurate, but its natural form, in that they saw it as it came out in pieces and then gradually came together. And if you're reading it now from the archive, you know, you're not going to get that same kind of experience. But if you were there, you know what it was like. You can remember when these things came out of order and just kind of slowly built up in their own way.
Yeah, it's very
Right.
interesting. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's amazing reading it from start to end.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's like, you know, it was something else to be there when everything was, you know, kind of falling into place.
Yeah, things were slotting together, and there was in some situations where you knew it was going to happen, even though it hadn't happened yet. It's because I posted it beforehand on
When
its
you
own.
spoil
you know?
your own comic.
Yeah, exactly. So people with that kind of background knowledge,
Spoilers.
yeah, they had a different experience than readers do now.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But like it's interesting to me.
Great. Let's continue.
I can make it stop hurting, but I won't be able to.
I know.
Jeez, I wish I could understand you.
Yeah, it works on 2 levels.
Yep. Double meaning.
Double
Dr.
meaning.
Gaster? before you, just.
Yeah, there's a scene hopefully we'll get to tonight that I saw while I was
things have been
rewatching.
hard for everyone.
And I can't wait for it. I hope we get to it tonight.
And
It's like
Off
I've
the subject
got
over
so
here,
much
but-
to
king and
praise.
queen, and
The subject over here, but I loved incorporating
But,
the Glitch Tale soundtrack in some of these panels.
you know,
Oh, completely.
So fitting,
You-
you know?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
that's Glitch Tale. That's Glitch Tale.
if you're
Okay.
ever feeling, or I mean, if you're,
I've used a mix of things,
Or
but you know,
no,
Glitch Tale was a big one at first.
I just wanted to say that, there are
Like,
people
alphys
who
says
care
here,
about you a lot,
that
and
she
and
said
if
something like
something's
she knows
wrong-
what happened, or she's like, I know what was happened with the king and queen, but she doesn't go into more detail about it. And that was one of the few things that pointed to like a solid timeline of exactly how long it's been. You know, so alphys was there, she knows about what happened. But it's like, how long ago did that happen? Like years? You know, did it just happen like a few months ago? Has it been that long? It's one of the very few hard timeline things you can find.
yeah,
I
I noticed that on
it's kind of
rewatch.
like
Yeah.
it's kind of like Dr. Gaster. I may be a big dork, but I'm not stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
to
honestly,
watch
that's
TV
like
now.
literally the entire cast at Gaster, the entire comic.
Also, like just the thing where he's jumping down the stairs and just Gaster, literally no one is asking you to do that. Just jumping down the stairs and I'm taking these two kids with me. It's a very accurate summary of his thought process.
It is.
Gaster,
golden.
you just dug your own damn grave.
He does that a lot.
It seemed
my
like
God,
there's
yeah.
so many points like where he could have turned back, but he was
Yeah,
just
exactly.
he was just too damn stubborn.
Like
He
even
was.
before he put the plates in Sans Papyrus's hands, there was always a point where he could turn back.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. He always had a
He-
choice, and
He
then he just
chose
made the wrong
poorly.
ones. Yes.
I mean, that's literally why mercy plates exist, because there was a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Alright.
Tying into the general themes of Undertale as well about the choices that you make
Mhm.
and the
Choices have
consequences of
consequences.
things that are. There's always
I like-
a theme I wanted to keep with Handplates. Is that I always wanted to tie in also to the same kind of themes as the main, the game itself. About
Yeah, and what I loved about the finale was that, that's exactly what we tied into. Like the last line that was in the premiere was, "We can all make choices." And that
Yes.
goes back all the way to the beginning. All the way to the beginning. Like we came full circle for sure, and I loved that.
Yeah, it was very satisfying.
Here's the thing. So in an episode not too far from now, in fact, I think it's the episode with the scene that I was talking about, where I have a lot to praise. But at one point, Gaster says, "We all make choice." I think it's right after Papyrus finishes healing Sans, and Gaster says, "We all make choices." And my brain, two neurons connected, I immediately jumped back, or jumped forward, I
Yes.
guess, to Sans after Papyrus dies in the genocide run. We all make choices. And I'm like, oh, there it is.
Yep.
There it is again. There it is again.
Yep, that was very satisfying.
Cue that
God.
winning
So much-
Leonardo DiCaprio meme.
It was so satisfying when I could do things like that, when I could set up a callback perfectly and just be like, yes, nailed it.
Yeah, the callbacks when they happen are excellent.
Yeah, and they take a long time to set up too.
Which is part of the charm, because if it's a long time, then it's built. How do I say this? It's built kind of an importance to it, where eventually when you get to that point, it's it gives it that extra meaning beyond just we're referencing this thing from earlier,
Yeah. And on my part as an artist, it was another way to I guess hold myself accountable, where I was like, I'm gonna set up this time loop. You need to finish it because I've set it up now. You need to get to the point where it pays off, or it's for nothing. And so I would just keep working up to that point. And I eventually managed to close all the loops, which is very satisfying. It was interesting. It was interesting to set up something and then have to wait years until I actually could pay it off. But then there it was.
Sitting there,
'Cause it was
vibrating
years.
violently, waiting for the moment where you can finally reveal it.
It's like, yes, it's almost here. I finally set up the loop. And the thing was,
And
I
we
was the
made
only
it.
one. Yeah, sometimes I was the only one who even knew there was going to be a loop. So I was the only one who would know that it's something I put in was going to be important later. So I just have to hold it in, just keep it to myself. be canny about it.
They did a great job.
I remembered that specifically because I edited the genocide special in our dub. That it took me like almost a year to make. It was insane.
It was worth it. It was so worth it because you did such a phenomenal job putting that together.
It was my best work, and it was also my last work. But it was genuinely like that moment stuck out so much to me, and then coming back and seeing it again, I'm like, oh my god, he was there the whole time.
It was. It comes back how many times? 3 times? Well, there's that, and
so.
like Gaster saying you have to be able to live with your choices, which is along the similar lines.
During the chess game. During the chess game.
Yes, and it's a similar thing along the same lines, which comes up, of course, in the confrontation they have with him in the void as well. It all ties together.
Let's see. Cyanic Core in chat said he kind of built his grave too. Core and all.
He did.
He's not wrong.
He literally built his grave.
Let's
see.
How about that?
Let's see. Zay Money Artist says, "Hello, peace and blessings. I love Handplates. I just saw the finale and I love it."
Thank you.
Russian Russo says, your genocide root dub literally makes me cry. My cry so bad. Oh, don't cry.
My heart praise. Anyway,
well, I'm just sipping on my share of fans' tears.
Like genuinely, I know we're kind of jumping way ahead here because this is like miles down the road, but like genuinely, when it came to the genocide route, I was so ready for it. I was like, I want this. Phoenix has gotten to enjoy the fans' tears long enough. Now it's my turn, baby. So I was like, I'm going to make this the saddest video you have seen in your life. I went all in with the Full Metal Alchemist soundtrack. I flipping, made sure the pacing was immaculate. I was like, let's go. And then everyone reacted exactly the way I wanted, and it made me so happy. Like, it made the hell I went through to make that video worth it. Anyway, sorry, we've gotten way off track, but this is excellent conversation.
But yeah, like as I was saying, this is one of the few times there's a hint at like a solid timeline of when the whole thing with the kid and Asriel dying and stuff happened, but never specified. I always ended up keeping the timeline vague, which frustrated a few people, I think. But I'm still like putting solid numbers on things when it comes to that. I was just sort of like, if you can
be a little loosey goosey with your storytelling, it makes it far easier to explain like minor discrepancies later.
Yeah, exactly. And the exact date isn't important anyway. It's just important to know that it happened, really.
Who needs an exact date?
Gotta focus on the key elements, but I just like massively derailed things. Sorry.
So Adam Daman says, so who's in here? So you got me, Zane. I'm hosting this stream on my computer. I'm
Phoenix Prime.
Yep, we got Phoenix, and then we got Zarla here with us too, creator of Handplates.
Hello.
Yeah, that's me.
Anyway,
you can hear all my random thoughts. I have a million of them.
Good.
So many.
This will
I mean, we all do. It's
fans.
okay.
Anyway, let's continue. Onward.
Or, you need help, or someone to talk to. You can talk to me, or someone else, even if you don't like me. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're not alone, you know?
With you
so,
in the dark.
Yeah.
Good night, alphys.
Sorry, I love looking at like accidental parallels to Deltarune.
Yeah, I didn't know. Nobody knew at the time. I was thinking more about Final Fantasy IX.
No, Gaster, don't leave us. You're not alone.
She's trying so hard to help him, and he's just like, nope.
It's like from here I'm alone. I will now fall down these stairs to save everybody.
And this is the very first one.
Yes,
oh, yeah.
I remember when I first saw this, and I was like, whoa, what's this about? This is weird.
I voiced Sans in this part, but it just sounds like my teenage Sans voice, so my apologies.
Yeah,
It's always weird to look back on this one. Well, for me it is, because again, when I did this one, I really didn't know if I really didn't think I was gonna go anywhere with it. I was just like, this would be a fun idea, and then I did it in one night. That's why it seems kind of quick, because again, I wasn't expecting to press a big project or anything. I was just like, it's a quick idea, I'll just, bang it out. And their colors are wrong too, which bugs me here too. Like, there's a big thing in the fandom, I don't know if it's still now, to give them blushes that correspond with their eye colors. So you can see they blush kind of orange and blue, and I don't like that now. If I was gonna redo it, I'd change that. It bugs me looking at it now. But I love that cool sketty apron, because it's a plate of spaghetti with sunglasses on a skateboard.
Oh my god, of course it is.
It's just so papyrus to wear that. It's so papyrus.
It's a little hard to make out, but that apron does come back later.
After that scene, going forward a bit, but after that scene where Flowey's talking to Frisk and he's asking about Sands of Papyrus's hands, a part of me wanted to go back and redo the scene to include it in the episode. But, I kind of decided against it because I just wanted to get right to the point.
Yeah, again, it's weird to look back on
it. It probably would have been a good idea, but, it is what it is now.
Yeah. Because, if you're following me before this point, some of the people probably saw me do this and were like, nah, you're gonna do more with it. I know you. Which has happened to me a few times before when I was like, I don't know how this happened, and my friends were like, are you kidding me? This is so obvious. I knew you were going to do this. So,
it's like creates concept comic, accidentally is into one of the most fandom-defining comics of the Undertale
really,
fandom.
it's so weird to look at it now, because again, I really had no idea. I really just thought it was just going to be a one-shot thing. And
then it wasn't.
It just grew.
It was the exact opposite of that.
Yeah. And I stayed up way too late to draw it too, because I just wanted to finish it, by my 6 p.m. time, deadline. And then, I guess that I just had some time to just think about it, and then it just, kind of expanded from there. But it always amazes me to think about where this came from. It's so strange to think that this one simple idea just blew up into this massive thing that's affected so many people's lives. It's so hard to. It's amazing.
Here we are.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much. It's hard to see all of it at once in a way. But yeah, that apron does come back. They do not glow those colors again, or they do not blush those colors again. I don't think it was one of those one-shot ideas where it was like, let's try it, and then I was like, no. I just stopped doing it. There's a few things like that in there.
You need to retcon some things when you kind of accidentally into a comic. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I was
Zarla,
I don't have that committing anything.
Yeah, since we're on the subject of clothes, I might have asked this question on Tumblr before, but I don't remember. So, what happened to Gaster's coat? Because the last time we saw it, it was when he got shoved into the lava. So
yes, I know exactly where it is. I actually was very close to doing a little side, not a side comic, but doing a little thing about it in the last section of Handplates when they're on the surface and there's a lot of free time there. I was very close to doing the whole thing with it.
Did Papyrus use it for his battle body?
No, he did not.
What?
The coat is fine. It's fine. It was in the closet at their house. You can see it in there if you look during that scene. What I wanted to do with it, I was gonna do this. I got really close, but I felt like it would be kind of too much of a diversion. It kind of went off on a little tangent, and it kind of didn't connect back in with any major themes or anything like that. And I wasn't sure exactly where to set it. It would be at their house. It'd be before they left. How it would happen. But basically, the coat is in Gaster's closet. He does, when they're packing up the house to move up, he does bring it with him, but he actually decides to stop wearing it, and it's
because it would trigger Sands of Papyrus.
Well, there's that, but one of the things about his coat that is why he's very he cares a lot about his coat. You can see instead of getting a new one, he repairs it later on.
Yeah.
And it's the coat that saved his life,
that's
because he was hiding under it. But it's also that coat was there when his whole family died. Their dust is on that coat as a result. So they live on in that coat. So he is in a way literally carrying his dead family on his shoulders when he's wearing it around. So
Russian Russo says, the coat is fine. I can sleep tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can all sleep tonight, mon ami.
Yeah. But so it's kind of like it's a kind of like a physical symbol of his survivor's guilt about what happened, and that's why he's always wearing it. And he tries to take care of it because it's like it's a thing that his family lives on in. It's the only thing that he has, and he can also torture himself about how it's his fault they all died and stuff. So the idea was this one is that he would take the coat with him to the surface, and he would take a look at it, and he would decide not to wear it anymore, as kind of a symbol of him moving on and living more for his current family now that are alive than the family that died that he feels responsible for. And I really like this idea. I'm probably gonna do like a side comic about it because I do like
growth.
it. Yeah, exactly. I do like it. I just could not find a place to put it in, and like or how just a way to get, like to segue into it. And also
I like that, honestly. I like that.
Yeah. And I had a general thought that like Papyrus could be there and Gaster could tell him more about what happened, and open up a bit about that. But again,
I would love. If I'm going to be honest, I would love to see that. Honestly.
Yeah, I couldn't find a place to put it in the main timeline, but I would like to. I'll probably do a side comic about it because it was an idea I really liked and I did want to do. I just could not find a good place for it. So I'll probably do like a little. Yeah, I'll probably do a little side thing of it. But no, his coat is fine. It's just
good.
In his glove. And
That's good.
Now on the surface, it's probably just folded up in a drawer somewhere in his and Asgore's house. So you don't have to worry about it. It's okay.
I mean, I'm glad we're not gonna have to sugarcoat things here.
Yeah, I think
Hey.
Oh, I just got that. I actually think I probably saved your ask so I could respond to it with the comic once I actually got it done. I do remember seeing it. So I have so many asks saved from people that I want to draw comics for in response, and I just haven't done it. At some point, I should just go through and try to marathon and see how many I can finish.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah.
Don't stress yourself out too much.
Yeah.
I mean, after everything you just did for us, you got to give yourself a break.
Yes, exactly. It's been a very weird experience. Like, it's very strange. But anyway, yeah. So that's where his coat is, and I think Papyrus probably saw that apron lying around.
Just watch. We haven't had time.
Core says, "Guess you're a jack of all trades."
But
hey, good one, dude.
But it's funny because you've had you finished the comic in early July, right?
Was it early July? It feels like it was maybe like a week or two ago.
It was July 19th. I think it was July 19th that you posted the last page.
Yeah, I think it was a week or two ago because, like, when I usually the schedule for me, like my internal schedule for a while was like Handplates page 1 week, second week defrag page, next week on Handplates page, next week defrag page. So I'm thinking about it like in my head where I was like, I did the Handplates page, I did not do a defrag page until now. So it's probably been about a week or week and a half, like around like a week or so, by my internal clock, which is around 2 weeks, I guess. Has it been 19th? It's the first now.
Just about.
Yeah.
Something like that.
You see, the reason I bring that up is because you've had a bit of time to kind of let it sink in.
It hasn't.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. It's going to take a while. But now in real time, everyone's going to witness Phoenix and I realizing it's sinking into.
Yeah. It's hard. Like again, I had a very my internal clock for it was very rigid. Like it like if I didn't do one, in time, like my brain would just start, banging on like a cowbell, as I joked, and being like, "You got to do one. You got to do one now. You're late. Do one." So it scheduled. It was a very steady anchor for each week. Or this week am I doing a Handplates page, and then I could just measure things off of that. So it's very weird to not have that now. I have defrag, which I'm gonna
sets your calendar a bit.
It does. I'm probably gonna realign that to defrag now, so to get that back in court. But it's very strange. I was feeling kind of aimless, kind of directionless. It felt like I was supposed to be doing something and I didn't know what it was. Couldn't focus on stuff, and that's all just because it's over and it's just not sinking in. My brain is not accepting it, but it's still feeling the effects of it yet. So I don't know how long it's gonna be. But when I think about it, it's like, no, it's not over. I've got other
The good thing
ideas. I can do
is,
whatever I want.
like you've said, you do have defrag to kind of get yourself back on track, though.
Yeah,
It's
on
like,
a schedule.
You don't have like nothing to do. It's just
Yeah,
you kind of
exactly.
have to adjust. It's an adjustment period.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I got lots of other Handplates ideas too. So it's not like
of
I'm
course.
leaving the world. I can just
It's
draw
not
whenever
over.
I want into
I
it.
mean, like
yeah,
the story's over, but it's not done. You know.
yeah, exactly.
It is.
Hang on
It
a
is your
second.
child.
Yeah.
A fly with no wings asked Phoenix, will you be dubbing defrag? Ooh. I
That'd
would
be
like
tough.
to. I would like to.
It would be
Yeah.
tough. There's one dub out there right now, I think, but that's the only one that
Yeah.
I've seen.
I saw one that I thought was really good. I can't for the. It's made by a couple of my voice actor friends, or like I.
Oh, really?
One
like
of
Quizzy
or-
Q, right? I think Q's doing it, right?
Yeah, it was Q, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure.
I think it was.
I know it was a group that was doing it. I think they had Star in their name. Does that sound familiar?
I don't know.
I forget. Like I know, just know there's one. If you've seen another one, let me know because I want to link to it if people are doing it.
Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing one. I thought it was really good. I don't know.
It would be tricky. It'd be a tricky one to do. There's a lot of characters in it, and Spamton is, Spamton is challenging. Let's say.
Spamton is Spamton.
Yeah, he's a challenging one to voice act. But that's why I'm so interested in seeing people do it. The people are always gonna be different. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, it's okay. I mean, I was just kind of, we're talking here. I was just saying that Spamton became really popular real fast, like once Deltarune Chapter 2 came out.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to be the big breakout, but when he was, I was not that surprised. I was like, no, this makes sense.
The first time, when I was playing Deltarune Chapter 2 for the first time, I don't live stream my games, but, when I first saw him, like, just rising up from out of the dumpster, my first thought was, who the fuck is that?
Yeah, didn't he like scare you at first? I remember
not that he scared me, but more like he irritated me. Like,
no, hold on. I remember us talking and you saying that he like creeped you out. I remember that distinctly.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You cannot dodge these allegations.
No, I guess not. But
you had no idea why everyone was freaking out over him.
It's weird to me.
I think at the time, like the reason why he creeped me out in a sense was because like it was like a stranger in an alleyway situation and like a scammer looking to buy something off of you, and it just and to me that felt kind of real in a sense, and I'm just like, no thanks, stay away from me. I don't want your Kona. I don't want Kona.
It's fun to hear about people's reactions to Spamton because my first reaction I was curious, like, who is this guy? And then I think the second he started talking, I was like, oh my god, he's a spam email, and I thought that was the funniest thing in the entire world.
The concept was hilarious.
I was just laughing so hard the entire time, like when he was talking about like hyperlinked blocked, and like because I have run into that. I think like on Steam sometimes I've tried to send links to people where it's like this link has been blocked, So like that was a real thing I've run into, and like talking about selling DVDs and everything about him just delighted me. I thought he was hilarious. And so the minute he left, I was like, no, come back, and I was like
early internet scammer, which I vibe with hilariously.
Yeah, and a lot of people think he's creepy, or just like a lot of people thought he was creepy or scary or just hated him or thought he was ugly. And it's just weird to me because I never thought he was threatening or scary at all. Like he was always just very funny to me from the very beginning, even up to the very end. Like I was never very threatened by him. But
it's
I don't know,
like
I just
Prince
thought he was
of
so
Nigeria, send me $100, I send you $1 million.
Yeah, exactly. I loved it. It was so good. It was so good. So clever. And then, then he just exploded and Spamton Mania just went nuts. Which I so didn't see coming, which is the funniest part to me.
Everything from cosplays to fan art to more cosplays.
It's funny, I remember seeing a Tumblr post that was like, Toby Fox is out here literally handcrafting Tumblr sexy men in his basement, and then the fandom freaks out over this gremlin.
I know, it's so good. It keeps happening. It's so funny to me. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I know we're kind of straying from the playlist over here, but real quick, one of my favorite characters from Deltarune is Jubble. Just saying.
Oh right, yeah, that's right. You should get to see him with Skeletal as well. He is fun. He didn't grab me as much as Bamton, I will admit. But yes, go ahead. If you do the dub, let me know because I will link to it.
I will.
And I'm curious.
I'll let you know. Absolutely.
And boy, there's a whole lot of really emotional scenes in it. If you want to get it.
Oh, flippin' hell! Like, man, so figured if you decide to do it, please get me in on that. I need something to do.
You mean for defrag?
Yeah, I need something to do now that.
Yeah, I mean, we can get. I mean, anytime you want to do it. I mean, just we'll work it out.
Okay, excellent. Anyway, we continue.
That's exciting. Yeah. Okay.
This is very interesting.
I love dubs. I think they're so cool.
That's why. It makes me feel like.
Oh boy.
This shot is interesting to me too. Again, because at this point I wasn't expecting any longer range things, so I just filled these in with scary things. I thought, see, there's blue and orange thing on the floor. Again, like the blue-orange blood sort of idea. Didn't go with that in the end. There's a bone saw. It's based off the TF2 bone saw, actually. Speaking of, since I'm talking about, I've been drawing a lot of TF2 lately. But like a lot of that stuff never, none of the other stuff didn't come back. The IV bag didn't come back. Gaster's coat looks a little different in that one too. It's weird to think like that panel was the first time I had to come up with the Gaster design. And and that's just the one that I came up with the white coat and the dark sweater. But just interesting.
You were of the mind that he was going to be a lost soul from the beginning, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the things I said was like I couldn't decide on what he looks like, so I made him a lost soul. And then I liked that idea so much I just kept it. Because I couldn't just give him I've seen so many different designs for him at this point. I couldn't think of anyone what I wanted or liked. So I just was like, I'll just make him a lost soul. I'll just do that. And it'll fit because he got forgotten.
And then eventually you figured out what he looked
like. I did. I was not expecting to. I didn't expect to ever have him show up in the comic for a while. I was just like, he's just going to be a lost soul head. That's it. That's just forever. And then I just kept thinking about, like, what does he look like under there? And then I eventually did come up with a design for him. And then I was thinking, like, I do remember thinking when I did this that he'll be a lost soul because nobody can remember him. That makes sense. Because I had already done a comic with lost souls, and that's how I drew them. So it was like, no, it makes sense he has a lost soul head. Like, nobody remembers him, so that makes sense. And I'm not just doing this because I can't think of a design for him. It totally makes sense. And so I ended up, like, and it's funny because it's such an iconic look for him. But, I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I just had to put him in there, and that's what I came up with. And he does have his little ID card, too, as well, I think, in that shot.
Ah, yes.
But he looks very strange to me in it. Like his lost soul head there is set up in a strange way where you can there's no head behind it. I don't know. It's just interesting to me from an art perspective. But there's a lot of little things in those little cutaway panels that didn't come back. And I think actually one of them is that you can see there's Sans Papyrus's tubes and there's a third tube in the back. And that was an idea I was toying with a little bit. Where the idea that they wouldn't be the only clones of Gasters, like he would have made other ones as well, that they were just the only ones that survived. But in the end, I thought...
that got dark. That got dark, man.
Yeah, I had a script about it, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. This is very dramatic, but, this doesn't make sense with how I've set everything up. So I scrapped that idea. But you can see in the first comic, that's a hint of that concept before I dropped it.
But could have been.
Yeah, what could have been?
That's dark. Like it
would have been a much
Handplates.
It would have been a much darker story in that case.
Oh God, no.
Yeah,
probably.
But again, it's a very early point.
I could probably see a scenario happening like that in like Underfell, like Fell Plates or something. But
Ooh, interesting.
Well, the one where Gaster is actually evil and not just pastel Gaster. But yeah, right? it would have been a much darker, different story in that case. But again, this is the very first comic, so I'm just tossing around different ideas that I thought were kind of cool. So it wasn't. I didn't have any idea. I was just like, it might be neat, but.
I'm glad the drill came back, though. I'm glad the drill.
Yeah, the drill was very. I do love the drill because it looks so ominous.
Oh my God! Like I just thought of something. Before we continue, I got to tell this story because it's so funny. So Zane, you might know this, but Zarla, I have a brother right now, and he's in the Navy. So he's attending like the nuclear power program. Jesus, I can't speak. He's attending a program in school in South Carolina. And beforehand, like a year ago, he was in boot camp, And in boot camp, they had to have like this whole health evaluation, and apparently he found out that he needed to get his wisdom teeth removed, like all 4 teeth. Now here's the thing, so they had him in a chair, somewhere on the base, and they just pumped him full of Novocaine. They didn't knock him out, and he could just hear all that machinery and feel them like tugging at his jaw and whatever. And at the same time, Careless Whisper is playing in the background.
I remember that story.
So it's like, do 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 do.
It's like, this is hell.
and meanwhile, my poor brother is like, well, this is my life now. And I just can't listen to that song the same way again. Just like, as much as I feel bad for him, it's so funny getting your wisdom teeth removed to Careless Whisper.
I was never gonna hear that song the same way again.
So I know that we kind of need to get back to it, but someone in chat said something very, very interesting, and I kind of want to know the answer to this too. Mandy asked, was Radek the name you gave the human when you first played Undertale?
Yep.
Excellent.
It was, and that was part of why the murder run ending hit me as hard as it did. I feel like I might have told this story a few times before, but I might as well tell it again. The name Radek is what I use in every game that I play, ever since I was a little kid. And ever yeah, exactly. That's where it came from. I was playing Chrono Trigger, and I wanted to name the main character Radical, but it wouldn't fit. So it only had 5 characters, so I just went with Radek instead.
And then it stuck.
And then every game I could name a character, I always named them Radek in every single one. So like Dragon Warrior, Secret of Mana, like any game you can think of that gives you that opportunity. Any Final Fantasy game, it was always Radek. Like any game. And so of course when I played Undertale, named character Radek, because that's what I always did. So at the end of the murder run, when the kid is facing you and talks about like when that feeling you get when numbers go up, that's me, that's Radek. And for me that had a much bigger impact because that didn't just refer to this game, it referred to every game I'd ever played as Radek.
Oh my god.
Which was every game I'd ever seen. So it had a much bigger meta impact on me. It blew my mind. And it made me think about all the RPGs I'd played where I leveled up, or like all the games I'd grinded on just to, get certain items and stuff like that, all under that same name, all under Radek. So it was very much like that spirit of my, completionist nature was confronting me at that point. It made a huge impact on me.
Hearing you say that, and knowing that Toby Fox is like massive RPG nerd, I guarantee you that was exactly what he was going for in that scene.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. A similar kind of thing happens in Earthbound. I won't spoil it if you haven't played it because it's really important. Because it's really massively impactful, I guess, if you go into it without knowing how it works. But there is a similar kind of, let's say, the player plays a similar role in Earthbound. Like, not a similar, but the player is a character in Earthbound, let's say, in a kind of way, sort of like the player's a character in Undertale. And that just makes sense because Toby was a huge Earthbound fan, and you can absolutely tell if you
the influence is massive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like it was a very a huge thing when I got hit with that. So of course in this game in Handplates I was gonna name the kid Radek. I was like, no, that's exactly like I've gotta do that because that's what makes sense. That's one of the things I was wondering, like when dubbers or translators would get to that page, if they would change the name back to
Kara.
Yeah. Because I'd be like, no, that defeats the point. Like that'll totally ruin the last part of the story if you do that. I know it's not obvious now, but it's that way for a reason. But as far as I could tell, no translators or dubbers changed it, which I'm glad for.
That's the interesting thing. Because like I said, I worked on the genocide special, and that's kind of when the human first properly shows up. I mean, we see we see them here and there in little snippets, but they properly show up chronologically in that episode. And I was like, okay, I see what you're doing here. It's very clear that this has a very specific purpose. And then I saw the your Sona, the ghost, and I was I was like, this is very like story important. I cannot change this. I should not change this.
Exactly.
It's because like it crossed my mind for a second where it's like, you know what? It's like, are people gonna understand this? Are people gonna know that this is Kara in air quotes? Not like not like the way the fandom represents them, but like the player, right?
Yeah.
And I find it funny because sometimes I'll see comments on like our dub or like on other dubs of Handplates where like there are some YouTube onlys who are kind of confused, who are like, well, what's with the Fox Ghost? You know, and
it's like you had to wait until the very next to last comic to find out
because they don't like, they've never seen your Sona in like, you know, on your Tumblr because it doesn't show up in the comic before that because it doesn't have a reason to, and they don't follow your Tumblr or your DeviantArt, so they haven't seen it like out of that context. So it was like, you know, I can understand that. I can see what, you know. So it was
it would be confusing. I do know that, but I knew when I was doing it, I was like, they're going to see the whole thing eventually. It's going to be the very end, but people will see it, and hopefully it will add up at that point. But I've just got to hang on and hang in there until I get to that point.
Right, and it does add up. So
I mean,
yeah, it does.
That's the wild thing is that, like, I know we're kind of totally jumping the gun here, but like that scene of like the, you know, the like explanation, like the ocean and like the feeling of drowning, and it's just like that was about where I was at when I first discovered Undertale. I had thought I had a plan for my life ready to go, you know, but I wasn't sure it's what I wanted. And I just kind of felt aimless. I didn't really know where I was going or what I was meant to do. And then like I discovered Undertale and I was like, this is important.
Yep.
And it ran from there.
Yeah. It came to me at a very like a dark time, as you can probably guess from that comic. So I'm really glad it was something that I could really hold on to when things seemed very dark.
It was very relatable.
I was drawing a very dark story when dark things were dark, but that helps. Sometimes that's what helps you get through it.
Indeed.
That's what's important. And it was very satisfying.
Using a creative outlet to get through powerful emotions.
Yeah.
Honestly,
exactly.
I like to think that, you know, I think it represented a lot of us. Like, I think quite a few people were in a really tough spot. Like, you know, a lot of us felt like in a sense, we were drowning. Like, a lot of us felt like we were stuck somewhere. And then suddenly there's this lifeline, and it's brought us to so many people, and it's helped create so many memories. And, like Zane, it also got to me because, you know, when Undertale came into my life, like I was a kid in college, and, you know, I just, I was dealing with some depression because my biological father had kind of decided to be a jerk. So, yeah, just to put it very mildly. But
right, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Undertale, you know, really gave me a sanctuary when I needed one when I was in college, and you know, to this day, it's still one of my happy places that I like to go to.
Yeah, and it's very gratifying to know that it was also something like that for other people as well. And it was also gratifying to know, like, when that page came out, a lot of people were like, oh, and like a lot of the things I'd set up beforehand all came together. Which is what I was hoping for. I was hoping that it would help give a lot of earlier things context, which it seemed to do, which I'm glad for.
One little side story before we get back to it. When it comes to like the lifeline concept, I'd say, interestingly enough, like I was going through a really, really rough time in 2020 and 2021. I will put it lightly and say I almost did not make it through. It was not a good time for me. And the only consistency I had was, you know, every couple of weeks to couple of months, Phoenix would come to me and be like, "Hey, you ready to voice some more of the comic?" And, you know, I would kind of kick and drag my feet, and I'd be like, "Oh, I don't wanna." But then like I'd get to a point, like it lined up perfectly. Because when I was going through that, we got to the point where it was after they were free, and it's where Sans kind of having his identity crisis, and like he's like going through it, man, and like it was like the moment I realized, like, that timing worked out perfectly. The moment I realized where we were, I was like, okay, let's go, and I poured all of that emotion all of that, like, you know, everything that I had that was like killing me from the inside, I poured it into those performances because it was like, this is how I feel. It's like I understood this mentality because I was going through it at the same time. And it was very helpful, and it was very cathartic. So I'll say, Zarla, thank you for making the comic. And
thank you so much.
Being so good at this. And Phoenix, thank you for forcing me to do things when I really needed to, because you never forced me, but it's like you were always like pushing me to, you know, in like a good way. And it was like, I'm very glad you did.
Man, I was always worried that I was annoying you.
Man, no, it's like flipping. I have my issues. I am like, on top of being a generally lazy person, I am also just like, I struggle with burnout constantly. So it's like, you know, so it's like but like when I actually get rolling on something, I tend to enjoy it, especially if it's like, especially when it was voicing for this series. So it was like, you know, like when you came to me, it was like, hey, please, please, please. And I was like, okay. And then I started working on it, and I enjoyed it. And I really am like glad that you pushed me to do that, because like
I'm really glad that we got to work together, you know.
It was very important for me, and I'm just genuinely glad that it happened.
Zane, I swear, if we ever get a chance to meet in person somehow, like, I will give you the biggest hug, okay?
Oh, thank you. Anyway, after that heavy moment, after flipping 5,000 years of us going on side tangents, let's get back to the episode.
Yeah! Let's do it!
I'm forgetting something. Something important.
Some things are better off forgotten. But not that spaghetti, huh? How's it coming along?
Oh, right. I need to turn the heat up.
And you can see the kid is not satisfied, which of course comes back later. But
like, that was such a
no,
cop
come
out
to think
answer.
of it, I think that was my first time voicing Papyrus in that one.
I think so, yeah.
But that was before I had a name for this. And one of the names I thought about giving this whole series was Better Off Forgotten. And I cannot imagine I can't even imagine what it's gonna like if that series is called that instead. Handplates are just such a much better name for it.
It's such a catchy name, but at the same time,
I'm very glad.
Better Off Forgotten is like, that's a vibe.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you it probably wouldn't have been as popular with that name, but man, is that a vibe of a name.
Yeah. I don't think it would have taken off either. Most, like, Undertale stories have the 2-word format. It always amuses me when I see Handplates listed with other ones, because all the other ones either have under in them or tail, and Handplates has neither. So it always stands out for that reason. Oh yeah, the scene with the two of them in the tube. When Papyrus points at Sans and then points at himself, he's actually thinking like, "Are you me?" in that kind of.
I was just thinking that. Thinking that.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to convey, and Sans is like, "What?" He doesn't really get it.
No, I had a feeling that was the case.
Removed them from the MD solution. They are clumsy and confused.
The MD stands, if I remember right, I think MD was an abbreviation for magic determination.
As expected, little experience in non-suspension has led to a difficult
something like that.
The mystery goo. Fun screaming in this one.
Particularly regarding ambulance
Poor baby virus.
Mystery dunk.
They are currently separated.
This was in response to an Ask Too, if I remember right. I think it was somebody asking if Gaster ever hugged them.
More carefully at a later date.
Nope,
so then it
sure didn't.
No, he did not. But it gave this idea to me. So I was like, yeah, I should set up where they first met.
It does not matter either way. The line was crossed long ago.
Even very early on, he was like, nope, can't change my mind, nope. Even though he obviously could.
What is going on? What is all this? No, for God's sake.
It kind of makes you wonder how he dropped his arm.
I mean, if your arm just suddenly popped off, of course you're gonna scream your head off.
Why am I
pulling on his arm for fun?
See, I can't help but wonder if maybe like it just fell off on accident.
I'm not in the mood for this. Stay still.
He's got a loose arm.
Stay still.
It's just goofing around and then just got distracted and just like plop, just fell off.
The arm reattaches.
It's like, oh my god.
There. No pain, no fuss.
Also, this is such an
Completely
excellent setup
unremarkable and entirely
for that
undeserving
scene
of such
where Gaster
attention
proves
In the
his
void?
point.
behavior.
Oh,
Yeah, oh my
What a
god.
waste of my
Oh
time.
my god.
I knew, like,
okay,
very
The
early
other
on I
one's been
thought,
quiet so far.
It was a
it
setup
was so
for two.
satisfying.
It was a setup for two scenes very perfectly. The scene in the void, which is the one you just mentioned, and the scene
Yes.
and the scene where Sans is like trying to be a bit of a smart aleck. You know, I mean, rightfully so.
Oh no,
but-
that one.
Yeah, and then he breaks Papyrus's arm. It's like this is like
Yes.
excellent setup for that, where it's like it establishes it without like any like heavy
I
exposition.
think,
or anything
I think
like
that's
that.
gonna happen
It's
in
just-
like 10 videos from now.
I think so,
Yeah.
but it was like a
And
very
Sans
like
being a smartass and he gets his brother's arm
it
broken.
was a very subtle and like proper way to introduce a concept that would come back very strong later.
Yeah, just like skeletons drop their limbs, and Gaster just likes talking to himself.
yeah, it's perfect.
Just talking to Papyrus even though he can't understand him. And then it was very satisfying to have this hug finally have the hug happen, because again, this is so early on.
Right, yes.
It's like the first interactions Papyrus had with him was trying to give him a hug. Then very, very, very at the end to finally have him get the hug, it was like, yes!
Papyrus
Close the loop.
understood from the beginning, this man needs a hug.
Papyrus never gave up. And he finally got what he wanted.
Sayed, of course, says, the
Yay.
non-existent lungs on that boy, indeed.
That's what babies are known for, screaming.
Mm.
And they are just babies at this point.
Okay, I gotta continue.
Ugh.
There it goes.
Confused little babies.
Yeah.
The taller
Poor
one is
little
needier than
baby.
I'd like. I need to take steps to prevent attachment.
Good luck with that. You'll never do it.
He will follow you to hell and back to get that hug, literally.
You will.
He's too determined. Papyrus is too determined.
The little
He is
smaller
very
one is
determined.
awake.
So I love the
Surprised
detail
both
of
that
like
he's survived
the
outside
crossed
at all.
out words, like
Even
he's
his
actually
frailty,
taking notes.
And then he's woken up again so
Yeah,
quickly.
he's,
he
like,
felt like
trying-
little was
Maybe
too
harder than I
familiar,
initially
or
Yeah,
like
he was-
too fond,
was
so
just
it's like, no,
trying to-
smaller.
Yeah, trying
I
to
went
like
to observe it in
detach
person.
himself.
Here comes
The
Sans. Here comes
transcript of my
Sans.
note-
He's trying very hard.
I am keeping my distance at first. He's poking and prodding at the walls of the floor, though
Very
he does not come
observant.
near the force field. Maybe he senses the aura it gives off. I get the impression he is trying to find a way out. Perhaps he wants to go back to the
Intelligent kiddo.
suspension. He has yet to make any
Oh
sound.
yeah, that's right. This is where I was
It is
trying a different
preferable
style
to
for the
other
head,
one's constant
for the
whining
lost soul
or
head. More like it was in the
May not
game,
be
you know, it
capable
was just
of
like
it.
the
Yeah.
solid
Or he may
white
just be
blocks.
too focused on
I didn't
his
like it
exploration.
in the
like,
end.
it's a cool
I
look,
switched
but I
back.
like what you
And he's
went
caught
with
sight
in
of
the
it.
end better.
He's
Yeah,
wary
I
and
like that better
suspicious,
because I like
though
drawing the
still
little
silent.
swoopy lines.
Obviously,
But
Yeah.
he sees
you know,
things
it's one of those things that
differently.
seems confusing if you're just reading the
So he's
archive.
more
Like, why does his head
perceptive
look
than the
different
other one,
here?
at least.
But
I've taken another step closer.
sometimes I was
His
experimenting,
eyes
man.
flared a deep purple color, interlaced
Oh, yeah, you
with
get to see that he has
blue, and he
two.
backed up
Both his
against
eyes
the
can
wall.
glow here. So like
Yeah.
a
Another
hint
step
of that
closer.
before he
His
gets
eyes are
one of them
glowing
broken.
brighter. I can sense magic gathering within his soul, but he's too young, too new, to know how to make it manifest into an attack. If he could open his mouth, I'm sure he'd snap at me. You can't use magic
was another
to defend
little
yourself yet,
quiet,
as much as you try. One would
Lore
hope
establishing
you
being
like
like, by the way, Sans can open his mouth. Just like for the quick aside.
Oh,
So I did always. That was always one. I think that from the very beginning, that was always my like general headcanon for Sans. I know a lot of people drew him opening his mouth, which is fine, but I just decided that he just never did.
I'm just so used
So-
to seeing his mouth closed, you know?
you see,
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those funny things where I always think back to that like official sprite art of
Yeah,
of Sans in the chair drinking from the bottle of ketchup,
Yeah, yeah.
and like it's like, okay, no, he does have lips, which is kind of concerning. It's very cursed. However, he only uses them rarely.
Yeah, he just like holds it by his face, and then just eating
Poof,
happens.
Yeah, there it goes.
It's magic.
It's like he can. He doesn't want to though, because he understands.
It's great. It's a very Sans kind of thing.
He understands how cursed it is.
He does. He does it on purpose.
Closer still. He's getting
Gaster
quite
like
frantic.
deliberately tweaking Sans. There's another
Bruh.
hint of what their relationship is gonna be like. That's right. I remember trying to think like, what would be a good onomatopoeia for bone rattling? I just could not.
He's
I could not come up with anything.
Click, 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 click.
Yeah,
Ouch.
just thump. Just a
The
kitten
little
overexerting
just
At that
itself.
point, I decided to leave the meat to attend to other matters.
He's just quietly
Two of
amused.
them differ strikingly in temperament. One docile, one hostile. Whether that will make things easier or harder, I will have to see.
One of them kills you. I guess you'll find out.
Huh.
The same one pushes you into a wall of lasers.
That's true.
Unexpected
Tries to kill him
development.
multiple times.
I left them within earshot.
Sans
of
has
one
always
another
been a
while I was
little
clearing
murdery.
one of the workrooms.
I wonder where he gets that from.
It didn't take them long.
Baby
to realize
noises.
The other was nearby.
Oh, I love this part.
Perhaps a side effect.
I
of
thought the
nature
scene
of
was
their
so
souls.
cute.
It is cute.
I loved this
They
part.
made meaningless animal noises at each other. Subject 1 is capable of it after all.
And the noises do
Nothing unusual
slowly
or noteworthy,
develop into more
but
word-type
then
noises.
They began to babble.
They're all saying things that Gaster said to them. Abja Wu is like
I could
subject
recognize
1,
the noises they
or
were screaming.
subject 2, you know.
Abjo Wu. Oh my god.
Oh my
Abja,
God.
the first one's like Abja,
Bits and
or
pieces
subject
of
come with
things
me,
I
like
said.
subject what I said.
They even
All
mimicked
is to is,
my
are you
tone of voice,
listening?
though clearly without understanding.
Like, there's a lot of them are like little
They can
baby
speak.
versions of sentences he would have
They
said.
can learn.
Abjure 1, subject 1, subject 2, come
Yeah,
here,
yeah, yeah.
are you listening?
Oh my God, that's awesome.
So
They are
cute,
versions
though.
of words. It's so
Like-
cute.
like
they don't
he
understand it.
Typically
They're just
accelerated their
parroting.
growth
Like
because I didn't
he
want
even
them
like
to look
Gaster
like
even
children.
says as he's
I don't want them to
monologuing.
sound like children.
Like he even says as he's monologuing that like, you know, that's what they're doing. But then like you explaining what the different phrases like actually like have meaning, it's like whoa. Because it's one thing for the character in the comic to say it, but then for you to like come out and be like, oh yeah, no, they're actually saying things Gaster said to them. Like that's what those noises actually are. It's like, oh my God, my mind is blown.
I had to like sound them out. Yeah, I know that come here and are you listening are 2 of them. And object 1 and object 2 are subject 1 and subject 2. Obviously, they heard those the most, so they say those a lot. And some of them are like little baby noises, but most of them are like things he did say.
No, I know Temmie when she appears later on, I know Temmie kind of had like baby noises. And the first time
I so much, she's my favorite. No.
Hi, I'm Temmie.
Hoi! I love her.
Yeah, well, you know, the first time I voiced Temmie, I might have been a bit tipsy.
just so everyone knows, I'm looking at our Discord call right now. Zarla's profile picture is literally Temmie, guys. So I mean, Zarla's not lying.
I love Temmie. She makes me so happy. She's like my favorite character. She's so good. I love her. I love her. I was so glad I got to work her into this. In like a fairly major way too. Very satisfying. But yeah, I also love this because it was one of those big those contrasts between what Gaster is saying and what he is actually doing. Where he's like, I don't want to sound like children. It's not, and then he's productive as he's clearly having some kind of meltdown about it.
And you guys don't stop. I'm gonna go get some water real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm thirsty.
You see, I came prepared. I have a can of Arizona tea and a bottle of water right here. To be fair, I've actually live streamed before, so I come prepared. But all right, so I guess we'll wait. So Brittany in chat says, "Don't touch me," and honestly, that's coming up, and I flippin' love that bit. I love he just says it right back to him, and it's hilarious.
I know, it's so cute. I love that.
Oh my God.
Because he doesn't understand it. He's like, don't touch me. It's like he's just copying him. He doesn't know. It's adorable. I love it.
Oh man.
I can actually open this. Let's see. I have the comic myself, of course. Let me see if I can pick out some other things they're saying in their little baby words.
Finally. Some
Dang.
water.
Let's see.
No, some of those are just noise. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So one of the things like Abja Koa Oda, it's like come over here. And then there's Abja Wubigaya, which is something be quiet. Basically.
Be quiet.
That's amazing.
Yeah, there's little things like that. And I try to remember what Despabago was. Like it might have just been something like, I don't know, talking about a dispenser or something like that. That's
he's ordering some gazpacho on DoorDash.
Yeah, exactly. It could have been anything, but yeah, they just copied him because they're little babies. That's what they do.
Man,
they copy.
I didn't know they have DoorDash underground.
Underdash.
Well, at least he wasn't swearing, right?
I do love that too.
I'm looking at you, side comic, with the swear words.
So funny.
Oh,
So one time they're really listening.
Oh,
So
that also reminds me of the Contractions comic.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Because
that one.
I actually
I
dubbed that one
too.
Yeah, I dubbed that one in my early days, making comic dubs, and like it was genuinely like I was giddy with how hilarious that comic was. I was like, oh, he totally would, because I've been following Handplates for a
Gaster
while.
walked right into that one.
He did.
That's
totally
great.
played him.
That's
Very
great.
Let's see. So Susie Badoozy says, how did you decide on the color palette on everything? Because I would feel you went through different versions until you were happy with it.
Like with the do you mean with like the color palette in the lab? Because the green in the lab is kind of based off of the green of the true lab in the game.
That place. Oh.
Yeah, which is where I generally pictured. Hold on, sorry, just ignore that. But that's generally where I pictured a lot of this happening was in the true lab at first. So, or at least like a variant of it. Later on, I got a bit more specific about it. But this darker kind of tealish blue-green was meant to be like true labish. The one where they meet, however, has a brown kind of a tannish background, and I think I just wanted to set up like a different place, like to make it clear, like I don't know, I thought it would like look better with like their colors and the furniture and stuff like that. I just wanted to set it up as like this is a different room than the other ones that we've seen so far, so it's brown, it's tan. I think that's the only one that's tan. I don't know. There might be other rooms that are different colors.
The random
Sometimes they're like more
room.
purplish. Yeah, some of them are more purplish or reddish. That are mostly all around the same kind of tone. And again, it's from the True Lab, but it works. It gives this whole segment kind of a certain vibe to it.
Gotcha.
That darker colors, which is fun when they actually go back there and be like, oh yeah, I remember this.
Oh yes, back to it.
It's unnecessary. The rapid growth of their minds. If they can progress to an adult level of understanding, at least.
I'm not freaking out.
I will introduce them to each other tomorrow with the proper precautions in place. This wasn't in my plans, but one must always be ready
Laya
to
is wait here,
improvise.
and then Ia is go here.
What happens?
It's a lot of the directions he just gave them. Because he was trying not to talk to them all. He was obviously narrating to himself constantly. He couldn't help himself.
I find it how hilarious.
This is when they first meet.
1 and 2 are going to meet.
I find it hilarious how
I'm keeping it.
flying by the seat of his pants Gaster is. Like he has
He
no
really
idea what he's doing.
He really is. He's got stuck in this and he just has no idea how to get out. So he's I gotta do something, and he just keeps digging himself in deeper. Just because I can't go back.
That's what he does.
Indeed.
He has a very a big desire to teach, and that just played badly for him with the brothers, because he just wanted to teach them things. Whenever they'd ask, he just start talking to them. Even they couldn't understand him, he liked to explain things to them.
The overwhelming fatherly instinct to teach.
Yeah. And he might have been a good teacher, maybe, in a different life,
Probably,
but we'll never know.
Oh.
Let's see. So Jelly for Frog says, "What's this stream about?" And Cyanacor responded, "The Phoenix Zane and Zarla are replaying the Handplate stub and talking about behind the scenes." Indeed, thank you. That is what's going on.
It is what it is, says Sunny.
It is what it is.
I think I inked this one in Flash instead of in Psy like I usually do. So the line quality here is a little different than it is in some of the other ones.
I noticed that. It seemed more like pinched off than it normally is.
Yeah, I thought it might make it faster because I knew this one was going to be long, but it actually just took just as long. I just added another kind of step to it. It took me a long time to figure out how to streamline the process of it. By the end of it, I think I had it down pretty well, but in the early stages, it was hard to again. I'd never done a project like this. I never really made this many comics this long that were this detailed and had backgrounds and all of that. I'd never done a project like. Yeah, I'd never done a project like this before, so I didn't know how to do pipelines. I didn't know how to speed things up or anything. So doing it in Flash was one thought, but in the end I just ended up doing it in Psy anyway. But that's why this one and the last one both have different lines. The last one is also done in Flash.
Guys,
so tell from the line quality.
Just a slight heads up and off subject here, but the water that I'm drinking is sparkling water, so if I tend to burp mid-sentence, don't judge me too harshly, please.
We're going to judge you entirely. No, you're good. Let's see. Dang it. There was something that was said. Oh, okay. So, Kara asks, will there be a part 2 live stream? I mean, the playlist is immense, so there is a potential for that.
Immense. Very immense.
I can't speak for everyone here, but I could say I'd definitely be down to do more.
So I would be down to do more too. I mean, I know for me personally, this is my first live stream, so I'd be down for doing some more stuff like this. I mean, as long as everyone else is okay.
It's like everyone else is looking at me, but yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, depending on what it is, of course.
Yeah, Zarla, it's up to you. It's up to you.
Force you.
Yeah.
No, we're going to drag you by your ankles.
We're going to drag you kicking and screaming into the next live stream. You have no choice.
For some reason, I have a lot of things to say about this comic, this whole comic.
I mean, do you like talking about it?
Yeah, I do like talking about it. I mean, God knows I spent like years and years of my life thinking basically only about it.
It's like, it's funny because I write stories all the time, and Phoenix can attest to this. Phoenix is also a writer, and like the overwhelming urge to tell everybody everything.
Yeah.
It hurts so much.
It's very irritating. It's irritating.
It hurts so much because it's like, I'm so proud of this. I need to tell somebody, but I can't.
Yeah, it's like I have to glue my mouth shut.
So Phoenix and I have started bouncing story ideas off of each other because it's literally just all we can do at this point to stop from going mad.
Zane, I can't tell you how helpful you've been with that.
Same here.
Yeah, Zarla, if you ever decide to like write something like a full-on short story, like you ever need a proofreader, hit me up.
What Phoenix
I'll keep it in mind.
What Phoenix needs to say is, if you write something, please share it with me. Please give me all the juicy details before everyone else.
Well, that wasn't quite what I meant, Sans.
All the secret background info.
I see.
There's always a lot of background stuff.
I see you tempting me. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it till the moment's right. You can't make me. Anyway, onward to the best moment.
On with the show.
A tight hold on both their souls. Don't touch me.
Don't touch me.
Moments
to separate them.
So cute.
I've completely forgot
It's
about
best
that.
To be prepared.
Your
I love
inflection
seeing
on
the
that
translations. I love seeing
Not
translations
really
for
sure
that
what
little
to
scene because
expect.
you can see, like, because he says it and then
They've seen
Papyrus
each
says it in
other.
his little baby way, and you can tell,
seem at a
like in
loss for what to
Spanish
do.
and German, you can see that it's just a little baby way of saying what Gaster said. It's just very cute to me.
It's amazing.
It's
Subject
adorable.
2's eyes have begun glowing a warm red-orange color. Subject 1
I set up
soon
this
began
room in like a
glowing
little
light
3D
blue in
modeling thing
response.
because there's a whole bunch of junk in
This
it that I've
seems
never
to
been able
have
to keep
calmed
straight.
the motive.
That's the way to
And
do it.
God, it took
They
I think I
forever.
remember seeing that.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing that. Up.
They are curious about,
Oh, what
I
a
love
great
that.
first impression.
as one may
I love that.
Put your
You'd think
hand
they
in
would hug,
somebody's
but
eye.
no.
the first living
Just
thing
gonna
they've
stick his
seen
hand in his
aside from
eye.
myself, after all.
Papyrus
I'm
out here,
Sans is fine with it.
Papyrus out here picking Sans up like, why are you so short?
Already their level
No,
of
why are you so
speech has
small? And
advanced
Sans
Where's
is like,
the
what are you talking
everything
about?
else?
just by speaking
Yeah.
to each other.
Why does your
And
face look like a
palm.
marshmallow?
Palm?
As one learns
Palm was supposed to be
something new,
palm. I've had a few people ask me about that.
Okay, okay.
So arm, hand, palm.
One okay.
And
One
then the
normal.
little tie it back
so
in.
the other builds off of what
Yeah,
they
exactly. He
to
learned
new
it from
heights.
Gaster.
A mutual scaffolding.
Clickety click click click.
They are indeed little skeletons.
Stop
I
acting
want
like a
that
proud
cut that
father,
line, which almost made
Gaster.
me kind of sad.
Mhm.
Cause it's supposed to be like it's supposed to be a moment where he's feeling kind of warmly towards him, is like hints for later and stuff like that. Because it is, he's feeling very fond of them at that moment. He hasn't heard
They
skeletons
are
battle
getting
in
very
like
attached to each
years.
other very quickly.
He hasn't heard that noise.
Very long
Why
I guess
would
it's
Oh,
these
this
babies
scene.
battling.
Leaving them together
There's
seems
little
the most
baby
obvious choice.
skeletons.
At the same time,
They're just instantly hugging each other.
emotional bonds like this.
And then
carry
that
their own
shot
risks.
comes back later.
On the other
Have to
hand,
do another callback to that too.
Alright, that's enough. Perhaps those bonds can be
I think there were also
exploited
some
later,
stories I saw where they were experiments and they didn't like
should
each
the
other
need
at first.
arise.
But I was like, nah. Just gonna jump
I
right
think-
they're
into it.
instant friends. Instant friends.
Zane, I think Asgore scene's coming up next.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, this
Here
is
we are,
me.
here we are.
This is me. This is me doing a horrible voice that I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, okay.
It is not horrible. You
Okay,
stop that.
okay. I get to tell the story now.
Excuse me.
All right, I get to tell the story.
Keep talking.
So,
Don't stop.
okay, so basically, here's what happened. So, Phoenix messaged me on DeviantArt asking if I would voice Asgore. And it is purely accident that I ended up all part of this project, because literally I had never opened DeviantArt ever for some reason. Like, never. Like, I do not touch the website. I have not looked at notifications in 1,000 years. The only time I ever have it open is when I'm looking at a comic that I want to dump. It's the only time I have it open. And it, like, I hadn't used it in ages, and so I don't remember why, but I just happened to open it to look at it for something, and I saw the notification of, like, Phoenix had messaged me, like, hey, can you voice Asgore? And I'm like, and my first thought is like, why do you want me to voice Asgore? I've never voiced Asgore before. What's going on?
Well, now that we're talking about this, I'm trying to remember, like, how I found you. Like, I don't know if I stumbled across your channel by accident and I saw you were voicing Sans. I don't know. Like, it's been so long.
Because that's genuinely, like, so crazy. Because, okay, hold on here. I need to check something. I'm gonna go to my channel real quick. I may be able to confirm a theory. Hold on.
Yeah, what's that?
Let's see.
What is the theory?
Okay, so
Is it a game theory?
where is it? It was. I can't.
Sorry,
I
that's
can't
terrible
find
joke.
it. I updated all my thumbnails recently. Now I can't find anything. Ah, there it is.
Found
okay,
it?
Hold on. Yeah, I did. Okay, hold on. When did this come out? Oh,
What, the comic page,
okay,
or?
okay, that didn't. Okay, no, it's not. All right, so basically, there is a video I did where I did a compilation of, like, Undertale Christmas comics, and one of them was me. I voiced Asgore, and it was actually a comic by you. It was the scene, or is the comic where, like, Sans and Papyrus are going to see Santa, and Asgore's being Santa.
Oh yeah.
And, like, he's just
I
crying.
love that one. I love that one so much.
And like, I was thinking maybe Phoenix saw this and was like, oh, I want him to voice the character. But no, because it came out after I started voicing Asgore in the Handplates comic. So that can't be it. I mean, the only
You did so well the first time around.
The only other video Asgore appears in, like, before, like, on my channel before I started voicing Handplates, was this was a video right here called Visitation Rights, and I didn't voice Asgore in that video. Someone else did. so I have no idea what's going on, but pure accident. Phoenix ended up asking me to do it, and I was like, you know what? Screw it. Why not? And so I said, yeah, sure, I'll voice Asgore. And so that's where it started. And mind you, I had never voiced Asgore up to that point. So going into this, not only am I like, I have no idea what I'm doing with the voice. Like, I genuinely don't know how to voice the character, because every other voice I had seen up to that point was, like, very deep and rumbly, and I couldn't do that at the time. Like, I
and also, Zane, I want to bring something up, like, since we're talking about Asgore's voice here.
Yeah.
So I know that, when we started doing Asgore, like, his voice sounded younger in a sense, and then as we progressed throughout the comic dubs, your voice sounded like older and slightly gruffer, and I honestly loved that.
Yeah, I think
as we were progressing throughout the comic.
If I went back to do it again, I would. I like that you pointed that out, because that wasn't intentional. But if I went back, if I went back to do it again, what I would do is I would probably actually make him sound younger. Like, I would do the accent the same way I do it, but I wouldn't like, he wouldn't be quite as gruff. He'd be more soft spoken. But with this one, it's completely unintentional.
Hey, I mean, I still like that because, you know, I mean, the characters are getting older, Asgore's getting older in a sense, and, you know, even though he probably can't age anymore since Azrael's gone, but...
he got older in his soul.
Yes, he got older in wisdom and in spirit.
And in the amount of crap he had to go through.
Yes, oh my god. Jesus.
But basically, so the reason I brought this up is because eventually I kind of come into my own where I know how to voice the character in a way that I like. Or at least like well enough. It took me a long time to get to a point where I liked my asgore voice. But not only am I not doing a voice that, like I said, not only am I like unsure of how to do the voice in this, but I'm like actively not confident in my performance either, because like I didn't really like I didn't have a lot of acting experience up to this point, and so not only like not to say I couldn't, but I didn't really know exactly what I was doing, and then the like lack of confidence about the voice on top of that. Like as this video goes on, you will hear me steadily get more confident in my performance. It's like, it doesn't get to a point where I like it, but it gets to a point where it's like, okay, this is tolerable, at least in my opinion. But no, this is the first one. And it's funny because I remember when you brought me on, I thought for some reason that, like, you were way further along on this comic than you actually were. Like, it was, like, I could have sworn it was like 20 episodes you'd already done. And before Asgore finally shows up. No, apparently it's like first 10 episodes. He's in the 9th right there. There he is.
Yep, there he is.
Yeah, I completely misconstrued that time frame.
It's okay, I kind of did too. So
anyway, let's go!
Let's go!
I remember this one and the one with alphys kind of came out at the same time. So with both the glimpse into both of the people and Gaster's life outside of all of the torture. So there it was like, does Gaster have any friends? Does anybody know he's doing this? And I was like, well, now that you say that.
Now that you've given me the perfect opportunity.
Yeah. So then alphys and then Asgore here. So, you know. And it's just that it's also for a reader, this is the first one you get is with alphys, and you get a sense of who he is and the other people in his life. And then you run in, and now you get to see Asgore, and that's the other major person in his life. So you have an idea of what's going on around Gaster that would have led to him making all of these terrible decisions. But I did love him just falling into the flowers, too.
Zane, not to interrupt, but I just got a warning on my thing that says, warning, the stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate. What do I do about that?
Oh, don't worry, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, as long as you don't start breaking up or anything. Not
Here,
to
let me
jinx
pull
it.
the stream back up real quick to make sure. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good. It's,
okay, I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you on that.
Chad, is everything good? Everything fine?
Yeah.
The stream isn't dying. You can hear us all perfectly fine. We good? Salutations!
Yeah, I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, everything looks good. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just because we've dropped a few frames. At least that's what my thing is saying. My streaming software is saying. But
Krypton says I can hear.
I can hear. Yes, it is fine. Excellent.
Okay, perfect. Yay.
I remember. Sorry, I just saw this comment. I remember telling my non-Undertale friend ages ago about Handplates, and then thinking it was a funny name. So I had to explain the premise. It's so confusing, honestly.
What is Handplates about? Well,
you're gonna think differently.
Yeah, that's a thing.
It's like, okay, so it's about this guy. He's a skeleton, and he tortures these children who are also skeletons, and
they're his children.
They're kind of his clones. And...
yeah, it's kind of a weird gray area.
So it's some wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, sciencey stuff.
Exactly. Anyway. Frames were dropped earlier, but it seems fine now. Yeah, that seems to be the trend. Everything's running well enough. It's a little framey from time to time.
As long as we have internet.
Yes, as long as everything's good, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Back to it. Oh, by the way, real quick, hold on, I just remembered. This video, I want to say, came out in 2017, right?
I believe, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
that's
no,
when we started.
I was 16 at the time I recorded these lines. I am now 22 years
19.
old.
I was 19.
Wow.
So yeah, this is... Years have passed, dude!
Oh yeah.
Years have passed!
Passed.
Anyway. Onward!
Stout.
Ugh.
He's so tiny. I always love that.
I'm alright.
He seems so
I
big and
must have
scary to the brothers,
gotten
but when you
dizzy.
see him with asgore, he just looks tiny.
Gaster, I'm
Little
really starting
bean.
to worry about you. You're working too hard.
Asgore looks really weird on
It's
this
taking a
page.
toll
I
on
hadn't
your
drawn
health.
him seriously for like
Whatever it
very
is
much up to
can't
this
be
point.
that important.
He looks really wonky.
I'm very close to a breakthrough.
You can see
I'm
as
sure
the
of it.
comic goes
I'm
along,
gonna get us all out of
Asgore
here.
smooths
You'll
out.
see.
In these
I'm
early
all right.
stages, he just
I
looks very
just
strange.
need more time.
Look at your hands. They look worse every time I see them.
I actually like
Are
that
they
delivery.
giving you trouble?
Yeah.
I know you said it was an accident, but
Please, I've asked that we not talk about this.
I'm not sure I believe you. I understand that you want to get us out of here, but it's not worth tearing yourself to pieces. This isn't your burden to bear. When the time comes, and the lasso falls,
His horn shape changed
Hi.
quite a bit.
we'll break the barrier and do what has to be done. That is my duty as king. But my duty is also to my people and my friends. And your well-being is more important to me than anything you're working on. I don't want you hurting yourself, not for any reason. I can't lose you too. Stop pushing yourself so hard. It's not your responsibility. Take care of yourself, and I will take care of the barrier.
Gaster doesn't say anything. Just dying inside.
Some tea will help you relax. You can go back to work after you unwind a little. All right?
If you insist. You've always been too gentle and too kind. You don't have the same darkness inside that I have.
I do remember some
If
people
anyone
laughing
should be
about that.
making
It's a very
such
teen,
sacrifices,
angsty thing to
it
say,
will
but
be me.
You don't
I
understand.
Gaster
will
gets-
get out of here. No
Gaster
matter
gets
the
very
cost.
dramatic when it comes to goat parents.
And you will never have to kill
I
anyone
mean, rightfully
again.
so.
He does.
I will make sure.
He has such a huge blind spot for them. It's really amusing to me. He's seen Asgore tear people up during the war, but he's like, no, you're very gentle and kind.
It's like, this man has
Right.
literally murdered people before. I mean, sure, like, in self-defense, but he's murdered people before.
Well, Gaster was a kid at the time, so he probably didn't actually see those murders, you know?
Asgore's never done anything wrong in his entire life.
Totally.
Gaster-
No, not at all.
Not even
And
the
neither is
children in his
Toriel, never.
basement.
Never,
Not
nothing.
Let's
our
see,
blood on his
Malakin-
hands, nothing like that.
Malikan Zero in chat says, "Why do they send Baby Man to be science?" Yeah, why do they send Baby Man to be science, Zarla? Huh? You got an answer for that?
Why
It's the
do they
humans'
science?
fault. It's all the humans' fault.
Anyway, onward.
Entry number. Steady progress at a rapid rate.
This page is a
They
lot
can
of fun.
speak in sentences now.
Yeah, it is.
Subject 1 is quiet and soft-spoken. A lowercaser, I'm sure. Without much attention to detail and taken to mumbling.
Which means
2,
Sans
however,
like slurs
is
his
more
words
confident
together,
and clear
and also
with
drops
S,
those punctuation.
Like myself. A voice that
I don't know
demands
what you're
attention.
talking about.
It does not matter what their
This is the
fonts
first
are.
time the whole font
I did not
idea comes
notice,
up. Me and Mal
and it
helped
does
work
not
this
matter.
out together, how
They
this
cry
works.
and carry on.
So, me and Mal in the chat, we worked out how this the whole font thing worked like around this point. Because I knew at this point that like they were speaking Wingdings, and that later on that was going to be an issue when they left because nobody was able to understand them. And I was trying to think like how would I explain the font they're speaking in with their actual fonts later on? Like how does Gaster know what their real fonts are? And so then that's why there's a mention there. He could see, like, I think it mentioned in his book when he talks about it later, is that he can see what their actual fonts are when they talk. Like, I couldn't draw this when I had to do this, but if you can imagine, like, they are speaking Wingdings, but like Sans' letters in Wingdings are very small, and they're kind of fat and round, like Comic Sans. And Papyrus's are very tall and lanky, like Papyrus. They're the same Wingding symbols, but,
It's
know,
like
they're...
wingding symbols, but in like the styles of their respective fonts.
Yeah, exactly.
Clever.
So Gaster
it's
could
clever.
Yeah, Gaster could tell that like their fonts were sans and papyrus, but he just pretended not to notice. And he wrote it down and he crossed it out because he didn't want to think think about it. Because he was like, no, they don't have fonts like a
it was in the back of his
skeleton
head, all right.
It's
Yeah,
like
he knew.
it's like I didn't notice. Names them 1S and 2P.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, are you sure
like,
about
no.
that, Bucko?
Yeah, I didn't notice. I don't care. Who cares? I don't care. It's like he did care. He did care a lot.
That's the hilarious thing. Or not hilarious, but interesting thing. I remember recently I watched a video by oh god, I can't remember the channel name now. It was like
Catholic Pasta?
Red and Blue. They do like I mean that's not the name of their channel, but like that's what they go by on their channels. Or on their channel.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who that could be.
They do oh dang, I can't remember for the life of me now. Okay, well basically the point is they done a video, or Red had done a video on like unreliable narrators and like the different kinds of them in like various different stories, like the tropes behind them and things like that. And I find it very interesting that like there are multiple instances here with Gaster as our narrator of him being entirely unreliable. And like he will lie through his teeth. Like in certain circumstances, you know, and it's like it's very interesting because it like eventually you start to pick up the pattern and you realize that he's lying about these things, and it's like, oh, I see how it is. All right. It's like, this is how you feel, you know. Eventually you see that the narrator is being unreliable, that Gaster's being unreliable, and that you eventually you're overly sarcastic productions, thank you. Yeah, and eventually like you're able to be like, okay, this is how he actually feels. You know, without him having to come out and say it directly. Like, oh, this is how I feel. No, he says like this, and this, and that alludes, and these are all lies that allude to him actually feeling this way. And it's
exactly.
Excellent use of unreliable narrator.
He's constantly lying to himself.
I love dissecting like stories and stuff like that, and so it's like just being able to like actually talk a bit of shop about Handplates is so great. Because genuinely, like, a lot of people compliment the comic as a whole, but like just outright I'm gonna say like you are an excellent writer.
Oh, thank you.
like very good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Like I
tried very hard.
I have seen far more popular things with with like poorer writing skills.
Oh jeez.
So it's like fucking excellent. Let's see.
But yeah, the whole font thing was a big, complicated thing. I was worried at the reveal that people might think it was a cop out, but everybody rolled with it pretty well. So I was glad for that, because it's alluded to like in this bit here, and I think maybe a few other times, that they're speaking wingdings and not their actual fonts. So when alphys finds them, there's a reveal that she can't understand them.
Yeah, and she tries sign language, and they don't understand that. So.
Yeah, exactly, because Gaster never taught them.
That is hilarious.
It's like there's no reason they can understand him.
Mess you got yourselves into.
It's like they have no reason to use it. Like they're not gonna talk to anyone ever.
They can understand me. I can understand them.
I'm gonna keep them down here in my basement forever. You know, that's totally not deranged behavior.
This is a totally tenable plan that will never fall apart.
Exactly.
No, not at all.
It's funny. This just reminded me. I saw like a comic. Like I was it was last night. Last night I was looking for like if there was a page where Gaster glowed his natural color, and I couldn't find it. But what I did find is I found like a fan comic called Handplates Abridged. And there's
I think I saw that.
And it's hilarious because there's this moment where like it takes Gaster's ineptitude and cranks it up to 11.
At 12.
And it's hilarious because there's this scene in it where like Gaster is like trying to smuggle food to the brothers. Oh
no! Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about now.
And like he just grabs this giant ream of bananas and is like dragging it through his lab with like asgore and like alphys there, like trying to figure out what the hell he's doing. Because it's like he's been dragging so much food down there lately. What's going on? It's like because he's got to keep the brothers fed.
And doesn't he slip on a banana peel that takes him all the way to the core and sends him to the edge?
It does. But it's hilarious because he lands on the handrail and he's like, "Wow, I'm glad this handrail was here." And then the flippin' shoe hits him and he falls over the edge.
Yes, it's so good. I love that one. It's so good.
But yeah, and then literally, I can't remember which one it was, but either Asgore or Alphys is like, maybe he's pregnant, and it's like honestly, not far off, surprisingly. It's like not correct, but you're not wrong.
Well, I mean, yes and no.
The one comic where the pirate is like, "Oh yeah, he gave birth to us," and Gaster's like, "Don't say it like that."
I did that one.
Like you did. We came out of you. Isn't that giving birth to someone?
You didn't come out of me. I made you. There's a difference.
Sam's just laughing on the side. It's just very funny to me. The whole scenario was so weird.
Just a maniacal laughter from Sans in the background. Anyway, back to it.
Whenever I have to separate them. But I cannot risk leaving them alone unsupervised, until Subject 2 can understand one's condition.
What's that mean?
It means that if you hurt Subject 1 even a little, even by accident, he will die.
What's die?
It means that he will turn to dust, and you will never see him again. Stop crying, I am talking to you.
Gaster just doesn't sugarcoat it at all.
Too has been very careful.
Like, no, he'll just be dead.
Entry number...
Why are you crying?
Since I moved them into the same room, they are...
Gaster out here is straight up like, oh, what was it? What was that one scene from Dragon Ball Z Abridged? There's like this...
Oh, no.
There's this scene where, like, one of the characters is explaining death. And it's like, he says, like, things are born, and they live. And then they die. Oh, no, it was SAO Abridged. Heathcliff, or like Kayaba Akihiko, who's like the creator of the game, is like explaining that if you die in the game, you die in real life. But but it's like no one like is understanding him, and he's like trying to explain it in the simplest terms, like things are born, and then they live, and then they die. And I was like, what? And then he just pulls up like this image from scanners where the guy's head explodes, and everyone's like, oh no! And it's like this right now. It's like Gaster is straight up just Kayaba Akihiko.
No exploding heads, please.
It's like, I'm going to explain this in the simplest terms possible. Things are born and then they die.
Why is this child crying when I talk about death? I don't understand.
Much quieter and easier to work with. They chatter constantly. Entry number... Whenever I go to see them, they are holding or touching each other. They are desperate for physical contact. At least they won't ask it from me. They even sleep like that. It doesn't seem like it'd be comfortable. Sometimes their souls glow in unison.
I was having little dreams.
I believe it is when they are dreaming. Entry number... They are voracious eaters. Given their rapid development, it makes sense. Out of curiosity, I gave them half a portion one night to see what they would do.
So how did
they split the difference. I suspect given only a crumb, they'd find a way to share it. I don't know where they learned to be so selfless with each other. It's not a trait I think would be inborn. Entry number... I gave them one pillow to see who would assert dominance and claim it for their own. When I checked on them, they'd torn it up and were playing with the stuffing. Entry number...
Innocent
babies.
They never stop asking me questions. At least their vocabulary...
They just left the fluff in there for them to play with.
What is... disappointing?
Specimen?
Alternating current?
Electricity?
Marrow?
Calcium?
Laser?
Forbidden?
I had to think of things that Gaster would be saying.
I did make an annoying error once while I was distracted.
It's like some of them are innocuous and other ones are like, wait a minute.
What are we? Is he... me? Am I him?
No, you are not the same person.
Then, what are we?
You are things. Though, I suppose technically one could say you are brothers.
Brothers? He's my brother?
Are you our brother too?
No, I made
Gaster would grow to regret
But-
this moment for the rest of its
What are you?
existence.
Hey, what?
Gaster,
are you
you're
us?
slipping
What
up.
are you to us?
Quiet.
Just, what are you to us? And then
They
the
unfortunately
that question
latched
haunts
onto
the
the
entire
word.
rest of the comic.
Rather this, rather that.
The
Perhaps
pirate
they'll grow
asks
out
it
of
so
it.
innocuously, and
I
Gaster's
should have
like,
been more
oh no,
careful
they're
with
on to
my
me.
wording. Things
It's like, I
cannot
can't
be
answer this question.
brothers. Entry
I
number.
had to figure out a way for them
They're
to
starting to
have
read.
brother or no
I'm being
brother because they,
careful about what
they
I
were
give them.
already using it at this point. So I'm like, I gotta find a way for them to learn the word brother, but how? And then it finally came to me here.
Honestly, I think that's like the perfectly seamless way to do it.
Yeah.
Because like it's just like at the threshold of like, you know, Gaster is just kind of incompetent enough where he'd let this slip. You know, it's like he's trying to keep completely detached, but he'd totally use a sentimental word like this to describe
Yeah,
something.
Like in his head, like he just thinks like brothers, and he just tries not to acknowledge it. Like
So-
they're brothers. Nope, can't think of that.
But
They're
it's like
specimens.
it's so like organically delivered that it's like this, good job.
I don't want them getting
tough.
ideas about the outside world. Subject 1 is a fast learner. 2, less so. He struggles with reading, and my hope is that he inherited my... It's a physical problem with his eyes and not a mental one. Bad eyes can be fixed.
Inheritance.
Even with one's help, he has difficulty.
And he does
He
have bad
interprets
eyes, and then
even the
Gaster doesn't do
clearest
anything about
directions
it.
in the
He doesn't
strangest
fix
No,
it at
he
all.
doesn't.
Like I
He has
find
mercy plates though. He gives him glasses.
in Mercy Plates, Papyrus gets glasses. Flipping
Yeah, he
even at the end of Handplates, Gaster didn't do anything about Papyrus's eyesight.
He just
I mean,
didn't. He just forgot.
he probably forgot about it. Yeah.
It would be cute if like he did notice that that Papyrus is squinting, and he was like, "Oh yeah."
Yeah, I just
But it'd be like the Mercy Plate scenario again, but it'd still be cute.
I'm just imagining this like mini comic like after the end of like the main series where like Gaster's just like kind of sitting there on the couch or something, and like Papyrus is like doing something that requires his eyesight, and like he's really struggling with it. And Science kind of like walks up to help him, and Gaster kind of looks over, realizes Papyrus is struggling with like seeing what's on the paper, and he's like, "That's right, I forgot."
Like, oh my god! And just runs out of the room.
And like just books it out of the room, and they're like, "What's that about?" And then he comes back with a pair of glasses, and he's like, "Here."
It's like, oh yeah, I should have. Well,
These will probably help that.
It's deeply awkward all around.
Uh,
Old Papyrus be happy.
Awkward.
Oh my god.
And there's the picture.
Just like
It was
Yeah,
always-
the picture.
I was always intending for that to be the picture that you find in the lab, in Sansa's lab.
Correct.
So I
I
set
have
it
a
up here.
feeling.
Yeah, I set it up here because I was like, I'm gonna establish it, and then I'll find a way to move it into the lab eventually. But I gotta make sure it's here first.
Gaster
And-
keeps it safe despite everything.
Yeah, I forget what that paper says. It's something like a word question. It was something like, how many bones does a skeleton have, or something like that. I forget.
I think that's what you said before.
Yeah.
Like how many bones a skeleton has.
Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know. It's a essay question or something like a test question, and then Fires just do a little picture instead. Oh, and the picture does have a picture of him with his actual face. It's another one of the glimpses you get of his real face behind the lost soul head as it goes on.
Ah, yeah. So by this point, you had figured out what he looked like under the
Yeah, at this
lily.
point, I had an idea. I'm trying to remember when I came up with this design in terms of like the
So
comic timeline. Not
here's a question. This is not the question that I had referred to earlier that I'd forgotten. This is a different question. So why did you give Gaster the eye? And I mean, like, I can assume a couple answers, that either being that, you know, as like an allusion to the fact that, like, you know, he was there for the war, like, you know, a physical scar of like his past trauma, but also maybe to like parallel him to Sans more closely.
Actually, like when I came up with Gaster's design, I was somewhere. I just had my sketchbook and I didn't have an internet connection, so like I was trying to remember what the sprite looks like in that secret room.
Guys, oh my god, our streams lasted for almost 2 hours now.
I forgot
Yeah.
he had the droopy eye. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that sprite had a droopy eye. I could not remember exactly what it looked like though. I just remembered that there was a bad eye on it. So I was like, I should. So I tried to. For a second, I tried to remember it, and then I was like, yeah, I'll try and mix the two brothers together instead. And so eventually I just kind of felt out this sort of head shape that he had, and then I was like, no, he should have the wonky eye, just like the sprite does, and that'll maybe tie them together. And so I gave him the closed eye, and then later I looked at the sprite and I was like, wow, I wasn't even close.
Isn't it
But that's
on
why
the other side?
Yeah, no, it isn't. It's the right side, but
Oh,
his
okay.
face looks very different. Like the sprite looks very different face-wise than he does in this. So that's why Gaster always looks so different compared to other Gasters. It's because I drew it from memory and I couldn't remember what he actually looked like. So he really just became more of a combination of Sans Papyrus's faces instead.
I mean, to be
That's
fair,
more
when
Papyrus
he
than
shows
Sans.
up later after having fallen into the void, like he does look like his sprite.
Yeah, he
it's
does.
Like,
He's
I
much
think,
closer.
I think that's like a very like good explanation. Like, oh, you know,
Yeah.
he fell into the void. He's all wonky now. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like before
Here's a
he had a
question.
normal face.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here's a question. How did he keep his glasses the whole time after being in the void?
Why do his blasters have glasses?
Because it's cute.
Well, no, I mean, why didn't his glasses just melt off?
You see,
Yeah. Well, that's the question. Well, let's see. I'm trying to think about this, like, because the void was not like a physical place. Like, as he mentions, he describes it when he fell in, he was disseminated into like a million little pieces, and and those got scattered all across the world, and it was only when he managed to find their brothers and like latch more onto them that he was able to form a more physical body again. So like his face, I'm trying to think of like the only things that would have remained were the things that were directly connected to the brothers, which were his hands and his face. And like I'm trying to remember why he would have had his glasses there. They didn't fall off when he fell, so I guess they just stayed where they were. That tape is really powerful. But yeah, like he just manifested with them, I guess. They're just a part of his body.
Man, that's spooky. Spooky
Yeah.
way of putting it.
Yeah. He just attached them. And the blasters, the appearance of the blasters is related to the person summoning them.
Yeah.
So that's
I was, when I had asked that question, my brain immediately, in the writer bastard fashion that it likes to do, was like, oh, wait a minute. A monster's magic is directly correlated to the personality of the monster casting it, so of course they'd have glasses.
Yeah. And Papyrus's blaster has googly eyes as well, which always amused me. You don't see it too often because it is very silly, but his blaster does have googly eyes. So.
So that's where Papyrus gets it from.
Papyrus has googly eyes. And then Gaster's has glasses because I thought I would. I don't know, I thought it's cute. But also, it helps differentiate him.
It's very fitting for him.
Yeah. But yeah, like his wonky eye, I haven't decided how he got the wonky eye. Still, even after all this time, like if he was born with it or if something happened to him that broke the eye, I'm not, I haven't decided. Could be one or the other, really.
Gotcha.
I've never settled on it, but design-wise, it's because of the sprite. Like so like the easiest, like it's either he got bored with it or he lost it in the war. Could be either one. Whatever seems more dramatic to you, I suppose.
All right. So before we get back into it, someone in the chat, Deja Vu 666 asks, how do I keep motivation for working on my own comic? Do you have any tips on that?
It's difficult, I will say. One of the things, well, I think one thing that helps is if you set up things really far in advance, then you want to make it to that point to finish the loop. Like, let's say with this picture, for example, I've set this up now, and it's only going to pay off, a lot of comics later. So, thinking like, well, I have to make it to that point so this pays off. Like, I've made a sort of promise to myself that I put this in here to pay it off. And that can help motivate you to get to that point. Like, I set this up, I might as well see it to the end.
Basically,
again,
be good at writing.
Yeah. Setting up a schedule is very handy. Like, on a certain day, like I want to do I want to post a page on a certain day. Like, I know some people work with like backlogs of comics they already have finished. I never did. I always posted the page like pretty much instantly after I finished it. So like I never had a backlog. But once you set up like on the day and think like, okay, the day's coming up, I gotta do it. Like, and if you keep that schedule up and try to keep to it no matter what happens, eventually your brain will adjust to it. And if you start like wavering off of it, your brain will be like, will start reminding you to do it. And if you keep doing that enough, then your brain will start getting really annoying if you don't do it.
Oh yeah.
So to make that feeling stop, you end up having to do it. It's very difficult though. And of course it helps if you're also doing other little silly things with it, that are much lighter, funnier, like exploring other ideas at the same time to just keep the whole world kind of fresh in your mind. I was doing a lot of little silly side comics and stuff, just expanding different things while this was going on. So that meant I always had like new ideas to play with and stuff like that. So even if I wasn't doing a main comic, I had a bunch of like other little fun things I could do instead. And that kept me in the kind of the right headspace for it, I guess.
Oh yeah,
and of course,
that's like a good point, because it's like at the same time, when it comes to like stories, like inevitably you'll have a point that's kind of a slog to get through.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And so it's like, being able to like step aside for a moment and do something related to keep you in that headspace, but like not of that particular part that's like bumming you out or whatever, like
exactly.
Being able to like, like keep that focus while doing something different is like really, like, that's a good point. That's really important.
Yeah, it helps. And, especially the little silly things are, easy and fun to do. If your main comic is really serious and a lot of effort. Like the Handplates pages took a long time to do. Like just doing a little joke like on this side was, refreshing. And what else? Let's see. Like I would have trouble with like focusing sometimes. So sometimes I'd set up like streams where I would draw, and so like people would be watching me draw, and that helped me stay focused on the page itself and not just get distracted by something else.
Yeah, I mean, whatever motivates you.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hilarious because I'm the exact opposite. Like if I live stream and try to do work, I get distracted horribly. Like I can't. It's like I am straight up like chat's moving. Cool. Okay, what's going on? Like immediately just stop what I'm doing.
Yeah, but like motivation is hard. That's the hardest thing about, especially a long-term project like a comic, because it takes forever for it to pay off. It's like animation. Like it takes a long time to even make like a few seconds of animation. And the comic's the same way. It took a very long time. Was it like 7.5 years for me to make like 200, 300 comic pages? 10 hours by the dub estimate you said. 7.5 years. It's a long time. You got to really be in there for the long haul. That's the hardest thing about doing a webcomic. But it helps if you figure out what you're doing, or at least if you have like a plot outline. That helps. Because then you can set up cool stuff you want to get to. Where like I was doing like these early comics pages and thinking like, well, Sansa's gonna push Gaster in the core eventually. It's gonna be so cool. I want to be able to draw that. I just got to get there. And or, like
Sansa's gonna murder a guy.
Yeah, it's gonna be so cool and satisfying. I gotta set that up. It's gonna be really neat, and you can set up like cool plot points ahead of time to motivate you to get to them. It's like, okay, I'm gonna get to eventually, but I gotta set up all this other stuff first. Yes, I pushed him in. Then I have to set up a new one. It's like, now I get to draw Asgore playing with the brothers. It's gonna be really cute. And then you just set up a new goal each time and you just kind of aim for that. It's gotta be something you want to draw, or like a scene that you think is really cool. Because you want to, see people's reactions to it and be like, I wonder what people will think about this. And that also is a fun motivation. But it's tough. There's no
totally agree.
One solid answer, but there's a lot of different ways you can try and keep yourself going. But it is very challenging, as most creative things are.
And then the other thing is, like, when it comes to making things, it's like a lot of these are really good tips, but at the same time, it's not one size fits all.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
One of my favorite examples is like, so Zarla, I assume you're a planner, right? Like you plan things out way out.
Yeah, after a certain point, it seems like I stumble into an idea first, and then after a certain point, then I immediately start planning like the entire thing out.
But
never from the beginning. It's always an accident, and then once I get at a certain point in, I have to like start planning things ahead of time. But not everybody does that.
It's like Akira Toriyama, like creator of Dragon Ball, like he's literally by the seat of his pants kind of guy. It's like he literally just like craps the stuff out of his mind in like 5 seconds, and it's like, how do you tell these complex stories from like no outline at all? What are you doing?
Yeah. And some people work best that way.
It's
like,
genuinely
that really works
crazy. Because it's like I'm very much a planner. It's like I plan literally everything. I world build compulsively too. Which isn't the best, because most of the time you aren't going to see any like of the details I'm world building. They're purely for me to keep track of everything.
Yeah. Well, on that note, actually, I'm not sure if if you're like a planner or a panther, as they say, but a friend of mine actually was very much a planner. Like he had tons and tons of these really elaborate ideas, and he spent a lot of time like working them out and working the world out and stuff like that. And the scale of them would be so massive that he'd be too intimidated to actually start on any of them because it would just be such a huge endeavor. And then finally, he was just really frustrated and angry at one point, and he just started just like banging out a comic, like just page by page. He just like worked it out completely off the top of his head, just like improvised the whole thing. And he finished it, and as the pages went on, he just got more of a sense of what was happening. He was like, I wonder why this guy is doing this, or I wonder why this guy back here is not participating, and he just slowly kind of filled out these questions. And then from that, he ended up doing a massive project. Like that first comic he did turned into like a 5-comic graphic novel series, and there's like a sequel coming out. And he was always, he says that he was glad that he just did it, like without planning it, because otherwise he would have been paralyzed by how big the project would have been. Like him throwing himself into it without a plan really worked for him. And I think to an extent that it worked for me with like Handplates and Defrag too, where I just kind of did an idea real quick without thinking about how it would pan out. And then after a certain point, that it just flowers out naturally. But I think if you're like a planner, it's easy to make like a huge amount of lore that's just too scary or too big to deal with, and then you just don't do it. So in that case, sometimes it could just be handy to just go for it, just do an idea and then see what happens. And that really worked for my friend, and it might work for you too. I don't know what kind of writer you are, but each method, everybody has their own method, basically.
Completely.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah. So if one doesn't work for you, you might as well try a different one.
All right.
Right.
Onward.
Shall we continue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
He seems intent on sabotaging himself at every turn. One, at least, seems very clever.
Why don't we ever see anyone else down here? Are we a secret or something?
Perhaps too much for his own good at times.
That's also
Entry number...
foreshadowing for later.
They smile when I come to see them. They ask me what I do outside. They ask me if they can go outside. Entry number...
They really just suspected nothing. Well, Sam suspected.
My hand.
So they really had no
Entry
idea.
Number... I've made a huge mistake.
It always makes you think of Arrested Development. It's a serious line, but it does make me think of Arrested Development.
I've waited too long. The project is in danger. My objectivity is at risk of being compromised.
Stop lying to yourself.
I cannot afford
It's not compromised.
They are still
Turn back!
compromised.
Turn back,
But
please!
no more time can be wasted. Even this, in the end, was a foolish diversion.
Actually, like, I'll watch
It
them
does
grow
not
up. That'll
matter
mean
if
I
they
won't
can
get attached to them.
understand.
Oh no!
It does
How
not
could this
matter
have
what
happened?
they look like, or if they can think, or what they feel. This is not what I made them for.
But they're just
I
having
need
fun. They don't know.
to regain my focus.
Also, Phoenix,
I need to
excellent
regain
use
control.
of the Gaster
I
theme
need
here.
to remember why
Thank you.
I am doing
It's so
this.
ominous. Always loved it.
I
So
slowed it
sweet.
down.
My
It's
things
Nix's
look like
version.
You and Subject
that's right.
1 don't look alike, now do you?
I guess not.
That's
I
another
knew
thing about
when I
why
began what
the Gaster's
this
hands look different than theirs. That was a nod to that. Like, because his hands don't look like theirs. He has, like, doll hands and feet. But, also Sans and Papyrus don't look very familiar, like, similar to each other either. So, like that, they each have little physical differences. That was, like, my quick way to explain that.
Skeletons have a lot of different shapes.
Exactly.
entail. I knew what I'd have to do. I knew there'd be no going back, no forgiveness. Decisions were made all for this greater purpose, to create these living tools. To even consider such selfish
That shot was setting up for the war.
mentality
At this
against
point, I already knew about that,
There
but
was
we hadn't
only
had any
one
hints of that up
choice.
to this point.
There is only one choice. I told myself I'd make whatever sacrifices necessary to achieve my goals. I'm not going back on my word. I'm the only one who can do this. Who will do this. There are no other options.
The other one is sitting right there.
Out of here.
Literally on the right. Press it. Press it.
I love that.
No matter what it takes. The greatest
Damn
test
it, you
of
big
my
dummy.
strength. I am.
In the early stages, I
determined.
thought about having the mercy fight
Can
button
you
show
move?
up again during the confrontation in the
No.
void they have with him. But
It-
by the time I
it's
got there, I was
great.
like, nah, it's not necessary.
I-
But in early
I'm
theories,
scared.
I wanted to do a callback to that. But, in the end, I didn't go with it.
You know, sometimes you need to kill your darlings.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes you have an idea that you think is really good, and then it's like, ah.
Yeah, exactly. So that was like a little... Well, it did come back in a way when Zarfox was doing it during the murder run. But, like, that's just early on, and, sometimes ideas change
shit.
like that.
I picked a scab I shouldn't. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yeah, stupid human habits.
And this is why we don't pick scabs.
I'm bleeding out over here.
I'm dying! Ah!
I'm dying.
Oh, these panels are great. What was it? I think it's my friend Robin who did it, where it was like, I'm scared. It's like, hi, I'm scared. I'm dead. Oh, it's terrible. I always liked calling this one bad choices, too, as well. Because that's what it was, a choice, as much as he tells himself it's not. He very deliberately made a choice to do this. Just something that got hammered on a lot when they have the actual confrontation with him in the void as well. So something I wanted to make very clear.
Liam Langan says, man, this show was my childhood. Thanks for making me feel old.
Been hearing a lot of that from people lately. It's a strange thought.
So, very
Like, sorry, go ahead.
very interesting. When I first started voice acting when I was 16. So this was actually pretty early into my, like, when I started voicing Asgore here, this was very early into my, like, voice acting existence. But I had the chance to work with multiple people who were a lot older than me. In fact, a couple of the people who voiced in my videos in the early days, like, one of them I think was, like, in his, like, late 20s. Or no, he was like in his early to mid 20s. And it's funny because, like, looking at it now, a lot of the people that are coming into the voice acting scene in the fandom, they're the, like, same age I was. And it's like, now
I am not dead.
And it's like, now I'm in that position. And it's like, wow, it's really come full circle, hasn't it?
It is weird. Like,
What I miss?
We're talking about age.
Yes.
Sorry, Zarla,
Very
continue.
fickle thing.
Just people. It's interesting to know that people grew up with your work and now they're making their own work that's been influenced by your work. It's like it's amazing thought to me.
Huh.
It's like it's the most flattering thing you can get as an artist, I think.
Entirely.
See that you've inspired somebody else.
I agree 100%.
I'm sometimes alarmed by how young people say they were when they watch this series.
Oh, completely.
I know, like,
completely.
people
It's
say they
like,
were in
I was
middle
8
school,
when I
you know?
watched this. It's like, what? No!
I didn't intend
watch
this
that?
for children.
Why
But,
would
I mean,
watch
I was
this as an 8-year-old? What's wrong with you?
I was also an edgy kid, so it doesn't. Like, I'm not surprised by it, but it is kind of like I didn't make this
Not
for
what's
kids.
wrong with you, but you know.
Not intended for you guys. But
No.
for a lot of people, they watch it very young.
Yeah.
That's surprising, honestly.
See, Azera, to answer your question, the name Radek was the name that Zarla used in, like, all the... Sorry, my brain.
Radek?
My brain just died.
Radek is the name I use whenever a game lets me name a character, or at least name the person I'm playing as. So, like Dragon Warrior, Final Fantasy, Secret of Mana, Fallout, Earthbound, any game that lets you name the main character, I always name them Radek. Ever since I was a kid. And so when I play Undertale, I named him Radek. And then the murder run blew my mind, basically. For reasons I'd guess that maybe it didn't for other people, but it was very impactful to me for that exact reason.
Excellent. Thanks for answering.
We
that
continue?
Again. Yes, let's continue.
Oh yeah, there's the tan room again.
You should be scared of me.
And the drill came back.
I will not
Yeah, it set up the drill.
fail.
This classic thing. And people wondered if I was actually going to, if I was going to show him drilling it in. I was like, no, it's much better if you just imagine it. So I think somebody asked me to draw that happening to them, and I was like, nah. It's better in your mind.
Are you
it's much
okay?
scarier.
No.
But no, that's the thing, is like that's a very good point you just made, that like, you know, anything that you can imagine is way worse than anything I could draw.
Exactly.
The
So like
ambiguity makes it worse.
Yeah. You just have to imagine what happened. It's gonna be way worse than anything I would have actually drawn. And that's the point. So you just get the aftermath.
Begged me, screamed at me to stop. When I did not,
Oh boy.
they called out for their brother to save them. When they did not, they called out for someone, anyone, to help them.
Sort of an Earthbound reference, but not
nobody
quite.
came.
So it's an obscure
Nobody
one, but
came.
We must all learn at some point.
And that was a fun
It is done.
callback to do.
And I must admit, a part of me is curious now what they will do. Their limited worldview must be
But it also
completely
works if you
shattered.
haven't played the game too, which is nice.
What will they build out of the pieces?
I know some people have told me they read the comic
Do
without
they even
ever playing the game or
understand what
knowing
will
anything
happen to
about
them?
it, which would be a very interesting experience, I think.
I mean, that's the interesting thing, is like, sure, it takes place in like Undertale, you know, it's like Undertale characters and stuff like that, but it's a very standalone story in a lot of regards. It's
Yeah,
like-
I mean,
it's
there are
like you
things
don't-
that I don't explain because I assume you've played the game, and that's where people get caught up in it. But
Mhm.
other than that, it seems like it holds up pretty well.
But yeah, it's like
It's its own story.
large amount of it is just like, oh yeah, no, you pick it up as you go. You know, it's like there it is. It's like most of the logic is self-contained, and anything that isn't is like basic Undertale lore.
Yeah, exactly. can kind of get it from context.
Yeah.
How will they adapt to this new paradigm? What will change?
I saw a few dubbers having trouble with the word paradigm, actually.
Paradigm.
Yeah, they were. I saw one do it as paradigm, and I was like,
Paradigm.
Oh.
And
It was like, I know it's an unusual word, but you know, it's just like, oh.
I find
Not that hard.
I find it very funny because sometimes I see that where it's like I've done a lot of writing, and I've got like friends who've done a lot of writing, and like something will get voiced by someone, or like, oh, I have like some voice actor friends I've had this conversation with before where it's like, wait, how do you not know that word?
Exactly. Some people just, like, they only see the word in writing. They don't actually say it out loud.
Like,
and we all learned eventually.
I remember a
Until you say
Tumblr
it.
post. I can't remember it for the life of me.
Well, I'm glad I said it right.
I can't remember it for the life of me, but there was this Tumblr post talking about like kids who grew up with like, you know, like reading books all the time who never actually got corrected on the pronunciation of various words.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, yeah, no, that's accurate. I had a few of those.
I'll tell you, like, so, you know, you guys know that movie Oppenheimer that came out recently?
Yeah.
Well, apparently when I first said it, I said it as Oppenheimer, and my mom finally corrected me, and she was all like, honey, it's not Oppenheimer, it's German, so it's Oppenheimer.
Well, better be
And I'm
careful
like-
there, bud.
And I was like, oh my god.
Oh, but
It's always embarrassing when that happens. But,
Oh
you know,
god,
that's how
yeah,
you learn.
I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed.
Nobody knows how to pronounce everything exactly
Okay.
the first time.
Okay, look at the chat. How do you all pronounce this word?
Pronounce which word?
The you looking at the chat?
I'm not.
Okay.
I guess I'll open it up.
Here, Epitome.
Oh, epitome.
Thank you. It's epitome. It's epitome. So many people say epitome, and it's like, no,
Yeah.
no, it's
That's what I
not.
thought as a kid, as epitome, and then somebody was like, no, it's epitome. And I was like, oh, okay.
It hurts my soul every time I hear someone say epitome.
English is a dumb language.
Oh, don't get me wrong, it totally is.
So,
it totally is.
It's occasionally dumb.
Pronunciation is a mess. But
Yeah, tell me about it.
Like I before E, except after C, and when Venus is in retrograde, and
Just that and the other.
it's like literally the only way you could make it worse is if you like aligned how you pronounce something with like the like where the planets are in their orbits. It's like that's the only way you could make it worse.
My hand hurts. I can't get it off. I hate it. I hate it. Why did he do this to us?
I knew it. I knew it. I knew we shouldn't. I knew we couldn't trust him.
What did we do wrong? I don't understand. We were good.
Sans still remembers when he spooked him in this cell.
It wasn't us. We didn't do anything wrong. It was him. He wanted to do this to us.
Maybe he was worried we'd get lost.
Bingo.
Exactly. And then it turned out he was actually kind of right.
Yeah.
Are you serious? How can you even say that? How long were you screaming when he drilled that thing into you?
Maybe he had to do it that way.
Yeah, but not for the reason you think. We're just things to him. He's always said that. He doesn't care about us. He's never cared about us. He can do whatever he wants to us, and who's gonna stop him? No one even knows we're down here, and it's not like we can get out.
The realization.
God.
Yup.
Oh my god. What is he gonna do to us? This is just the
Your question
beginning.
is like, how does Sans know the word God? And I was like, how does he know?
It's just gonna get worse. Oh god.
No, he won't. He won't. He's not like that. He's not going to.
Look at your hand, for God's sake. Don't you get what's going on here? Don't you get what we are to him? Don't you get it?
That's not what's gonna happen. He's not gonna hurt us anymore.
Are you joking?
Canalea was really difficult.
What do you think just happened? What on earth do you think is gonna make him stop?
He's not gonna hurt us anymore. I know it. He helped me once. He's not a bad person. He's
not a bad person, except for these. Open your eyes. Can't you tell? He's not gonna stop. Why would he? What has he done for us? Except
he's not going to. He's not.
Whoa, hey.
That noise I was pictured is kind of like a really deep inhale.
Hey,
kind of like
a hear me? Hey,
sort of noise, but that's really hard to do.
Come on,
in text. So I gave it my best shot.
Right? We're
Works.
We're both
and then
okay.
Gar's just like heaving breaths and he's like having a panic attack. Poor thing.
Shh. Breathe. Okay? Just breathe. Try to breathe.
One of the first times that Sans pushes him a little too far. And then it haunts him later on when they're outside of the lab.
Yeah, he do be doing that sometimes.
He didn't know, he was just a kid. They were both still a kid.
It won't get any worse than this. Right?
Honestly, this is one of my favorite early scenes from before.
Just
that.
It does get much worse.
Hold on, I wanna just
Yeah,
it
gets very worse.
Hold on, I'm pulling us back real quick.
Everybody involved.
I'm trying to make sure.
I knew we couldn't trust him.
Hold on.
What are you trying to do?
Hold on, I'm looking for something. Give me a second.
They called out for their brother to save them. When they did not, to help them.
What are you trying to look for?
A lesson we must all
This
learn.
is related to the question I had. I'm pretty sure it was around here, but I can't. I kind of got a little distracted at this part. Let's see. A lesson we almost learned at some point is done. I must admit, a part of me is curious. Now, what they will do. They're limited.
Oh yeah, a lesson we almost learned at some point is him also talking about himself during the war. And he was like, "Oh, nobody will come to help you." It's like that's what I learned, and now you have to learn it. It's like, Gaster, please.
I think I had a question tied to this when I was rewatching, but all I can remember at this point is like, I find it interesting how he's kind of contemplating, like, their trauma response, because he totally like is acknowledging like through roundabout words that he's just traumatized them horribly.
Yeah, he has. He knows he has as well. And he's telling himself like that's what I wanted to do, but he's still really focused on it.
Clearly shaking.
Yeah, and he's also been chain smoking from all the butts around, and he also burned his face out of the picture, which not something that somebody who was perfectly fine with it would do.
Totally. Like, that's totally not a "I don't deserve to be in this image" response.
So much fun to picture like what they were doing, or what he was doing right after it happened. It's like, what were his thought processes? How did he burn the picture?
I don't know. Maybe the question will come back to me. Oh well, onward.
Okay.
If it comes back to you, let us know.
Why did you do that to him?
Will do.
He never did anything to you. He didn't deserve that.
And you did? Does only his suffering matter to you? Interesting.
Why did you
And
make
that's
us?
foreshadowing for later with how
Why are you
Sans would
doing this to
prioritize
us?
Papyrus over him
Someone
at every
making
point.
You do this?
He doesn't
that
care
it?
about his own pain. He only cares about
Do you not have a
Papyrus's pain.
choice?
He did have a choice.
No, I thought I turned this off.
Gaster Echo, I love it.
I just had to.
The little Game Boy,
Yes, Dr. Alphys?
the Game
What
Boy
is it?
styled phone app,
Yes,
which comes
yes.
back later. It came back
Is something
later
wrong?
as that app that Alphys used to
Late?
break into his lab.
Late for what?
It was
Yes,
all
but
important.
That's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yep.
Is it really? Are you sure? I must have lost track of time. I know it's not like me, but
And
I
Sans
haven't gotten much
has
sleep
no idea why
lately.
the hands are moving around because he's never seen Gaster do that
No,
before.
no,
For signing.
Don't worry, I'm fine. I've just had a lot on my mind.
You see, today we would do that muffled
Bro,
effect
bro.
by actually doing it in the software.
How did you get outside?
I snuck away while he wasn't looking. I'm gonna get you out, okay? Then we're gonna get out of here.
Oh, yay! But how?
I'm still working on that part. He does something to the wall when he opens it, doesn't he?
And the
Yeah,
wall
he
panel,
touches
which
that thing
also
over
came
there,
back
I
later.
Maybe you
Yeah,
put your hand on it?
much
Very
later.
significant.
Okay.
And the fact that only one of the lights
It's not
goes
working.
on. Like,
Only one of the lights
setting
went
it
on.
up.
Try using two hands.
He uses only one, though.
Well, his hands are big, and you have little baby hands.
Hey, I do not have baby hands.
You have the most itty-bitty hands, brother, like tiny little...
Little baby hands. Whenever you see Sans, I do try to give him little baby hands.
Apparently I'm going to have to keep a closer eye on you. You're slippery.
I think he gets really baby-looking hands when he's with Gaster.
No,
To be fair,
I was so
Asgore has giant
close.
yowie hands. So.
Are we in trouble?
Yep.
Yes. Under other circumstances, it'd be sufficient to punish only you, Subject 1. But your frailty makes it difficult. So, you both will be coming with me.
Don't hurt him. He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
Think about that the next time you run from me.
You mentioned that was the first time I saw him frown, and that was an accident. I didn't think it was a frown. I guess it just looked more like one of his normal ones, but he was not supposed to be frowning.
Gotcha.
Entry number.
And then that
have a
haunts
theory.
Sans forever.
Both
So he
subjects
feels
glow
responsible
naturally
for
and powerfully,
them being miserable.
unusually so for our
It's all his
species.
fault.
Although, admittedly, there aren't many of us left to compare. I suspect the unique nature
Also
of
just
their
adding
souls
up
has
to
something
Sans's
do with
huge
it,
emotional
but
issues
it
later
needs
on.
proper investigation.
Among other
Oh, that's-
things.
One is his eye sockets
I
are
think I inked
large,
this in Flash
and
too,
the aura of
actually.
his glow is very strong.
Not sure.
He seems the best candidate. If the healing tinge
Nope,
I
he's
sensed is truly
really, he's
present
not. He's not the best
and
candidate.
can be replicated
Big eyes.
or even enhanced,
Big eyes.
maybe there is hope for my eye after all.
Lol, nope.
Entry number... failure.
Yeah, I think I did do this in Flash.
Can I just say that I love this piano? Like I love the Megalovania piano. It's just so
1S
pretty.
is more
It's sad, but
It
it's
is,
pretty.
It is. I can't remember the name of this cover off the top of the cover artist for this off the top of my head, but I remember this song and it's really good.
Yeah. And Gaster drops Papyrus off and then immediately leaves, so he doesn't want to see this
Is
happen.
broken. Preliminary tests indicate permanent blindness.
He knows they're gonna freak out about it.
I suppose now we're a matching set.
And the first hint that
Knowledge
Gaster's
always
eye is
comes at a
missing.
price.
Aside from those little
Sometimes that is the
pictures that
nature
you've seen of him where he has one eye
One
closed.
cannot always expect perfect answers. I was not able to find and isolate the healing aspect as I'd hoped. But I believe I may instead be onto something very, very interesting.
A
I would
future
need to observe
vision.
him carefully while he recovers. And if I'm correct,
Oh, okay. Hold on. So I can't remember for the life of me if this was the question I had or not. What the hell was Gaster trying to do?
With this?
Like, why
like-
was he experimenting on the brothers?
Okay.
I'm genuinely curious.
I think
Well, a lot of
this is just me, from a viewer standpoint. Zarla, I'll let you take over in a minute, but I think he was just testing the brothers' endurance to see what they could do against the barrier.
Yeah. Gaster mentions this. He mentions this a little later, but it's like he says at first, he explains what he was trying to do in the flashbacks when they're at the lab, when he says he wanted to create them as a conduit because he thought he could send magic through them and amplify it through their conduit vessels to create enough power to break the barrier. He's just interested in what the definition of a soul and, what makes a soul. And if he can make an artificial kind of humanish soul, or a soul that would have the properties of a human soul, he might be able to break the barrier by faking enough souls to get through. That was his initial idea, and then of course the brothers came out instead. And then at another point where he's talking to yeah, and then at another point he's talking to Sans, or when Sans is in the tube, and he mentions that he was been doing physical experiments on them because they are unique, they're completely unique artificial beings that have never existed before. So he doesn't actually know what their limitations are or what they can do. Says their souls are different. They weren't designed as a normal monster soul. They were meant to be like vessels for a different soul, or like vessels for magic, like magic power in itself. So he doesn't actually know what that means for them physically. And there's one reason why he's constantly messing with them. This was out of personal interest though, because he noticed that they had a very their magic is very powerful, or at least the healing magic he got from them was powerful. And so he thought well, this is a new being, this is a new soul, this magic might be exploitable. If I could take this, then maybe I can fix my eye and I could get, both my eyes back. And didn't work. So he just blew up Sans' eye instead. This was out of self-interest.
So he's trying to use the brothers as a cure-all for whatever problem he could try and he could come up with, or that he's dealing with.
Yeah, exactly.
So he didn't have he had the initial barrier plan, and then he just kind of flew by the seat of his pants. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, if that is a sunken cost fallacy, where it's I have them, I have to do something, or else it's all for nothing. So eventually, when he hits on the future vision, he thinks that could do it, because he thinks that he might be able to see a future, a potential future where they do get out and try to reverse work that to figure out how to do it. And then eventually he stumbles on the idea of making a portal, a dimensional portal, outside of the barrier, which that ends up with the goop monster coming through. So that blew up in his face. Mm-hmm. But he's intrigued by the possibilities of the future vision, which is why he keeps poking at it. But he never actually finds or lands on anything that's super useful. He does make the general timeline, of what'll happen to the world as they see it, which is what they find in the lab later, the timelines that lead to the murder run ending. He does make that graph, so he knows that's a version of reality. He doesn't know what to make of it though, and because he thinks it's wrong because he's not in it. he doesn't understand why he's not in it, so he thinks there's something wrong with it. But he's basically just trying to get as much data as he can and trying to work it into something usable. Because at this point he's in too deep, and he's like, I can't go back now. I drilled the plates on. I can't go back.
Guys,
which is part of why he did it.
I'm starting to think that maybe Gaster wasn't a good scientist.
No, he wasn't. He was desperate.
Where's the scientific method? Where are the peer-reviewed studies? What's going on here?
Can you imagine submitting a peer-reviewed study of torturing a child? Alphys, would you read over my proposal? I need more money to get more drills for my children.
I need to get more drills for my children.
It's and he just gets increasingly frantic, and and he drilled on the. I think he put on, if I remember right, he drilled on the plates at one point to make sure he could never go back, and he couldn't choose mercy, that he just had to commit, because he felt like he had no choice, and he had no other options, which he did, of course, but he felt like he had no other options. And so he was like, I better just go all the way in on this, or, what's the point? And so he put the plates in, because he was like, now I'll never go back. And, then that massively backfired on him. Everything backfired.
Yeah, it backfired all right.
He's not rational. He's not rational when it comes to this kind of thing. And the more close it gets to asgore dying, the less rational he gets.
Yep.
He's such a mess.
Azera says, clangs two beakers together. Science!
I am done with science.
They really did let Baby Man do science.
And he has this massive scientific achievement in the core that's unbelievably defies the laws of physics and all of that. And then he has this total mess going on in his basement. He's just screwing around desperately hoping something will work.
See, I
Oh
genuinely...
my god, you just reminded me of Gaster's rant when Sands of Papyrus catch him smoking that cigarette.
Yes.
It's my business of whether or not I want to smoke or not. It's not even bad for monsters. I have done the science. It's perfectly fine, and it calms me down, and I can make my own decisions about it. Thank you.
I know.
I can make my own decisions about it, Dad.
I just did that from memory.
I love how like there's such a common consensus among the fandom that like even though we have literally no reasoning to believe this, like Gaster just kind of accidentally the core into existence, and that was the one time he ever did anything useful.
Like, what else was he up to? But he made the core and he just kicked back, and he got tenure, and now he can just do whatever.
It's like when you peek at the beginning, it's like, well, I didn't really think I'd get this far. What do I do now?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I know. I will torture children.
No! There we go. It's kind of similar to like what Alphys goes through later when she gets Gaster's job and she has no idea how she deserved it. She's like, what am I doing here? And then she just kind of screws around with the determination. There's a parallel there between Alphys and determination and Gaster doing this to the brothers. Look, Alphys is much more or less malevolent about it. But there is a kind of I'm desperate, something's got to work kind of thing going on. And the sunken house fallacy kicking in real hard as well.
Indeed.
Then it plays into Gaster's self-hatred issues and all of that, and it just turns into a big old mess.
For someone who tries to be non-emotional, he's a really emotional individual.
He is, which is very funny to me.
The irony of it.
Someone in the chat says coffee is the main antagonist.
This is all Coffee's fault.
In what
regard?
Coffee
does. I mean, speaking from experience, coffee does cause anxiety, so...
Yeah. And yellow is actually... Well, yellow, the normal meaning of yellow is stress or anxiety. So that's its normal color is, telling in and of itself.
Oh, God,
okay, I remember on that, mini update talking about the lore behind eye glowing that you had said that the first color a skeleton glows tends to become its default color. Yeah. And honestly, the idea that Gaster's first color was just, I am stressed, something's wrong, is honestly so in character.
It is.
He's always been a ball of anxiety from day one.
This has always been a mess.
Oh, man.
Shall we move on?
Indeed.
Well, it could change everything. As for the damage,
he does try to fix Sans' eye later, to be fair.
Eye glowing is essential to a skeleton's emotion.
Yeah, like that ends well.
He tries.
Yeah, that doesn't end well, but he does try.
One S may develop problems. Well.
Or maybe torturing him will develop problems, but that's probably unlikely.
Torture isn't gonna cause any issues. What are you talking about? That's silly.
It's
silly.
Fine.
It's silly talk.
It's fine.
Everything is fine.
For the last time, stay still.
Are you listening to me? You broke his eye. You broke my brother's eye. He needed that to glow.
Yeah, this is the first one I think where I got their.
Yes, that was unfortunate.
No, I think it's when I did their anti-aliased fonts. I know their fonts look different on this page, I think, than they did before.
He needed that eye.
Or at least when I was drawing them.
The damage is already done. It's too late now.
Why?
Gaster's unconcerned with all of this.
The same thing I'm going to do to you. Stop squirming. You do not want to be out of alignment when the emitter is on.
What? No, stop! What did you break my eye too?
Well then, we'll just have 3 between us all, I suppose.
Casual about it.
Mistake again. I've adjusted the output, and you're much stronger than Subject 1. I think.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I want to address something real quick. So, with regard to Phoenix, your voice acting in this, I find it interesting that as things go on, you kind of give Gaster more, as he gets further into the experiments, you kind of give him more of a smugness about him that I really enjoy. He's just he's trying to play all cold and detached, smug, oh look at me, I'm the person in power here.
I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, it's I'm the bad guy. But it's he's fully adopting the villain role in this situation, and it's it's really all he could do to stop himself from breaking down.
Yeah, I I mean, I didn't even do that on purpose. Like, it just happened, But, I'm glad it came out that way.
Excellent.
This time, I'm going to make a breakthrough.
No, don't, please stop!
What did I say about squirming?
Please, don't! I need my eyes!
He also gets a little more British, I think?
So I can glow for him, please! Please, I have to!
I already told you. I have no intention of blinding you.
The Papyrus wants to glow for Sans, that's his main concern.
But, if you don't follow my directions
Sans needs
very
him.
carefully, you may blind yourself.
Like, alright, I broke the first one, I can't afford to break the second one.
In a way, Papyrus glows for Sans all of his life.
He needs me to.
He truly is Sans' bright shining star.
He is.
Now, eye sockets forward, don't move. And no matter what you do, don't blink.
People said this was reminded them of like a Doctor Who thing, but I didn't watch Doctor Who,
Don't
so I don't know
blink.
what they're talking
Don't
about.
even blink. Don't turn your back. Don't look away. Don't blink. Good luck.
Okay. I mean, like, that could be it, but I mean, like, because there is don't blink, like you said, Phoenix. But there's something else.
That was not intentional. That was a Doctor Who reference. That was not on purpose.
Seems familiar.
It's still a good reference, even if it's an accident.
I don't know. I mean, it kind of gives me the vibes of like Ninth Doctor when he's when like they reintroduce the Daleks, and like he's been like chained to the table, like that it gives me that kind of vibe. Papyrus on the table like that.
Oh jeez.
But I'm not sure. Honestly,
I haven't even seen that. But
there's a lot of Doctor Who. Like, so much that literally anything could be a Doctor Who reference. That's what we need to do. It's like, enough of JoJo references. We need just like, is that a Doctor Who reference? Anyway.
Are you awake?
What happened? Why can't I see?
The magic overflowed into your other socket.
This was a bit of a fake out where it's like, oh no, it's black. Maybe he is blind. It's like, no, he's fine.
It was a rather spectacular light show, actually.
I love how he describes it that way.
Does that mean
Thanks, Gaster.
You were not blind, if that's what you're afraid of. You can't see because of the bandages. It will probably take a day or two for you to recover.
Does that mean I can still glow?
Yes. It shouldn't have affected that ability in
Not
any
that
way.
it's this completely normal
Then
bed in the lab, but
did
there
you do
is.
to me?
If in the game, there's a completely
When the
normal set of
bandages are
beds in the true
your
lab.
eyes are healed.
Checks out.
So I decided I just put one here. It's like,
See?
why not?
You mean because my eyes will be open?
In a sense. Come on.
Gaster being
If you're
cryptic.
awake, then you can go back to your cell. Subject 1.
It must be fun.
I have to get back to work.
You weren't going to carry me? Because I can't really see.
Another one of those brief glimpses. Then this comes back later when he tries to get Papyrus to heal Sans.
Expended a lot of magical energy lately. I'm tired. You can walk.
Also, I love how this implies that like Gaster would totally carry Papyrus if he wasn't completely exhausted from like healing him.
Just like picking him up by a scruff like a cat.
Totally, that's what he'd do. Asgore would be like, no, that's not how you hold a child.
You gotta say it in character.
Okay, fine. It's like, no, that's not how you hold a child. There we go.
There we go.
You did it. There we go.
I won't ask you to do that too much, I promise.
Here. Hold on to my...
This.
He was meant to say me, but then he changed it.
Can I
Yeah.
ask you
But it's a
something?
vague just from an M.
No
You
touching.
said before that
No touch.
you weren't going to make the same mistake again.
Yes, and I did not. You will be able to see just fine.
But that means you hurt my brother by mistake, doesn't it?
Papyrus trying his best.
That you didn't mean to?
Breaking his eye was not in my plans.
I mean, he's not
No.
wrong.
So
He's not.
It's like he wanted to hurt him a minimal amount that would
Subject 1 is too
cause good
intelligent to hurt
outcomes.
carelessly.
Gaster answering these questions so carefully. It's like not technically wrong, but
I will do what I have to, and what people need me to do. If that requires hurting either of you, then so be it. I will see this through to the end.
People don't need you to do this, Gaster.
No, they don't.
But isn't there some other way? Maybe we can help you. It doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to be like this.
If you want to help me, you will be silent and obedient. No, I don't have time for this.
Do you...
When he sees Papyrus just feeling around blindly, he feels a little bad.
Ooh.
He doesn't touch it. He can't touch him. No, you'll never have it.
I don't feel anything for you.
You liar!
I'm going to tell my brother
Bold
you did it
face
by
lie.
I'm going to tell him you didn't mean to hurt him.
Some people had a theory early on that Gaster had two sons who died, and like
I think I remember seeing that.
Yeah, which was a very interesting theory, and there was actually a lot of evidence in the comic you could use to back that up, which was not intentional on my part, but I thought that was really fascinating.
Hey, I think that was me. I think that was
me. It could have
me.
been you. Yeah. It was really fascinating because, again, it wasn't intended, but I was like, actually, yeah, you can spin it that way. I never thought about that.
No, somebody did it. Maybe it was me.
I know, I know it was a theory that I saw people coming up with. I don't remember who, but I do remember seeing it.
I find an interesting parallel that, like, Gaster and Asgore are really kindred spirits in a lot of ways. I mean, like, Asgore's obviously much gentler than Gaster. I mean, like, sure, he's murdered people. He's murdered children, too, you know? But, like, he didn't, like, actively try and make it look like he was enjoying himself doing it.
Didn't lean into the role of a villain.
Yeah, but it's like, I find it interesting because at the end in the final video we did, Sans talks about how Asgore said that like before the brothers had showed up that he thought he would die, and that Sans basically says that like Asgore thought that he didn't deserve a family anymore, that he deserved to be alone, and Gaster's very much the same. It's like it's like he blames himself for the loss of his own family. He's like, I've done horrible things. I don't deserve to have a family either. And so that's what makes them perfect for each other.
Exactly. They mirror each other in that way. And it is so sad because, you know, Gaster's family all died. That was not his fault.
Oh,
but
completely.
He made it he blamed himself for it, and then that led to him doing awful things. Just to fit in this fake image he had of himself in his head.
That reminded me of the scene of Papyrus like standing up to Gaster, like, no, it's not your fault.
Yeah, that's great. Yep. I love that.
Yeah, that's
just having a total meltdown about it.
Gaster just desperately trying not to break down and flippin' die in front of the kid.
Or just cry.
In a dust right in
curl
front
up
of
and cry.
Well, he does kind of later, but I don't deserve this kind of happiness.
He said see, like it meant something more than just normal seeing.
I don't know. He didn't say that to me.
He said he'd fix the laser thing. Since the last time when he, did you. Did he tell you what he was doing?
I don't really remember. I passed out pretty fast.
Oh.
Sans is very annoyed.
Can you blame him?
Yeah, he could not withstand as much as Papyrus did.
You don't have to worry about that.
That's not what I'm worried about.
Oh.
Papyrus trying to think on the bright side.
He said I'm not blind either. He's gonna take them off in a few days. I'm fine.
That's not it either. Don't worry about it. It's probably nothing.
So, you know, like back then when I would record for Sans, Papyrus, and Gaster, it was usually all in one take.
Oh, that hurts my soul. That I mean, sure, but that hurts. Because that seems like such a pain.
I loved setting up this callback.
Oh my god.
It took so long to pay off.
I remember when I first saw it.
Wake up!
when I first saw that, I was like, oh, this is coming back later. 100%. This is going to be like a very big callback. I just know it.
And it was.
Oh, yeah.
It's like...
And some people forgot, but a lot of people did remember. They were like, they recognized the outfits they went into the lab in. And they were like, I know those clothes.
It's like, oh my god!
I recognize those.
I know this!
Oh my god, it's that scene! It's that scene!
I know this!
It's coming. The poor brothers, they just have no idea. Well, Sans has no idea what he's seeing. But I planned that out, and that was one of the longest... I think that's one of the earliest loops that gets set up. I think there's the picture that gets set up, and then there's this loop that gets set up. And, so it's one of the earlier promises, like my internal promise is like, you've got to get to this point to pay this off. You got to do it. It's going to be so cool. And it was
I
cool.
loved that part, honestly. Like, as soon as that scene happened, I was like, oh my goodness, this is it. This is it right here. This is that part.
Staring into the empty lab, the empty cell.
Up!
Wasn't empty once.
Come on, wake up, I saw something.
That's right.
What do you mean?
I saw something.
Like
I saw something outside the
rubs
beams.
his eyes, but he has the bandages over them. It's just the natural action
What'd you see?
I think I saw us.
Us?
Yeah, but we look different.
Different? What do you mean? Different how?
Different.
Can you still see us? Maybe he put a mirror there. Maybe he's testing us.
No. It's gone now. I just saw it for a second.
That's weird. Do you think that's what he meant about seeing?
Is that what he meant? But what does that mean?
What does it mean,
you weren't
indeed?
Dreaming.
Indeed.
Maybe.
Dan's covering it up for later.
Let's keep
It's another one where I had to
to
kind of
All right.
carefully finesse a later comic and an earlier comic to try and keep the plot line together. This is one of those things where I kind of wish, if I had to go back and redo a bunch of things, I'd want to smooth this little bit out a bit more.
Oh, here's entry number 17.
But I suppose you've seen it all before. Then I was able to do a callback to this song later. It's like, I had something special to show you. And that's the one in the feature. Then it follows with, but I suppose you've seen it all before. So it goes backwards. I love that. I'm so happy I was able to do that. It's from an old song I really liked.
Okay, so...
check out that song.
Comic titles are so goofy.
So someone asked, how long will the stream go for?
Oh, golly.
That is a fair question to ask. I think, unless there are any objections, I think I would really like to get to, the part where Papyrus heals Sans. That would be my
I could probably go on...
Yeah.
For me personally, I could probably go on for another hour, because I got to work tomorrow. But
okay.
But yeah, I could.
Yeah, I do as well.
Let's definitely see if we can get to that point.
All right, Zarla. I know you said coming into this you were really tired. Are you good to go, or are you?
Yeah, I'm alright.
All right, okay, because I don't wanna force you.
I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, but you can go ahead.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan.
Okie dokie. We'll be here, Zarla.
Actually,
we'll be here.
Actually, hold up. I'm kind of hankering for a drink as well. I've got water, but I want something else, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Phoenix, keep them entertained.
Okay.
Speak with them. Talk to the chat. Interact.
I'm going to.
Do it now. Do it now. Do it now.
Go get your freaking drink. Oh, golly. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, gosh. It's probably getting late for some of y'all, but I hope you're all doing well. This is fun. I wish I did something like this sooner. I can't whistle for shit. Well, it was worth a try. Hello, hi. I'd love to stick around, but I gotta sleep at some point, so have fun, everyone. Yeah, good night, dude. It's great seeing you. What's brown and bad for your teeth? Chocolate? Is it chocolate? I mean, it's brown and it's bad for your teeth. I'm doing well, Azera, thank you. 9:55. Same. Chocolate. Yep. Called it. Hello, Shargon. Hope work went very well. Tell us how bloopers were for you. Oh, bloopers. Well, it was just mostly me stumbling across lines. I mean, I would, sometimes I would just like try to rush through a line or just say like, a bunch of syllables all at once and a bunch of, and I would just, stammer and stutter and I would just have to like start over again. That's not to say that I would have to start recording all over again, but I would just have to like start that line over again. And sometimes I had to do that like 5 times before I got it right. And let me tell you, it's kind of a pain in the neck, but yeah, it's fun. And sometimes if there's like a super funny blooper, you can save it for later. I know I've saved a few on the channel over the years, and I haven't done it in a while, come to think of it. Maybe one of these days I'll put together another gag reel just for fun. And then I would do like a whole compilation once every couple months, that kind of thing. Which was your favorite character to voice? Oh gosh, there were a few. I love doing Gaster. I love doing Papyrus, Alphys, Toriel, Sans when he was a kid. In the Undertale universe, I would have to say probably Papyrus. Actually, I think at the end of the day, I think it's a close tie between Papyrus and Alphys. I've actually had a lot of people tell me that my voice for Alphys is considered canon. And it's great, but oh my god, just don't, that's twice now, Zane!
Okay, so what y'all don't know is that this happened before we started streaming.
How long were you listening?
Oh, like I don't know, probably like 30 seconds.
God damn it!
Alright, I got my drink.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, we're all here again.
Blooper bin, please. Yeah, I could do a blooper bin.
I have obtained a can of Pepsi.
Nice.
I am ready for my stomach to be destroyed by heartburn. Let's begin.
Oh, jeez. What'd you get, Zarla?
Oh, I just had some lemonade.
Oh, nice.
And I had some little pretzel bits because I'm hungry, but it's fine.
I already got my drink. The bubbly, sparkling water with a lime flavor and other natural flavors. It kind of tastes like a Sprite, but just not that sweet. So it's kind of having like soda almost. That was my drink.
Let's see. So what question were you answering about voices?
I was answering a question about what my favorite character was to voice, and for me personally, I think at the end of the day it was a close tie between Papyrus and Alphys.
Gotcha. Oh my god, Shargon Reznov, thank you very much.
Oh my goodness, Shargon, thank you. It's been a great time. That's awesome. Thank you, man.
We appreciate that. It's been good fun.
Susie Baduzzi says, "Why do you always do that, Zane?"
Oh, that's a fair question. Probably because I like things, but they give me heartburn.
I think they're referring to when you scared me.
Huh? Oh, I mean, I sneak. You would not believe the number of times I sneak up on people, and I don't mean to. I'm not particularly light-footed. To be fair, I did mute my mic when I went to go get my drink, but like I just come back and someone's in the middle of something, and I just like jumping in because it's fun and I like to see their reaction.
I'm gonna get you back for that, mister.
Good luck.
I have plenty of luck on my side.
Very, very few people have actually managed to like frighten me. Though the number is going up. I find I'm a little more easily frightened these days. Let's see. What's the hardest character to voice? Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna be real, Chief. For like a long time when I was trying to get the Asgore voice down, especially as I was trying to add more like gravel to his voice, it wrecked my throat, man.
I'm so sorry.
Like, to be fair, it was because I wasn't doing it properly. It's like eventually, let's see. Oh my god, Shargon again for flipping $10. Been watching this since day one. Been watching this since day one, and I have to say it's been the best part of my childhood, and can't believe it ended only almost 2 weeks after I turned 20. Oh my god, I'm feeling old. Anyway, I
Happy belated birthday, dude.
Yeah, happy belated birthday. That's awesome, and thank you so much. It's I know there.
Thank you for the 2 super chats.
I know a lot of y'all have come from like, like the dub that got Handplates on the map was the Starbot dubs version, which oddly enough, a lot of people don't seem to know this, was edited and sound designed by Vade, who then continued the series on his own channel. A lot of people know that he continued the series on his own channel, but they don't realize the reason it didn't continue on Starbot was not only was he the voice of, like several of the main characters, but he was the one who was giving it that high, like cinema level quality, It's like that's why it continued on his channel when he eventually went off on his own. And so like after he disappeared to be famous, I'm not going to elaborate on that. You don't get to know the secrets that I know. But
hey, even if I did, I would keep my mouth shut.
It's like after he disappeared to be famous somewhere else, he, like, a lot of people came to our dub because it was the only one left that was still like actively posting the updates. And so like, we appreciate everyone that's come and joined us. We know that our style of how we do this is very different from the Vade and Starbot versions.
We appreciate all the love.
And so like it's like hard to kind of jump on after the through line. So everyone who's here like after the fact, like we really appreciate it. And everyone who's been here since the very beginning, supporting us day one, you are excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Y'all make this worth it. Y'all are great. And it is just, thank you, You're
all just so rad. Sorry, I just get all goofy when I get all enthusiastic. I love you guys.
No, I love you, random citizen. But let's go. So, sorry, I had been talking about my asgore voice. So my asgore voice, when I was trying to figure out how I was doing it or how I was going to do it, like I destroyed my throat. Like in the first episode Asgore appears in, no problem at all. It's like I'm literally just talking in my normal voice, but deeper and like very slight British tinge. It's like I'm like being regal, but I'm like doing my normal voice. When I start to like get into the more gruff area, like I tore my throat up several times recording for Asgore. And then oddly enough, I shredded my voice a few times recording for Sans when we got to that. Because like I had been voicing Sans a lot by that point, but there were several bits where I had to like really go all out and yell. I remember, and like I hadn't learned how to yell properly at that point. I can now. I would demonstrate, but it's getting pretty late, and I don't think that's a good idea.
No.
But it's like I know how to yell properly now without damaging my voice. But it's like, I really had to go all out a few times and like really push myself. And I also had the misfortune of like, I would record for far too long because I wanted to get it all done. And so I wouldn't take breaks, which was a bad idea. I take breaks now.
I think, I mean, not to cut in too much here, but for me personally, I think the hardest character to voice was actually Gaster. Like, I mean, it was hard, but it wasn't hard. Like, and the reason I say that is because, because of that raspy voice that I would get into, it was hard to emote sometimes. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until we actually finally got to see him in the void again that I was actually able to put some emotion into his voice. That's what I feel like anyway. But
there's a long gap between those periods.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, I felt like my acting for Gaster previously was kind of bland. That only got better in like future episodes, and then I felt like I was able to master that technique a little more once we were in the void.
Like honestly, I love coming back to this after having just seen you like whip out some of the baddest Gaster lines in existence. Like flipping like excellent like top tier voice acting, like in the later chapters as Gaster, and to just like come back here and be like, wow, like you weren't standing still, you were improving a lot. this entire time.
There's another super chat from Hollow Wishes. I am loving the stream so much. oh my god.
Dude, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness.
Let's see. Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Let's go!
Oh my golly. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Sorry, just kind of we're just kind of playing off the chat right now. We've kind of fallen into a thing. Let's okay, I think it's about time we get back on the road. Anyway, Shargon, I see you. Don't think I'm not paying attention. I watch the chat at all times. Anyway, let's go on to the next episode. Just reminder, also quick reminder to everyone, like if you're all doing super chats and stuff like that, just make sure that like it's okay that like, you know, you're not like spending money that you don't have, that you're not spending money that you need.
Please don't.
You know, like, or it's like, you know,
I love your.
It's like we love the support, we appreciate it so much, but at the same time, it's like, you know, if don't push yourself, or it's like if you're spending someone else's money.
I appreciate and love all of the support from you guys, but please, like, you know, please don't, you know, don't do that. Please just, you know, if you need, don't spend it aimlessly, please. Like,
oh, geez, my internet just flipping died for a second. Oof.
Oh no.
I mean, like it's not completely dead, but it just flipping dipped real bad there for a second.
Oh crap. Is it still going? Like,
yeah,
guys, can you still hear us?
It's still up. It's still up. It's just like running real ragged right now. Oh.
No.
Come on.
Okay. No data.
You can do it. You can do it. Hold on. Give it a second.
Is the stream lagging for anyone else? Yeah, it's lagging. Voice is just cut out. No, take my name. Yeah.
What do you think it is?
Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, my Wi-Fi is fine. I'm still connected. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Mine's working
okay,
fine.
so yeah, no, the issue, yeah. So sometimes my internet just dips out frequently. I'm not like every once in a while it'll just like dip for a bit, and it's like trying to recover from that now, I think.
Okay.
Are we good? We good?
I think so.
Hold up. Refreshing the stream to make sure everything's running.
Gatsby.
Ooh, that bit rate.
I mean, normally I would recycle the page, but I don't want to take that risk.
Ooh, okay.
Gatsby.
We can all hear now. Okay, good.
I think we're back. I think we're good. I think we're flipping. My streaming software is still showing red, but it's running, so hopefully it's fine.
Gatsby.
Oh boy.
Gatsby. All right, I'm gonna give my cat his medicine. I'll be back. Just hold on.
Guys, I'm sorry about the lag. Oh no.
Yeah, so sorry about that, everybody. It happens from time to time. It's just kind of part and parcel. But it's working now. Okay, good. I would recommend everybody, if you can, just refresh the stream. Just like just refresh it to make sure that you're caught up and everything, that everything's fine. Oh, it went green again. Okay, hopefully we're good.
Yay!
Okay, let's flip it. Knock on wood. You know, flip and just hope to God that doesn't happen again. Okay, we're good. Yeah, I'd recommend everyone refresh the stream just to make sure. Just generally, if it lags like that, then people get like buffered into being a bit behind. And sometimes YouTube has...
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, and sometimes YouTube falls behind, too, even though it says that you're caught up with the stream. So just refresh to make sure you're not too far behind. I've been noticing a couple messages coming in really late compared to the others, so just, just in case. I just heard Zarla flipping say what their cat's name was, but I can't remember it now.
The cat's name was? What's the cat's name?
Their cat. I remember them saying the name, but I can't remember it now. Someone asked, And I want to answer, but I can't.
I love cats.
Let's see. Maybe the super chat broke the stream. Yeah, probably. This is the power of the stream running on super chats.
It says excellent connection, so I think we're good now, y'all. Woohoo!
All good in the hood. All right. Let's see. I
guess we'll just wait for Zarla to come back.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna reload the stream because it'll most likely not let me back in. Oof. Oh, I hope it lets you back in. Much apology. Or I'm not gonna reload the stream. Okay, yeah, that's probably for the best. If you might just decide not to work again.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, if your internet connection's flimsy, yeah, maybe not.
I mean, if it were me, I would not chance it. Just saying.
Indeed. So okay, so yeah. we're gonna get back to it once Zarla gets back. But in the meantime, I have a little story to tell.
Oh, what's that?
So over the last few months, our internet has been or had been garbage. Like it was like
I know that feeling.
Here's the thing. When we first got it, we had it was fine. Like it would go down every once in a while. But excuse me. But it wasn't like an issue. Like it would go down like once a day, twice a day, and it would be right back up. It wouldn't be an issue. Someone's leaving? Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Lemonade Jam, I'm going to go now. Thank you, Zarla, for making my childhood with your comics. I hope someday we can meet. Oh, that's amazing. Zarla, did you hear that? Okay, good.
Yeah, I just came back. That's really nice. Thank you.
Excellent.
Have a good night, Lemonade Jam.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Let's see. So basically our internet, it would go down like once or twice a day, but it would be right back up. We never had any speed issues for the most part. It was fine. It's Charter Spectrum. What do you expect, right? And we were paying like $15 a month for it. Not an issue. It's like the speeds we're getting at the relative like reliability we get them for that amount. It's a no-brainer. But we ran into an issue where over time, over the last like 6 months, the internet was steadily getting worse and worse and worse. And it went from going down like once a day to going down like 5, 6, 7, 8 times a day. And there were periods where it would stay down for hours, and it was just not being like good at all.
That would drive me crazy.
And so we were like, okay, well, this is a problem. And so we had the thought that possibly it was the modem. But unfortunately, we can't replace the modem on our end unless we call Spectrum and let them know, hey, we're replacing the modem. Here's all the information so that your servers interface with them properly. Issue was, it was under my dad's name. And what's it called? And he didn't. And so like, he doesn't really handle that kind of stuff. Because it's like, it frustrates him to no end to deal with customer support. It's like between
customer support all too well.
So it's like, my mom would normally handle that stuff, but it's flipping not a good time. It was not a good time because since her name wasn't on the account, she couldn't make any changes to it. And so eventually we were like, okay, this is becoming a problem. And so Mom finally got her name on the account and looked at it and had a thought. Or she'd had a thought and was like, wait a minute. So there was this issue where my dad, he lost his card. Like one of his cards or something, and it had oh no, he hadn't lost it. No. Someone had
Don't tell me someone stole it.
Or someone had gotten the information on it, probably from a card skimmer at a gas station. And like had made some fraudulent purchases. Nothing major. It was just like it was an issue, and so I was like, okay, cancel the card, order a new one. Unfortunately, the few things that were on that card, like recurring payments, stopped going through. We noticed most of them pretty quickly. One of them was the internet. And mind you, they wouldn't cancel our connection because I think when we moved here, we got their like federally subsidized internet plan. So it's like that's why it's super cheap. And so like I think there's like some sort of stipulation where they can't cancel it on you. But they sure as hell throttled it.
Oh my god.
But then there was another layer to the story. We're not done yet. It's dumb all the way down. So we got that sorted. Which like great, like the internet started functioning again. But it would still go down more frequently than it used to.
Is there a mouse chewing on the wires or something?
And then one day, the internet just goes down and never comes back up. And it's like, okay, this is a problem. Something's wrong. And my mom was like, okay, this is a problem, but it's like, I'm not sure that we can, like, I'm not sure what this is, but maybe it's the modem. Because she still had that modem she had bought to replace the old one. That didn't, because that was our original assumption, is that the modem was going bad. And so, like, we hadn't been able to replace it, so we were still using the old one. And so it was like, okay, well, maybe we could, it's like, well, maybe we could replace the modem. It's like, okay, but then we have to call Spectrum. So we flip and, like, call Spectrum and get the information, and they're like, okay, here's what's going on. It's like you need to give us this information about the modem, and then we'll run everything through, and then you'll connect everything, and turn it on. And so we did that.
Yep.
And they finished putting everything in.
Yep.
And then it worked, and it's been working since. The modem was dead. Apparently, modems have like a 4-year lifespan. It's supposed to be, where it's like you're supposed to replace them like every 4 to 5 years. I didn't know that, so now we do.
Well, actually, I didn't know that, so I'm grateful that you told me this story.
Yeah, it's because that's the thing is it can be an issue. They do a lot, and so it's kind of like there's a lot of room for failure there.
And no kidding, that sounds like an issue.
But yeah, no, it works now. It's like it dips every once in a while, but that's just Spectrum being Spectrum. So it works again. And honestly, it's funny because our speeds, like even when it was working, our speeds like were far better. After we replaced the modem, like our speeds jumped up massively, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. So apparently this modem was just destroying our internet speeds. Cool, good to know. Anyway, sorry, I'm totally rambling.
Okay.
Anyway, we should probably get back to it. Everyone ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, sorry for my rambling. Let's continue.
Subject 2, come out here.
Okay. Where are we going?
Shh. Now, I've opened several normally locked doors. You have 3 minutes to find a place to hide. When those 3 minutes are up, I will come find you. Do not bother coming back here to try and release Subject 1. The door lock will not open.
I remember I wanted to find a way to explain.
What if you don't find them?
Do I win? You could track them via the
plates.
This
isn't a game.
And
Go.
at one point I pictured him just explaining it, and then it was like a wall of text, and it wasn't very interesting. And then I hit on hide and seek, and I was like, perfect, that's how to do it. That's way more interesting.
Don't tell.
Alright, Subject 1, it's your
exactly.
turn. You have 3 minutes to go and hide.
It was important to set up because it was going to become very relevant later when you fill in.
You're wasting
time.
time.
It's like far more interesting way to explain it, and also leads to like the most banger line. I will find you no matter where you go.
I know, right?
I get chills thinking about that one every time.
And it comes back later because he does
does.
find them
Oh,
after
he
he
totally
gets from the
does.
void. So good, I set that up. Just waiting
no
for the
matter
payoff
where
for
you
that for
run,
so long.
and no matter where you hide.
It's just like most fire line to come out of this section of the comic.
And I love that that's what Papyrus like really freaks out about. And he's not wrong, like, when he come back. And he was like, because Gaster can't find them with the plates on. And he does. That's what led him back to them. Even though he was kind of incoherent at the time. But that's how he did it. It was the plates.
Figured it out.
I had to set it up early and establish it. And the hide and seek idea was a way better idea than I just explaining, which is why it is, as you said, it's always better to show and not tell.
Expectations
and I also got to draw
payoffs.
Yeah. I also got to draw cute scenes of them hiding together, which was fun.
That was also a bonus. Very good.
Very cute.
Very adorable.
The pirate's like, good luck.
Yep.
Poor Sans trying to find ways to get out.
Lazy Sans.
No.
Just hides under the covers. You won't find me here.
You get 5 minutes. 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
What are you up to?
Come on, we're in a really good spot this time.
Today we would do that in the software.
And them trying to open the panels, but doesn't work. That's foreshadowing for later.
Accounting for traveling the distance.
This lap is full of cardboard boxes just because it's really easy background thing to
win
draw.
that one for sure.
Why are we doing this?
To test something. And to prove
Gaster's a hoarder, probably.
I had a really good spot that time.
Never
I don't
cleans
get
it
it.
back herself.
How do you keep finding us? It's not fair.
I will always find you, no matter how far you run, and no matter where you hide.
But
Sounds
why?
like that's ominous.
Are you cheating or something?
Not ominous at all.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
First time I posted this, I got that upside down. It was like a huge close-up of that plate, and I got it backwards.
Wait, that scene's coming up.
Oh my.
So annoyed by that.
Okay.
The Sans is
Since you
being a
brought it
smart
up.
ass.
Oh dang it! I had a thing. No.
What's the thing?
This is one of the first. I think this is the first time he does do something that's just kind of blatantly cruel. Like he was shooting lasers and stuff. You didn't really see him do that, but you actually see him break his arm. And I think for some people it was very startling because they didn't realize up to this point just like how serious he was. And then just to see him do that was like, oh my god.
Yeah, but that begs the question: just how strong is he physically to do that? You know?
He is actually like I think I based him loosely off. Well, I actually was torn between two things where Undyne is the strongest monster aside from Asgore, and obviously. And I wanted to stay with that because Undyne's cool, and I didn't want to take that from her. But also, when you look into when you go data diving, Gaster's stats are insane. Like they're all sixes. Like they're all sixes, but like his stats are ludicrous. He's got like 4 6s, I think, in every stat. It's nonsense. But I wasn't gonna do that, again, because that'd be stupid. And I figured that would be his stats after he fell anyway, when he's all glitched out. So I always pictured him as like he's strong, but he's not as strong as Undyne. Undyne is the strongest monster in the underground. He is very strong though, so it wasn't very hard for him to break the bone. But
He lifts.
He does. He's got powerful hands.
Look at this
Powerful,
man.
evil
I mean,
hands.
Gaster did do some yoga with Toriel, so
He did.
Maybe he had some time to work up the muscles.
He just had to like temporarily push all his magic into his hands like Popeye. It's like,
Oh god.
Oh, by the way, Zarla, someone had asked what your cat's name was.
oh, my cat's name is Gatsby.
That's it.
Gatsby. I
yeah.
love that.
And his brother is Wilson. I don't know where he is. But I was wondering if Gatsby's going to meow in the background, because he does meow at me when he wants his medicine, but he was quiet today. He was just purring a bit. But he does like come to me when I'm drawing, and he likes to sit on my arms sometimes. I have doodles sometimes of pages where I have written in them, like, where I'm inking, where I have written, like, cat on my arms, or, like, Gatsby, and I'll draw, like, a picture of him sitting on my arms and stuff like that. Like, I don't keep those, obviously, in the final pages, but I do have them in, like, the roughs
files.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cat's name is Romeo, but I gave him a full name, and it's Romeo Bane Gaster.
An evil cat.
Gaster's is Yeah, he is part-time evil. I'm kidding.
Most cats are.
He almost set himself on fire once. I mean, he's fine.
Oh, wow.
He's fine. Yeah, he's a little crazy, but you know, he's fine. He's healthy, and you know, he cuddles me every morning, and he's a great cat.
A sweet cat.
I love him to pieces. He's crazy, but I love him, and I wouldn't trade that for anything.
And continue.
Sans about papyrus. No.
You do.
Oh boy.
And Sans really had no idea that these
Something wrong?
that with consequences would be
Completely
this
normal
bad
and
for doing
entirely
something
painless.
Like this.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you told him?
He just
Nothing wrong
didn't
with
know.
taking your arm off, right?
No, people were
Unless
mad at
there's
him for
something
doing
about
this.
this arm, or maybe this hand, that you want us to keep on. Hey, how about I just leave it here for today? After all, it's not like you'll lose it or anything.
Papyrus completely.
He's so lost.
Alright. I don't have time to set up a proper lesson, so we're just going to do the short version.
No.
Subject 2.
No.
Come here.
No.
Give me your arm.
No.
Now, go stand over there.
He sounds like, wait a minute, what's going to happen? Now he looks startled.
The limb may be physically detached and immobile,
oh my
but
God.
it's still magically
Oh my God,
connected
are you
with the
okay?
skeleton's
Oh God.
soul in question. With all
This is
that
also
entails,
important to establish
I'll be taking
why they
this
didn't
so I
just
can
drop
set
their
the
hands to
bow.
the plates and run away.
You'll get it
But some
back
people did
later.
suggest. And they were like, why don't they just do that? And I was like, well,
You
I
really
will tell
are
you.
clever
Consequences.
and good at times.
But Robin did a really funny comic along these lines where, like, they dropped their hands, and then when Gaster found Sans' hand, he was flipping him
Still
the bird.
think he has good limbs?
Yes, I remember that one.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's so
God,
good.
I laughed so hard. I
So
laughed
good.
so hard at that one.
So good. Because he would do that. This one is a very early comic, I remember. And it was just kind of floating around. And then when I broke up Papyrus's arm, I was like, hey, wait, I can tie this into this other one perfectly. It just gave me the perfect chance to slot it into the timeline again, which is nice. It was really fun when that happened.
Clean. Oh, by the way,
This is one of the shortest ones, I think.
I remembered the thing that I was going to talk about. I have it in my brain
Oh,
again.
what was it?
So, Phoenix, your flippin' soundtrack choices are always great for these videos. But I especially love how, like, the Gaster doing something bad theme is that one track. I can't remember the name, but it's like a Transformers OST. And like it's
Transformers Prime.
That's
it's
the
Transformers
yeah.
Prime.
Yeah, it's such a good, like, ominous, like, foreboding song. That's just like perfect vibe for the Gaster's doing something reprehensible theme.
Yeah, and I loved that series. It was one of the cartoons that got me into voice acting, and the soundtrack is just so phenomenal. It was composed by Brian Tyler back in the early 2010s, and there were some themes that I felt were appropriate for comic dubs. And I wanted to incorporate that somehow, especially that particular theme that you heard. It's from a track called We Have Returned. So I recommend listening to that one when you get a chance.
Indeed. Very good.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry.
And then this one, Sans later, also as well.
It's okay. Maybe you're right, all right?
Even after he forgets.
Come on, it's
he
okay.
Can't.
Yeah.
Cry. Don't cry.
You can't forget this part. And also, Papyrus coming back later mentions he's just scared all the time.
Scared all the time, and it's so hard. It's so
Oh, this
hard
scene hurts.
to keep believing, but it's all I've got.
It's hard to keep trying. It takes effort.
Yep. Determination.
I know.
Exactly.
I know.
Papyrus never gives up.
Wait, I think Sans blows up in the next one.
I think he does.
It's funny you said that, and for some reason my brain went to, like, he yells at Gaster, but then I look at the thumbnail and you mean, oh, he literally blows up.
Kaboom.
He gets blown up.
Okay, here it comes.
Poor Sans. People gave him a hard time when they were in the lab. He made a lot of mistakes, but he was a baby. That's not his fault.
Well, it would be easier if you'd stop squirming.
It was a running joke with
but
some of
for
my
some
friends
reason it's
that
hard to relax
whenever something
whenever
bad
you're near
happened,
my
it'd be
eyes.
Sans' fault.
Can't imagine
It's like,
why.
this is clearly
Yes,
Sans'
you'll
fault that
just
this is
have to
happening.
survive somehow. Stay still.
Oh, this is
What
when
are
he's
you
trying to fix
doing
him.
anyway?
I'm setting up focal points for the magic
Ah, this page
matrix.
took forever.
Once complete, they'll deliver a low-level magical pulse through the designated area.
And why? Do you even need a reason for the stuff you do?
I'm hoping that it will draw a response from your soul and rekindle the eye.
You're trying to fix me?
Yes. Your broken eye does me no more good than it does you, you know. It's very inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Physical damage is one thing, but impaired eye glowing opens up a whole new host of potential emotional problems to deal with.
Oh, sorry. I just saw a very interesting question that I'd like to address. So Cyanic Core says, would this have worked if not for the power surge? What do you think?
That's a good question, actually. To keep it in line with the rest of canon, it wouldn't. But it's possible that it could have actually helped Sans' emotional state a little bit. Because there wasn't anything malicious in this. This actually was him just trying to fix the eye. Like the one time he was actually trying to do something helpful, it blows up.
And the world just comes in and says, nah.
Like, nah. But yeah, his Sans' eye, because it's broken in canon, so, well, in Handplates canon, so it can't be fixed here, but it probably would have helped, at least. A little bit. Or maybe it would have helped him with the glowing in his other eye and strengthened that as well.
Gotcha.
But he'll never know.
It's a very good answer to a very good question. Let's see.
And then Gaster's, feeble attempt at sort of a joke.
Very
And
feeble.
As you probably gathered, emotions aren't my strong suit.
And then in this comic, he gets more emotional than he has so far. He freaks out about Sans almost dying.
It should be relatively painless at this intensity. Then as time goes on...
That panel is fun because you can actually see the silhouette of Gaster's head. It's not the lost soul head; it's his actual head.
Hold on. Well, now I'm curious. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh wow. Okay,
it's his actual head because it's his silhouette, obviously. But
Well,
the lost
really
soul head.
Ahead.
Yeah, the lost soul head would not work in that shot. It just would not. So it had to be his real head. But it's also the glimpse you get of what he really looks like. You brief little glimpses before you actually finally see him at the very end. And also in the pictures, but you know what I mean.
It's funny, I remember the first time that I saw Gaster, without the Lost Soul stuff, I was like, wow, his head looks kind of small, actually. You got a big body and a little head. The Lost Soul, stuff is just, it's so, large that
it does take up, a lot.
It throws off his proportions a little bit.
Yeah, it does. The Lost Soul head takes up a lot more space. And all the pixel effects and the glowing effects also make it look much bigger.
Yeah.
As well. And then when you actually see his head, it's small and he's pathetic.
Small.
He's a pathetic old man, and you see him as he actually.
Pathetic old man. No eye working. No worky eye. Yeah.
Exactly.
Shame on you, old man.
How many times do we gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
Too late. The answer to that.
Very, very too late.
Gaster completely freaks out. You can see the pieces raining down as well from the ceiling.
That's the carnage in this scene is just immense.
This is technically the first time the black and white soul healing space appears, though I really first drew it in the healing comic. But I had to set it up here as well.
I can't maintain this.
Because that's how it works, but you only get a glimpse of it here. Some people thought Sans was saying something there. He's actually just mumbling. It's kind of like a strangled sort of noise. He's not actually saying something.
I've got to get him stable.
But it does kind of look like he's saying Gaster, which would also be very creepy. So if you want to think it that way, you can. The backgrounds in this took forever.
I don't doubt that.
It was such a pain.
Oh.
And he was healing Sans. He had it for a second, but when he thought about what he was doing, he started losing it. That's why he says he can't maintain it.
Yes. Elvis, what is it? Yes, I'm alright.
Meanwhile, Alpha's in her house, watching anime, and it just blips out, and she's like, that's weird, I better call Gaster about that.
Must have stabilized. Do you have any readings from before the surge? Yes. Yes, I'll meet you over there, just give me a few minutes.
Ugh.
The other fun implication of that is that somebody just fell in the core, but we'll never know who it was. They don't exist.
I flip it.
Whoa!
I hate that implication so much. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very, very big thanks. I hate it moment.
No.
Like every time.
Sad.
That's like
Zarla, how could you?
Okay, like it's just
I just put the pieces out. You just gotta put them together.
It's established, of course, it's established that multiple monsters have fallen into the core already. But at the same time, the idea that every time the core has a power surge, the idea that maybe it's just so stable that the only time it ever has power surges are when someone falls in is just a flippin' horrifying idea.
Why does this keep happening? Also, we need more staff in the core.
Right? Maybe if he'd invested in those handrails.
I love that. It's such
Gaster,
a petty
looking
thing
at
for him
you.
not to want it. It's so petty and stupid.
It's like,
but
OSHA, what's that?
And he paid for it.
I,
That's what he gets.
I find it absolutely hilarious that it's very clear that monsters don't have their own form of OSHA.
They don't. That's
the
the funniest
number
thing
of workplace violations on the core alone.
Yeah, well, Papyrus talks about it. He mentions that he really likes spikes and deadly trap puzzles, and he says that Asgore is mandating. And he says Asgore is mandating that puzzles had to be safer. And Papyrus is like, that's so lame. Kids love a good spike puzzle, which is sort of a nod to that. Without Gaster is like, no, you need danger and weird decisions to make a good puzzle. How dare you? To the mouse engineer. Little parallels. That carries forward into Papyrus later. Though a few things do.
Actions have consequences.
That's right.
Oh.
Well, that's right. There's Simon Says, there's a puzzle box, and there's the little linking rings, I think, that are also there.
So I love how literally this entire comic is just how much karma can we stack on this man until it finally catches up with him.
Yeah, exactly. How many terrible mistakes can this man make in hurting other people until it comes back for him?
How many?
The answer is a lot.
How many bad choices can he make until he dies from it?
Until it all stacks up, house of cards, and it falls right over on him. It's like, how could this have happened? Could this have been prevented?
Failure. If enthusiasm
Probably
adeptness, you'd be less a disappointment, 2P.
Could have been at so many different points.
Where's the color cube?
Where's my color cube?
You little thief.
The real mystery of Handplates is how did he get the color cube?
Papyrus is smarter than Gaster thinks. Simple as that.
Subject 2?
Don't be mad! Don't be mad! I just...
How did you get that without my noticing?
And now Papyrus is very scared of making Gaster mad.
I wanted to practice.
After he got his arm broken.
So I can show you how good I am at puzzles.
Reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm really good at puzzles.
Subject 2?
I am. I really am. See, look. Look, it's all X's. And to solve it, you have
That
to make
set
them
up the
all
puzzles that
O's.
Snowden Papyrus makes later.
Oh my! I never noticed that before. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's his X and O puzzle, and he makes
I
it
think it's
Snowden.
really clever.
I picked it up from the get-go.
With a puzzle like this. I think it's really good.
And now Papyrus is also getting self-conscious about being stupid.
The cube.
Say I'm
you
smart,
are never
please.
to take anything back to your cell again, especially without informing me, or the consequences will be dire.
This is also a very early one, too. You can tell by how weird the Lost Soul head looks. People asked, how does he know the word I'm sorry? And I was like, you know what, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I had to make the side comic about that.
I wanted to show him my puzzle.
1S is healing poorly. He has yet to regain consciousness.
Oh.
Okay, hold on, real quick. I like how he totally could have said 1S is dying right here, but he doesn't. And I like to believe it's because on top of the, he gives the cube to Papyrus, but it's on top of that, it's because he feels bad and he's like, I need to sugarcoat this.
Just need to, talk around it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's healing poorly, cough, dying, cough. It's not technically wrong.
Also, let's see.
Gaster loves talking around things like that.
Azera
He's very sneaky about it.
Azera said, a new comic called Handrails. For real.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's the alternate universe where where Gaster doesn't end up getting pushed into the core and he faces the consequences like of Sans and Papyrus escaping. Like it's called handrails.
No.
Gaster gives it a thumbs down.
Oh, that's excellent.
Gaster does not approve. Nobody is happy with this.
People do ask me about what would have happened if that happened, and I'm like, that'd be a whole entire story, man. I can't just do that. Like, it'd be like a whole thing.
I remember I was kind of thinking about it in my brain juices, and I was like, man, it's like, what if Gaster didn't end up falling into the core? Like, what if, like, through some, like, fluke, either Papyrus used the blue magic, or there were handrails there, or what have you. Like, one tiny little difference in his choices completely saved him from dying. But then, because Sans and Papyrus have already been seen, he has to face all those consequences, and I was like, that would be a flustercluck for sure.
I did write a little fic about that, but it's a written fic, so it's not a comic or anything like that. And it's just him confronting Asgore and telling him about what he did. So it doesn't go much further than that. But it's a past that's laden with many possibilities, and too many for me to just do in like one silly comic. So I never went down that path.
It's a very fraught path.
Yeah, there's a lot that could go on in there, and it's like, I got enough going on the main path, man.
Like, Gaster isn't erased, but maybe that was the better situation for him.
Maybe he'll wish he was.
Exactly.
I hope he comes back soon.
Gosh, like, I don't feel bad about this. Ugh. Maybe.
If you behave, I may return the cube later.
Really?
He's such a sentimental
you
bastard.
Mean it? Thank you.
That hole in the lost head
Never
is supposed to look kind of saddish. I don't know if people picked, or I don't know if that was noticeable or not, but that was kind of.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's supposed to kind of look like a sad eye, but
to convey the emotion.
Yeah, it's not terribly obvious, but.
God, what am I doing?
I remember when I first posted, and people were like, "Oh my God, what happened to Sans?" At the end, because there wasn't any context. I just posted this. It was very early. This was just a standalone. They were like, "Why has Sans exploded?"
Zane, this is the scene you want.
This is it.
Will not wake up. He does not respond to any magic I can muster. It's like holding water in your hands. His soul is still intact, but
What's
he
left
lingers
of your
between
hands, I should
life
say.
and death.
Exactly. Well, that means a lot for him because he has holes in his hands, so he can't hold water in his hands.
Double meaning.
This would be less a serious problem if that were the case.
I do like the idea of Sans refusing to wake up to spite him.
It's everything.
He would.
Without
he
it,
would.
I may have to consider other methods. Come with me.
What is it?
Do not dawdle. Come on.
Okay then. Where are we going? Are we going to see my brother?
Yes.
Oh, yay! I was really worried about him. Is he okay? Is he gonna come back?
1S is about to die.
What?
I love how suddenly
What?
he drops that.
What happened? Is he?
His soul is stable, but he refuses to wake despite...
I thought you were going to fix him.
Don't interrupt me. He refuses to wake despite my efforts.
I like that
need
Papyrus
you to
still looks
test
kind
my
of annoyed.
What do you mean?
He's
How can
worried.
he not? That doesn't make any sense. You're so much stronger than us. You can do anything. Why can't you heal him?
This is also a very early comic too.
Also, I find it interesting that, like, even though, like, Sans and Papyrus could have very different, like, views of Gaster, they both, like, obviously view him as, like, superior.
Yeah.
Like, Sans in the sense that he views him as a threat, which is fair. Papyrus seems to view him more as, like, even though he's doing all these horrible things, Papyrus still has, like, such an immense respect for him.
Yeah. Like, he's the strongest being they know. He's the only other being they know, and he's much stronger than them. So clearly, he can do anything he wants.
Yeah, it's like
he must be able to do anything.
It's genuinely that moment where it's like the kid who's like, it's like, oh, my dad's the strongest. Like, finally comes into a situation where it's like, oh, he can't really do anything about the situation.
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly.
That's genuine. That's what this moment is.
Yeah, that's very much what this is kind of going for, is that he's just, like, there's the little kid faith in an authority figure that eventually is, like, shattered. It's like, oh wait, you can't do everything.
Jeez. I mean, sometimes you need help.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe you ruined yourself with your terrible bad choices. So now you can't heal anybody. Yeah, this is a very early one.
Magic is an expression of a monster's soul. It reflects the self like a mirror. As a monster grows, or changes, so too does their magic develop and shift. Certain consequences are unavoidable. Since I began this project, I'm losing the ability to heal.
He was able to heal Papyrus before, but he can't, and Sans, but he can't do it
That's awful.
now.
I'm sorry.
Or he can't do it enough.
I knew there'd be a price to pay. I've made my choices, and I will live with them.
Will you?
But it means I have to resort to other methods.
Yeah,
Like me?
Yes.
But I've never healed anyone before. I don't even know how. What if I can't do it?
Then he will die.
No.
It's just
No,
not
he
helpful
can't.
at all.
He
you can
can't.
do it, Papyrus.
Then
You
I
can
believe
do
my
it.
theory will be correct.
Brother!
Just as I thought.
Brother,
I
can
don't
you
have
hear
to
me?
explain a single step. He already knows what to do. Right down to his bones.
The color's green and
It
blue
lights
there,
up
I
the
think.
air with sparks of life.
Wake up.
Photons.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Electrons.
Please wake up, please, please.
Effortless. As predicted. It echoes within. Distant, but familiar.
You have to.
And untouchable.
I love how poetic he is in
But
this
what
scene. He's
else
totally
can one
waxing
expect when
poetic here.
sound hits an empty void?
He is. I love it, actually. It's one of my favorite little phrases. One of my favorite little lines. It's like, what do you expect when something... Or it echoes, but what do you expect when something hits an empty void? Because I'm empty inside and I feel nothing, even though he clearly does.
Yep.
The little shadow play.
Also, the music choice here, excellent.
Please. Please, wake up.
I'm pretty sure this was also a Transformers track.
It was Doctor Who.
Was it?
Yeah, it's from The Angels Take Manhattan.
Huh. Oh, yeah, no, I hear it now.
And their hands kind of make a heart shape.
Aww.
I used to have, there was a next panel after that of them hugging, but then I thought it was unnecessary, so I just left it at them holding their hands.
There you are. There you are.
Oh, god
There you are.
dang.
There you
There
are.
it
There's,
is.
we all make choices.
We all make choices.
Papyrus chose to heal, Sans chose to came back, Gaster chose to do all these awful things.
Man, so good. That was such an excellent scene. Everything.
Oh.
So good. It set up a lot of stuff later on as well.
It did. It did.
And also, it used to be the Gaster's theory is that Papyrus be able to heal him no sweat, and it's obvious. He's he's got a big old heart, loves his brother. This will be no problem for him. Not
Strongest
even a
healer,
doubt.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Papyrus just, knew what to do. I mean, it was instinct. He got it like that,
Yeah, he did. And he
I
has
love
a
that.
powerful love soul. Just knows how to heal people.
It's the bond of brothers for you.
Mm-hmm. And Papyrus is very strong, actually.
He is.
Compared to Sans, obviously, but I mean, he is pretty strong as far as monsters go, as Undyne says later. Because he's part boss It's almost as if he's part boss monster.
Wow, who would have thought?
Oh, gee, I don't know why. I don't know why
would've
at all.
thought? Who would have thunk it?
I was dropping hints for that for a long time, and it was satisfying to see somebody had picked, a lot of people had picked up on it. I knew it.
Okay.
Yes.
Now comes the choice. Do we end stream here, or do we want to? Do we have it in us to keep going?
Oh, golly. What time is it?
It's almost 11.
7:50 for me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're 3 hours behind us. You're in, what, California time?
Yep.
Gotcha.
That's me.
God, I haven't been over there since I was, 7. I mean, that was the last time I was out of the West Coast.
I used to live there.
I like it here.
I did not.
Well, you guys are polar opposites, ain't you?
It's not for everybody.
It is not.
Yeah, golly. I mean, one of these days I'll have to fly out there somehow.
Honestly, though, like, it's genuinely crazy. Because it's like I used to complain about people rolling stops in California all the time. Now I'm over here in North Carolina. Stop signs are a suggestion.
Yeah, just like
Sorry, this is just a fun little thing. I thought it was funny. Let's see. So where are we? What are we doing?
We're on number 23 now.
Indeed we are.
12
How long have we been recording for?
We've been at this for 3 hours, 49 minutes. Quite a time.
Oh, goodness.
Also, thanks again, Zarla, for just joining us. Like,
thank you so much.
Like, guys, I wanna outline this here. All right, it's like before now, like. The two of us had never talked to Zarla like properly before. Like, you know, there were messages, you know, and stuff like I know that Phoenix and Zarla, you two messaged a bit. And like I had messaged at one point to ask for permission to dub some of your comics. But it was like, you know, we had never like properly interacted before this stream. And so so when I messaged asking, "Hey, do you want to join us for a live stream?" I was like, this is the long shot. This is I'm not holding my breath on this one. Like, I thought we'd have an easier time getting Cello, who's the voice of
yeah, but she went to see Barbie.
Yeah, she did. She's the voice of Radic in this dub. Which is funny because she's also the voice of Papyrus in Vade's dub. So
really? She also did alphys in that dub too.
Oh yeah, no, she was most of the female voices in that dub and Papyrus. But yeah, she joined in with us purely. I made a unilateral decision at one point while I was working on the genocide special. Like, I totally forgot to consult Phoenix on it. I was like, okay, we need someone to voice Radic. And I didn't ask, I just did, and asked for forgiveness later. and
I forgive you, and you know, it was a good decision because Cello killed it. She killed it.
So Cello's part of the crew. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here.
Maybe she'll be here next time.
Yeah, she had had to work. And so I think she said that she would be working during part of the stream at the beginning, and then she had to go. She said she had tickets to the Barbie movie, so I was like, okay, cool. It's like, you're good. I was like, well, that was the easy one. It's like I doubt we're getting Zarla in, and then just flipping. Like, you messaged me on so I had messaged you talking about it, and then like at 4 a.m. you messaged me while I was asleep. It was like asking about the date, and I was like, yes it is. Here's the information. It's like, I know this is really short notice. I'm so sorry. Because it was like I wanted to do the live stream on the day that the finale was released. But, like, we hadn't planned that far ahead. So thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's been a huge honor to finally talk to you. Like, to finally talk to the creator of Handplates. Like, you are awesome. And I'm so happy that we finally got to, you know, meet in a sense. Like, obviously meeting in person is out of the question because, you know, we're on opposite sides of the country. But...
Thank you very much. It's very flattering.
I hope you've gotten a nice ego boost from us extolling your virtues for the last 4 hours.
I should hope so. Thanks anyway. Thanks for having me on and such like that. It was if it had been like, I almost forgot it was today actually, even though you just asked me like last night. I got caught up in the comic, and I was like, was that today or tomorrow? And then I went and checked, and I was like, oh, it is today. Okay.
It's like, oh no.
It's like, okay. So.
Also, I want to address this. So, Shargon donated another 50 buckaroos.
Oh my goodness.
Said, thank
you so much.
Like, thank you for everything. This was an amazing series, and it was great to see it all coming together in the end. It was wonderful to have all these great people come together, and hope your future plans go wonderfully. I hope you have a great time. Thank you so much.
Argon, you're so sweet.
It means the world. It's funny bringing up how it all came together. When I first read the ending, I was like, I don't know if I like this ending or not. It's like, I don't hate it, but it's just kind of, I feel like there was a lot left here. And then finally getting to see like it in like full action in the release this morning on the premiere, it was like, no, this was the right way. This was the perfect ending for this series.
Dude, I damn near cried putting the whole thing together. Okay,
it's like it flipping perfect.
Like I was fighting back tears the whole time I was putting the video together.
Aww.
Yeah, it just it's. We reached the end. We made it.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm sad about is there wasn't any
collectively.
meat for me to chew on as Sans for the most part. It's like I gave it my best college try to give some like good emotion to the final, to the final episode. But it was like it's very much like Sans being Sans, and so it's like
Yeah. It is one of I think it's the first time they do have mostly a civil conversation with each other.
Oh, completely.
And they are generally talking about fairly serious stuff. They are talking to each other as equals. Although Sans is still sassing him on occasion, but it is like a conversation as adults that they're having with each other, which is nice. They hadn't had a chance for that before, so that's the ending note that they got to end on, which I thought was nice for them.
Also, I do absolutely love that like you showed that like the Gaster's starting to understand papyrus. Like with the Sans saying, "Hey, it's like this is my territory, buddy,"
Right, yeah, exactly.
But like accepting that no, that's totally like a call that I would make with papyrus. So good job.
Yeah,
like the one bit of positive affirmation Sans gives to Gaster.
Like, yeah, you're probably right though. Just reluctantly admitting it. But yeah, you can get a sense of where the relationship's at and how it's going to progress in the future.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like. Yeah,
and also, Darla, I don't know if you noticed. I mean, you probably did, but there was a particular soundtrack that I used, like at the very end before the credits started rolling, where it was a soundtrack from EVE Online when Frisk leaves and Gaster's left to stand in the rain, and that particular soundtrack was what Starbot and Vade used in their dub. So I wanted to include that because it would be like a kind of like a nice callback to them, because I know that a lot of people originally followed them before they came over to us. So I wanted to like kind of acknowledge that and honor that in a sense.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. That's interesting.
It's interesting. I think it's fine saying this for anyone who is like a fan of the Vade dub or the Vade / Starbot dub. It's probably not coming back. And the reason I say probably is basically I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this. So basically the plan is when Vade went off to do a different thing that I'm not allowed to say. He had planned on handing the series over to Cello and she would do it on her channel. And so he had Realizer, who's a mutual friend of ours. He's excellent editor. He makes comic dubs that just come to life, man. It's insane.
I think I've worked with Realizer a few times.
Yes. And he was what's it called? Callisto. Yeah, that's what I mean by Vade. This is the same. Vade.
Yeah, Vade and Callisto, one of the same.
Yeah. But basically it's like the Vade / Callisto left to do something else that I'm not allowed to say what he's doing. But I do know that he is fine.
That's good. That's good.
And basically, the plan had been that he would continue to like produce the series. Like he would pay people to produce the series, and it would go up on Cello's channel. But unfortunately, that seems to have fallen through for the most part. He kind of he didn't really ever get back to them on that. And so there's an episode that's mostly done, if I remember correctly, that's sitting in limbo. But even then, it's like from that point, even if that video ever got released, it probably wouldn't continue after that. So this is the closest you're ever getting, guys.
What he said.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to be the bearer of bad news because it's like that was a very excellent dub. It's like very talented.
When I see like like some people have uploaded the dubs to like the Chinese video hosting sites like Bilibili, and I think there's one on Nico Video and stuff for Japanese things. And when they do that, they usually they use soft subtitles through captions to translate it for like the Chinese or Japanese viewers, and they usually use a comic dub for that. And the one they usually use is the Starbot ones. So that's the one I hear the most.
Gotcha.
I think because it's in those big chunks, which I think just makes it easier to just put it like on Bilibili and then just do all the subtitles there. But I haven't looked in a long time. Like, it's possible. I think the Murder Run one you did might be on Nico or Bilibili. Actually, I'm not positive.
The one that I made.
Yeah, the ones that you guys did. Because when Vade dropped off.
All right.
Yeah, when Vade dropped off, like you guys were there to fill in the void.
Mm-hmm.
And
no
and a lot of
there, right?
Yeah, and a lot of people like watching the dubs. And again, like I know there's a Chinese community because I hear from the Chinese translators like a fair amount. I don't know about the Japanese community. I know there was a Korean one. I don't know how they're doing, but I know the Chinese one because they're very friendly. And like I think they linked me a few times to the videos that they've uploaded, and they were Starbot ones until they stopped, and then they switched over to yours. And I haven't checked in a long time. Like they have a thread. They have a thread where they're posting the pages, but I haven't checked on it in a while. And they were also posting like the videos that they were doing as well, or like the videos they were soft subbing as well. So I guess if you looked on Bilibili, you could probably find it.
Probably.
Or like on Nico Video, either one. But anyway, your dubs have a wider spread than you might be aware of.
Yeah, no, probably.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember one time I went onto the DeviantArt page, on your DeviantArt page, and I saw like all the links to the various dubs in the description. I'm like, oh my god, there's so many of them.
Yeah, there's a lot during the first pages, but as you can see when it gets later on,
it drops off very quickly.
Yeah, it's mostly you guys and Jama, the Spanish dubber.
Ah, yes.
I haven't seen Jama's work in a while. Like, is he still at it?
He's very consistent. Like I could
I'll have to catch up on it because I would tune in on that one too.
Yeah,
gotcha.
So I could count on Alex's Dragon to translate into Spanish, and I could count on Jama Dub to dub it into Spanish, and they went the whole way. Like Alex's Dragon finished it, and I'm pretty sure Jama Dub is gonna post it.
Yeah, and I like how Innocentia Sanguinis did the German translation.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Yeah, like she's great at that.
She is, and she also followed me all the way through. Like it was Inno and it was Alex's Dragon who did Spanish. It was Inno who did German, and I think it was the Chinese translator that followed me up the most of the way. Like sometimes I get lazy about linking the translation to the descriptions because I just get distracted. But those three were almost always there. And for dubs, it was always you guys and Jama. And I'm sure Jama. I don't know if Jama's done the last bit yet or not, but I know he will. I trust that he will. And I don't know if anybody else is going to come and pick.
Turns out, honestly.
Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah. And I don't know if anybody else is going to pick it up again now that it's done. Like, I don't know. I like that maybe it'll be a more appealing prospect once when you have it all there and you don't have to wait for updates. Because I know that was difficult for you guys too, I'm sure, and for Jama to have to wait like a month to have enough comics to work with.
Or like the nightmare scenario, like which has happened to both of us multiple times. At least I hope I'm speaking correctly when I say that. Because it's like a lot of comic creators who just stopped.
Oh yeah,
and never finished their comics, and it's like,
yeah,
fair. I understand. It's very difficult to keep going that long, but at the same time, now everyone's asking me where the next part is, and I keep having to explain that the comic creator went on hiatus and hasn't come back, and that without the comic creator to make the comic, I can't dub the comic because there's no comic to dub.
I can't do anything about this, please.
Man,
I think I've had people come to me too, and they're like, "When is Starbot gonna update again?" It's like, man, I got no control over that.
Yeah, about that.
Don't ask me about it.
Sorry, but
I'm afraid their kitchen's closed.
I don't know. It's funny. Wiley Art, creator of Insomnia, came back recently, and I'm like, yes, let's go, let's go.
Wow, I never thought they'd come back.
Right. Apparently, they were just off at college.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that would make sense. I mean, college is kind of a priority.
It's wild because they just dropped off the internet completely, like no updates, and they didn't say where they were going, just like gone, nothing.
Yeah.
Radio silent for like 4 years, then boom, hey, I'm back. Here's some updates.
I should check back in on that then. I was always kind of curious about where that was going.
Currently, they're working on an animated update, which is like I'm super hyped for.
That's very ambitious.
It is. They've shared a couple like snippets of it, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be so cool when it's done. It's like I've been waiting months for it, but it's like the wait is more than worth it.
I'll be right back.
So
don't have the stream without me.
Well, the animators amaze me. They do like
seriously.
The amount of work they do is just astonishing. Because I have done animations and it's hard and it takes a long time too. Like the Handplates pages as they are took a long time, like a long enough time. Then for a long, I always kind of felt like maybe they're too short, like maybe there's not enough happening, maybe I'm not going fast enough. But and then my friends would remind me, they'd be like, "No, look, compare one page of Handplates to a page of a standard webcomic. It is
completely.
It is maybe 10 times as long."
It's like your pages were gargantuan. It's insane.
Yeah.
How much you would put in a single update.
Yeah. And I think the longest one so far, well, the longest one was the last one, actually. Like, up to that point, I think the longest one was the one where Papyrus faces Gaster down and it says that he's not afraid of him anymore, which I liked. I liked the idea that was the longest one. And there wasn't any way I could cut that down any shorter. I thought I couldn't cut that scene in half. It had to be the whole scene. But the final page I think was like 9,000 pixels, something like that.
Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know. It was something along those lines. It was long. And people ask me sometimes, they're like, "Are you going to make a Handplates book? I want to read the Handplates book." And I was like, "Bro, I want to read it too." But the thing is, like,
are you?
It's the pages. The problem with the comic pages are so narrow. They're very long and they're very narrow. And fitting that onto a book page is a challenge.
You would have to get really creative with it.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like some comics are specifically laid out with that in mind, because I knew what format I was working in. I designed the comic around this long narrow format. Like for example, the comic with Gaster after he put the plates in and he's sitting and he's smoking, and he's thinking in the dark and stuff like that. Like that's too long.
Stop it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's too long for a single page. It's too long to fit on a single page, and it's too short if I put it by itself if I shrunk it down onto a page, there'd be a huge gap on the right. If I expand the panel, then it's going to look different. Like Gaster's going to look much smaller. Like the panels, like layout, the box layout is going to have to change. I'm going to have to expand the background. I'm going to have to move the panels below it. I'm going to have to move the text box around. Like it'd be hard. Like it'd be a real long-term project to try and rework it into a book format. The thing is,
I'm back.
Welcome back.
And the thing is, I would like to hold a book too. Like I would love that, but it's the formatting of it is the hard part. That's the real challenge. So I'd have to like really sit down and really have to work at it to try and get it into a book format. I'm not opposed to it. It's just it'd be a project. Is what I'm saying.
I'm very specific.
Format, I'd love your autograph.
When I edit videos, like when I edit comic dubs, they have to be in a wide format.
Yeah, that's right. So mine has always been.
So you can imagine, working with your comic has been an absolute nightmare. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
I can imagine.
I want to share something. I want to share a little something, a little taste. I hope I can find it. I really hope I can, because like this is genuinely like I want to show you what I did. How I mangled your comic to get it to work with my style in the genocide update, because like genuinely I had to force this thing to work. Like if I did it now, it would be much easier because I've got techniques, but oh man, it hurt my soul, it hurt my very being to try and make this work. Let me see if I can.
You need a Band-Aid?
It's probably in my archive. Hold up. Unfortunately, the archive is slow as hell.
Yeah, they're very long and they're very narrow, and the resolution they're at is their native resolution. I've had people ask me like, "Do you have the high resolution version?" And I'm like, "This is the high resolution version."
Yeah, that was also a major issue.
This is it's literally just 540 pixels wide. I'm sorry.
What I started doing is I started putting it through a program called Waifu2X.
Yeah.
Which I've got like a native version of it that I can run on my computer that I can like adjust the amount of like magnification it does. It's like an AI program, and like it makes it bigger. And so like I had to like I think like 4 times and like sometimes 8 times the size of the panels to get them to work in the resolution that we were running. Which like thankfully the program is an absolute beast and it did it with very few issues. Like I always checked like in the high details to make sure that they were like, you know, weren't you know, super blurry, because sometimes if it finds a spot that it doesn't know what to do, it gets really blurry. Which is just kind of part and parcel for that sort of stuff. But I was very happy that it didn't cause any issues.
Hang on a second. Shargon, that's very nice of you, but please, you've done more than enough. Thank you.
Okay, so I cannot find the I'm so upset about that because I would love to show you like the actual images I used, but I can't find them because my my project storage is borked.
Borked.
Let's see.
I'm sorry, that's funny.
Just making sure that I didn't miss it somewhere. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to like show you what I did in the video. I would like to open the project file, but I can't do that either because all the audio is corrupted in the folder, in the project folder. So
jeez.
So yeah, quite an issue. I need to see if I can piece that back together eventually, but I'd need to find the images too, which might be a bit more difficult because I just genuinely don't know where those are. They should be in the project folder, but they're not. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I can find. Oh, that's right. It's flipping 5,000 bajillion gigabytes, and it's not going to open right there, is it? It's not. Let's see if I can get it. Oh, thank you, high-speed computer. I forgot my computer's super fast, so I can copy this into my main drive, no problem. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sorry. I was just like, I thought like this thing is like 2.5 gigabytes. It's not going to end well, is it? But no, it loaded. Now let's see if it'll actually open. It might be corrupted, which I really hope the original render isn't corrupted because that would just be unfortunate. Because like unfortunately my what is it called? The my deep storage for like old projects, because I'm a file hoarder. I will hold on to literally almost any file that I need or that I think I might need in the future, including mini files that I will never need. Yeah, no, it's not gonna load.
I think we're all guilty of that on some level.
But unfortunately, because of like just how poorly I've treated this external hard drive I'm using as my deep storage, it is corrupted. It's like parts of it are corrupted and it's slowly getting worse, so I need to move everything off of it like as soon as I can. So okay, here's what we'll do. We're gonna go to the YouTube. Not my channel. We're gonna go to Phoenix's channel because that's where it is. Hey, there it is. This is us. It's us. Hi. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll down to this video. Oh no, it was after this.
Are you looking for the genocide video?
I am. Hold on, it's a bit before this. Ah, there it is. Found it. Okay. Here, let me make this easier.
Go to the playlist.
Here, I'm gonna how share screen, and I'm going to share that. Okay, so I'm sharing screen on Discord right now, and the stream can also see it.
All right.
So let's start with something simple, something pretty easy. All right. Panel ends here. This doesn't exist. This is this is me. I mean, it's very simple. It's just like a plain background. It's like a slight gradient. Fairly simple, right?
Yeah, I was glad that the backgrounds in their house were easy, because...
Yeah, like, I would have got... Okay, let me get to the difficult parts. Okay, so here, let's... This was mildly difficult. It's like sort of a repeating pattern, so I could work with it. But I remember I had to finagle this like hell to get the snowy background.
I'm looking at something on my phone, but I'm listening.
Okay. Let's see. This. I remember this being painful for some reason. Because the ground was visible. Because the ground was like easily visible, but there was all this other stuff.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Page ends here. Like, if you know where to look, you can find it. It's very simple. Oh, and I replicated his flippin' footprint over here. So that, flip it. I go attention to detail. Like, here's the thing. Most sensible people who do this with their comic dubs use content-aware fill on Photoshop. I was insane. I use it now. I was insane. I did everything by hand.
Oof.
Like, I would copy and paste what I could, and I would do everything else by hand. This page. I kind of lucked out. I could use this column as like a... You know, like, imply there's more going on here, but, like, not actually put anything here, right? I lucked out on that regard. I think I had to finagle these like, light beams a little bit because it didn't quite go all the way. Oh, wait. Okay, no, this doesn't exist. These columns and the checkerboard, that's not there in the original image. So, yeah, no, I think it's, like, right here or something. Like, this is all... And then this was, like, moved over here, so I had to, like, redraw that part, too.
Yeah.
But this one was... I think this one was simple. I think this was literally just... Yeah, this was just as it was, for the most part. I think I extended these panels very slightly. Which, unfortunately, like, kind of throws off some of the panel compositions a little bit. But I couldn't really do anything about it at the time, because I didn't want to get too invasive. Like, it was already taking me, like, ages to do everything.
Right.
Oh, I can't remember. I think if this is a... Okay, no, it's not. So I think something in this one. No, it's not. It's not. I don't think I did anything to this one. I think I just squeezed it in. I might have like moved the text boxes so they were all like in view, but I think that's probably the only thing I did. Because the text boxes get really vertical. And so it kind of makes it difficult sometimes. So I just grab them and move them. Let's see.
You gotta find the right space.
Oh,
when you're working with a narrow format, you've got to be creative with where you put your word balloons and text boxes.
Very. I think these pillars, or at least like one, I don't know. I think something about the pillars, maybe. There are some that are like very stand out to me, and others that are like I have no idea. I think I just zoomed in on this one. I might have added pillars here. I'm not sure. I like genuinely.
I love what you did with Sans' eye, like right before he's about to fight Frisk. I mean, that was one of my favorite parts.
Oh right.
One of my favorite tidbits.
Right. Okay. So Sans walks out, and he's like, "Okay, I guess I'm gonna do this." And then I flippin' like did a little flash, a little flashy flash.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, a little like with the little sound.
Right, yeah.
Oh, there's so much ketchup.
Yeah, it's been like,
yeah.
It's like I've been doing this for so long that I've kind of learned to replicate artists' styles, and I'm not perfect at it, but I got pretty good at replicating yours where I could. Like, hold on, I'm pretty sure hold on. Oh, there's an entire shot where Papyrus's head is something that I drew. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it was toward the beginning.
Yeah, it was near the beginning. Papyrus, no, not there.
I think it was toward the beginning, like, when he's sitting on the couch.
Oh, yeah, here. He's on the couch. Yeah, flip it. I drew that. I mean, it's a little wonky if you really look at it closely. But it's like, I flip it, I drew that head. That head was not there. Also, not to mention, like, all of this, but, you know, that's beside the point. This is, like, a very, like, zoomed-in, cropped shot that I finagled into existence. And it hurts so much. Sorry, this has literally just become the Zane complains about having edited this video stream. Welcome. Hello, everybody. I've hijacked it.
It's interesting to see what some changes that some dubbers do, but it matches the original image that I had. All of my panel choices are very deliberate, of course, but they're but you guys have never cut anything out of it, which I appreciate.
Yeah, no,
I think, what was that? I think Starbot, maybe it might have been Starbot, I forget, but they cut the they are indeed little skeletons line at the very beginning, which I thought was a shame because I thought that line was cute and it's supposed to be a hint that he does feel a bit fondly for them initially.
For Gaster.
Yeah, but I think that they cut that and they actually added something which I thought was very strange.
What did they add?
It was a bit right before Gaster tries to get Papyrus to kill something. They added a whole sequence with Gaster going to a pet store and buying an animal, and then taking it back, and then you can kind of hear him beating it. And when you think about it, the scene doesn't make any sense. I didn't.
That just seems like.
Yeah, I didn't write it. They wrote it. There's no art for that sequence. They just have white snow. I remember being very puzzled when I was watching the dub and being like, where did this come from? What is this? And
sometimes I'll add things.
Yeah, they added that. Yeah.
I'll add things tiny bits of dialogue, but I would never remove something.
Yeah. But I guess they wanted more of an explanation for the thing that Gaster got, which wasn't my intention, but it is weird when I see people debating what Gaster did, and they mention that scene, and it's I didn't write that. That wasn't me.
That's not.
That was
canon,
Starbots
everybody.
did that.
Not canon.
That wasn't my fault. But it's a very weird scene to me. For various reasons. But you guys have not done that, which I appreciate. I know the Russian dubber really liked reorganizing the comics.
Why would they do that?
I don't know, actually. I guess they just thought it flowed better the way they wanted it to go. So it was puzzling. While I was watching it, because I kept, it was throwing me off. I couldn't anticipate what was going to come next or not. It was interesting on one level, because I was obviously this appeals more to them, but why? Why does this make more sense than what I was doing? So it was an interesting intellectual exercise on that level. But they didn't edit, they didn't add or take away things. They just shuffled things around, which was weird, but that's mostly harmless, I think. But it's just interesting. It's really interesting to see what people add and what they take away, or what they do, or how they frame things. Like you mentioned, how you have to expand these panels because they were very cropped in originally.
So.
Yeah, and you have to expand out the text boxes and stuff like that too.
This panel. Pain incarnate. Pain to the utmost degree. This panel right here. Judgment Hell. Judgment Hell. So I had this friend, Slylock Sill, who is the creator of a comic called Undersource. And there's this very elaborate sequence that takes place in a Judgment Hall. And we collectively referred to that sequence as Judgment Hell because, the Judgment Hall is such a complex background with so many pieces that it is pure hell to draw from one angle, let alone multiple. So,
yeah, it is. I think I ended up making a 3D model of it myself.
I got a small taste.
I could not. Yeah.
I got a small taste of Judgment Hell. Doing this page, the pillars, and other parts.
You telling me about that in Discord.
Other parts were difficult enough, but this panel, I remember, I was sitting there for hours drawing in tiles, trying to make them look close enough.
Ugh, the checkerboard tiles are so annoying. The whole Judgment Hall is really annoying, honestly. Even though I had a model that I was using, and it was still annoying. It's a very dramatic and pretty place once it's set up, but it's very annoying to actually put in there.
It's pain, though.
It is.
Let's see.
I commend both of you for your efforts very much, 100 times over.
Let's see.
I do like how a lot of the shots in the Judgment Hall did come out, though.
Yes.
It takes a lot of work. That's the thing.
Let's see. Iko Manyo says the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood OST was so good with this. Thank you.
Yeah, it really was fitting for the whole sound, for the whole video. I loved it.
Genuinely, I remember I do this thing sometimes where I'm going into a project for the first time, I'll kind of like sit down with the comic and kind of like run through some bits, you know, and just kind of like figure out what the pace is gonna be like. Figure out like, okay, I'm gonna set the pace for this episode and see where it goes. And I just so happened to be listening to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's OST at the time, and I was like, "Wait a minute, this is perfect."
It worked.
And so I just started pacing things out. Like I would voice act, or I would do voices of all the characters and like act everything out, and like I would play various songs to see what I could get away with, and I'm so happy with the end result of that. So we've kind of been dragging on for a while.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, like, should we end it here? Or do you want to go on for a few more minutes?
Can we watch this episode? I know it's like super out of order, but
the murder run one. I mean, if you want to, I will.
Can we? Like, I mean, and then we'll end the stream and call it good for the night.
Yeah, I think I can last.
Okay.
All right.
We'll skip the intro too. Okay, so we'll start with Sans, and then when the intro comes up, we'll skip to the next part.
All right.
So we don't get that extra minute.
This is when the comic went black and white, which confused a lot of people for a very long time. And the thing was, it doesn't get revealed until like literally the last panel of the comic. So it's like I couldn't explain it until that point. I just had to be like, look, there's a reason for it, okay? You have to trust me about this.
And this was also when Zane was courteous enough to polish up my YouTube logo with the diamond and the wings, and I'm forever grateful for that.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna put this in the watch together.
Oh, okay.
If we're still looking at that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see where. Okay, so we're gonna just jump ahead. Weensy bit. Okay.
There. Okay. I see it.
Okay, there it is.
I see it.
It's also like the first time you get a shot of Zarfox as she's hovering above the kid.
Zarfox, I love that.
She confused a lot of people, obviously, which I knew would be the case. But I was like, I'm setting this up. You'll see eventually. You'll see eventually. You can notice at this point also that the kid also still has a heart that's attached to Zarfox's. Later on, in the very ending, they don't have a heart anymore. It's just Zarfox's. So just as a minor note.
Okay.
That was deliberate.
Okay, and then we get the intro.
Shame Shallow's not here with us to watch
Right.
this with us.
It would have been good fun.
Bro, come on. The whole town's evacuated.
I love that sequence.
Gotta get out of here.
You go on ahead. I'll catch up with you.
This script is so old.
Papyrus,
It was like one of the
you coming with me. We're
like
going
one
to
of the
leave
third
together.
or fourth scripts I ever
You
wrote
already
for this
know
whole
I'm not
thing.
going
like, I
to,
knew this
Sans.
was gonna happen.
Papyrus, you don't have to do this. You don't have to. There's no reason you have to. It's not going to work.
If I can stop them, I have to try, Sans. I can't let them keep doing this. I have to help them change.
You don't have to help them. You don't have to do this. Don't do this.
I can't just walk away, Sans. I have to try.
You can just walk away. God! You're going to get killed. You know you're going to get killed. Don't do this. Don't do this.
I remember that
God!
like destroyed my throat.
I can imagine.
Which was unfortunate because it was
Which
was unfortunate because it was like right near the beginning of the
kid's
recording
already
session.
killed a ton of people. Why are you throwing everything away for them? Why are you throwing me away for them? Why are you doing this to me? That kid doesn't need you. I need you.
You already know how to be good, Sans. I don't need to teach you that.
I love that line.
But they don't know how to be good. I have to teach them before anyone else gets hurt. They need me to help them.
And what if it doesn't work,
Papyrus.
Papyrus? What if they don't change at all? What happens to me? What happens to me when you're gone? You said we can change things. You said we can make our own destiny. You said that! You can make your own choices. You don't have to do this.
I do have to do this. And not because the machine told me to. And you know why I have to try.
I don't know why you're doing this. Why are you doing this?
This episode is genuinely all of us firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. In the red and gold place.
100%.
Do you ever see me?
The really tricky
ever there with
handling
you?
of fate and like predestination.
I'm not.
It's very tricky to do
Am
with
I?
this.
And you know what that means, don't you? That's why you're trying to convince me to come with you.
And it ties
But
in with the themes from the
if
original
I came
game
with you,
too.
I'd be at the red and gold place with you. Wouldn't I? So you already know what happens. But you're still here. You're still trying to convince me to come with you.
I can't just let you. I have to try.
I know. And I have to try too.
This
Even
is
if
a
we
little
already
throwback.
know.
I don't notice
I
if
have
people
to try.
noticed, but that pose of
I can't
Papyrus's
not
right there
try.
is a callback
I
to a
can't.
pose he did much
can't lose
earlier.
you.
Back when
I can't.
Sans
thought it
and
looked
Gaster are
familiar.
playing chess. Yeah, when Sans and Gaster are playing chess, and Gaster asks him what's more important to you, his life or his ideals. Papyrus is in that exact pose. And
I
that's
thought that looked familiar.
Ooh,
yeah, and that's that
that
same
is
pose
a
there.
beautiful callback.
Yeah, if you look, you'll be able to
Man.
see. But that was
Ooh.
very deliberate. It's the exact same kind of pose. I actually referenced the original comic specifically to make sure I did that pose. But that's one that might not be as obvious. But that is definitely intentional.
And I love how, like, that was Gaster goading Sans, like, you know, saying, like, are you, it's like, you know, very much like, what matters more to you, his life or his ideals? Like, knowing fully well that Sans would be like, his life, of course, you know. But then in this moment, this is Sans' character arc coming full circle, and him choosing Papyrus's ideals over his life.
Yes.
I love that. That is like such excellent
makes it all the
parallel
more
storytelling. It's like Sans is like fully like, I do not want to do this, but it's like it's his ideal. It's what
Like,
what he needs to do.
Yeah. And it's breaking him apart, but he lets him go in the end.
And then even at the end when he goes to fight Radic, it's like he's talking from a place of compassion when he gives his speech. And it's like he says himself he fully understands where Papyrus was coming from now.
Yeah,
That, like,
he understands.
That even though like he's heartbroken over his loss, it's like he's standing for those ideals even though Papyrus is gone.
Yeah, he
And
has
it's-
to try it.
It's like I flippin' love that. I love it. Character growth.
And then later on, that also gets called back again with Gaster as well. And then it turns out they all have that in common.
That's excellent.
Definitely.
Also,
Sure.
if I remember correctly, when I recorded these lines, I was like partway through my like really rough patch. So this is all me pouring all of my pent up emotions into this performance. So I hope that's coming through.
Emily, you nailed it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Now let's see more
Don't
of
do
it.
this. I can't live without you.
We both know you can. It'll be okay, Sans. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to change things. You'll see.
Please don't go. Please don't do this. Please don't leave me.
I'll see you again, Sans. Wait for me. I'll see you again.
Please don't leave me.
Wait for me.
And then in
We'll
Wingdings,
see.
one last time. It's the last time you see them
We'll be
talk in
together
Wingdings,
again before
actually.
you know it.
And
Here we go.
Papyrus,
this scene
you're
breaks
evacuating
my
Snowden. Come to our meeting place ASAP.
Snowden really has no
That's
idea.
as
She's
soon
trying
as
so
possible.
hard.
There's a human on the loose, and it's not safe there anymore. Come meet me now. I'll take care of the human. Just come to the meeting place and bring your lazy brother.
And wants to save them both. She wants to
Papyrus,
protect them.
answer me so I know you're
She
okay.
promised them she would.
be brave.
Be brave.
Damn.
Be brave.
Which is exactly what
Damn,
Gaster
this
said.
scene.
You call it
Yeah.
bravery, I call it stupidity, but one way or another, it's going to get him killed.
Holy God, my God. And then contrasted immediately with that banger of a line.
It's really weird. knowing that something's happened,
The same
but you
choice.
can't see it or remember it yourself. You know it's true, but there's no proof anywhere.
I was always interested in the idea
guess it's
of
more
knowing
like
a
faith at
future
that
but not
point.
actually having
everything
experienced it.
feel
You just
pretty
kind of
unreal.
know that something's going to happen.
already
That kind
felt
of
that way
what
anyway after
Sans
you
is
left.
talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Where he doesn't
It's
know he's
weird.
done this. Well,
I see you coming.
he doesn't know
real
the other.
this time.
He didn't experience
Not
the other
just
timelines. He
dimensional
just
echoes
knows
or
they
whatever.
happened. So
A
he
lot
just
of
has
stuff
to
goes through my
extrapolate
mind.
from that.
And I'm not sure if it's just my natural thoughts or some.
Also, I love.
Because he.
Sorry, I love how like you fully went with the path that like Sans doesn't see the other timelines, because there are a lot of like,
Yes.
like fan comics where it's like, oh, Sans can remember resets and stuff like that, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
there was this amazing Tumblr post that was like, the reason Sans is so cool about being able to like is because he doesn't remember the resets.
Yeah.
It's like genuinely like his entire like a huge portion of his character hinges entirely on that fact.
Yeah.
And it's like
I always thought that was way more interesting to play with too. That he doesn't remember.
so
He just
cool.
knows they've happened, but he doesn't actually remember them.
Yo,
So
Mr.
you just have to guess.
Amazing! Thanks for the super chat. Welcome to existence.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Amazing? Hang
Yeah,
on.
there he is. He's in
Oh my
the
gosh, thank
he's
you
in
so
the chat.
much, Mr. Amazing.
Anyway, we're gonna get back to finish watching this, and then we're gonna end the stream because we're all tired and we gotta go.
It's getting late. But I'm
Kind
glad
of
you're
echo
here.
effect.
Thank you.
I think
Yeah, dude.
maybe I'll ask if you can be good. Maybe I already have. I keep thinking of good lines to give you, but
Yeah, it's me.
somewhere it feels like I've already said them. And at the same time, why bother, you know? I can see your face now. My guess is right. Let's just get to the point.
I did
And
like
you've
that he
already
just
heard anything I could have said
he ends
anyway.
about the same "let's get to the point" line he would have anyway,
Well,
without remembering
I
it.
hope those other Santas got better lines than I did.
Did they? It's also referenced, like, it took me many tries to beat Sans, so he was definitely on the last of his dialogue by the time I actually beat him. So.
He died.
See, so Mr. Amazing said, okay, sadly my message didn't go in, so I will put it here. Truly an amazing series. A long journey finally comes to an end, and it was an amazing story to be told.
Well said, my friend.
Truer
Yeah.
words, never said.
Thank you.
Well spoken. Thank you.
For what he believed in. It was that important to him. He knew he was going to fail, but he tried anyway. Somewhere in there, I can feel it. He really believed in you. At the time, I didn't understand, but now I do. There's a glimmer of a good person inside of you. Even after everything you've done. The memory of someone who once wanted to do the right thing.
This line killed me when I was doing the murder run. Like, it was the most painful moment. That line about someone who wanted to do the right thing. Like, the actual battle, that was the
I
worst
still
one.
want to believe that you could
That made me
change.
so sad. But that line really murdered me.
Yeah.
And then Cello knocking it out of the park with his performance.
Yeah.
Someone who, in another time, might have even been a friend. Even though
Also
I know
haunted me because
you
I did a
wont.
pacifist run first before I
I
did
still
the
wanna
run.
try.
So I was. Which is the intent,
Come
I
on,
think.
buddy. Do you remember me?
Kid has no expression, of course.
I have
Naturally.
to try.
Oh.
In the end, I guess we're the same after all. We can't help it.
Sans with his hands in his pockets still.
I knew. You'd get on my bad side.
And then he gets hit because of the blind eye.
That's right. I set it up.
Oh, that was such a cool
I
setup.
set it
when I
up all
first realized
along.
that I lost my
Dying
mind.
isn't a lot of fun.
That was so good. It's also a very old script, too.
That kind of sucks, actually.
Also, I want to bring attention to the sound design for a second. Like, I was like, okay, how am I gonna do this? I'm going to make this like a visceral soundscape. Like you're going to hear, the impacts of his feet, of his body, of the blood dripping on the ground when he moves and his arm comes away from his chest. Blood spills out. I was like, I'm gonna make this hell.
Yeah, well, I loved the sound design that you did for the whole episode, especially that point. Like it was just like gritty and gut wrenching, but in a very artistic way.
It's like I really like my sound design, and this to this day, like I've done some things that I thought were really creative with my sound design before, but this is like my best work. And I'm also glad that it's like this like up to this point it's the last thing that I did in terms of that kind of stuff. It's like I'm coming back to it. I'm planning on making stuff again, but I'm happy that this is what I left.
I always loved how casual it kind of sucks, actually.
The worst part of
that
that
is that
line.
It's a very sad thing to say.
It's that I'm alone. Like some part of me keeps thinking, this wouldn't be so bad.
The future. Yeah.
If he was here with me.
Red and gold. Red and gold.
But I wasn't even there for him. Or anyone.
Well, there's
so I guess this is what I deserve.
Pointing out that Sans just kind of
for just letting it happen.
Depending on how you
But
see
still,
how his karma works. You know.
All I want is to see him one last time. Papyrus. I bet he's already forgiven me. Do you want
That's also a callback to
anything?
that shot. If you remember,
That's the kind of guy
after they
he
have
is.
that big fight, and Papyrus says, well, maybe in the future you might do some bad things, but you can always do good things instead. And there's a shot of the Sans reaching a hand out to Papyrus, and his hand also has blood on it. It's the same shot. So that's the callback back to that conversation, where he mentions, like, I bet he's already forgiven me. And it's the same thing where Papyrus said he would, like, he would forgive him. So.
When I first saw that, I thought it was like Frisk's blood or something at first, but you know, it makes more sense in this context.
It was foreshadowing for this the whole time.
Yeah, so I was semi-right.
Distant, yeah, very, very.
It was foreshadowing the whole time. Did he see Papyrus again? You have to decide.
Yes, he did. I mean, literally, it's coming up. 3, 2, 1.
Oof. Okay. Sorry, my cat's stomping on me.
Okay, this was all a bad dream.
So here's the thing. So in most circumstances, stories that are like it was all a dream don't work from the fundamental perspective that like when you come into a story, you're suspending your disbelief, right? It's like that's fundamental to like all storytelling, is like to be able to enjoy a story, you suspend your disbelief. There's certain things that people will and won't suspend their disbelief for. And so if you come into it and like you've got the audience's trust, and then you temper that expectation in a way where it's like all this stuff you're invested in, gone, doesn't exist. Like, of course that's going to piss people off, right?
Yeah.
But it's like the reason it works here is because you know that it did happen.
That's right, it did actually. This did occur to them. They just don't remember it.
This timeline still, like, even though it's like a loop that's self-contained, it affects the later parts of the story because these events affect Radix's choices and that lead to them getting the happiest ending. Right?
Exactly.
It's like it's still connected. It's not like this is inconsequential. It is this happened, but now it hasn't. But this still affects things, right?
Exactly.
And so
it affected all of us.
And the other thing is, like, I kind of realized, like, the original plan had been that, at least for me, the original plan had been that the video would end there, with Sans' death. But I realized that was a huge bummer. And I didn't want people thinking that was just the end.
It's true.
And so I was like, okay, I guess we're gonna jump ahead to the next reset. And we're gonna do a little play-by-play of like what's going on to like tease the next set of episodes. And then Phoenix, I don't think you dubbed the comics that these bits came from. I think these were left out, which we might want to go back and fix that. because I cut out a lot of panels. I just showed like the play-by-play of like, okay, this is the situation, this is what's going on, we'll get back into it later. And then I'm pretty sure the episode after this was like, yes, this is, it's like, this is different now. And so it's like, I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened, and I should have communicated that. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling. We need to go. Oh, that's right.
This little bit with choosing to undo things is also a very old script. Echoing, like the dialogue that goes over this in the comic, where it mentions like anybody can change. I don't know if you included that in this or not. No, maybe not.
He's got his ketchup bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, Papyrus!
Yeah, like I said, I kind of jumped to the next part because I needed to establish that, like, okay, they're not dead guys. This isn't the end. I promise. It's like, I'm not going to leave you with that.
But a lot of people were very grateful for that. I know I was.
But like at the same time, it meant I skipped some parts that I think were really important because I was expecting we would go back to them, and I'm not sure that we did.
Yeah.
So.
The bit where the player, well, me, I guess, decides to reset is kind of significant. It kind of sets up some things later on. Gosh, how did it go? Catherine walking around. Because it's thinking that.
Papyrus! Oh, thank God, Papyrus.
Let's see.
I love how he delivered that line, like, Papyrus! Oh, thank God, Papyrus. Like, he just woke up from a bad dream. It's like...
He's all like, what?
Sorry, so you were saying about the...
Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find,
Here,
no,
let's go... yes, okay. I forgot that Phoenix doesn't list the individual updates. Here, we'll go to the main post. Handplates index. Freedom. Let's see. Have to go back.
What are we looking for?
There it is. All right, I found it.
You find it?
Yeah, but it's the comic where the world decides to get, where the player decides to erase things, and some of the lines there were kind of significant for the later themes in it. But there's this thing like they're done in my font. Like some of the narration is done in my font. It's a font I made based on my handwriting. If you don't recognize it as one of the Undertale fonts, then it's probably my font. So there's the idea that the player, writer, artist is also saying this. And it's also echoed by Papyrus's font, so he's also saying it at the same time. But some of the things they said, like, there's more to this world than just meanness. They have it in them somewhere, I'm sure of it. They could be good if they wanted to, if they just tried, which is also something that Papyrus said to Gaster. And then, you think you're above consequences, which is another thing, which also ties back to Gaster.
So this is the page of like you think you're above consequences, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I had fun editing this bit when I was putting all the sounds together.
Hold on, so we did do this then.
Yeah,
did you?
Okay. Good.
Does it come after that bit?
Good. I was freaking out slightly, like because I remembered us missing something.
Video was done.
I remember just missing something, and I don't know why. Handplates. Scroll down. Scroll down. There it is. Let's see, the reset.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, no, we did. Okay, we didn't miss anything. At least I don't think so. Okay, we're good.
I made sure of that.
Okay, thank you. I could have sworn that we had missed something, but maybe I'm just misremembering.
It's okay. It's okay.
That whole sequence is significant to tying into the later themes when it comes back to it.
Like I remember looking at the sequence and I'm like, I really want to include this, but we're already running pretty long, and we can put it in the next episode. So, also, I really didn't want to have to decipher like every bit of text that was like on the screen.
Well, a lot of it is echoed and like distorted, but it's the legible ones are the important ones.
It's like, but I wanted to do the soundscape of it, and I didn't want to have to decipher everything scripted out and put it through thing. And I was like, okay, we'll do like a simplified version of like erase the world, yes, no, and then we'll jump to it, and then we'll put everything proper in the next episode.
And okay, back to the last line where it's like, there's more to this world than just people hurting each other. And that's in my font, and it's right above determination, and that ties into the ending.
Flip it.
No, when I actually said that line, I said it in what I thought would be like a young Wingdings Gaster's voice, because I bet before the war happened, Gaster had the same mentality as Papyrus.
He did. He was very idealistic as a kid. He sees a lot of himself in Papyrus, which is part of why he's so weird about him when he's talking about peace and stuff like that. But he does, like, him and Papyrus were very similarly, like, very optimistic kind of about peace and people getting together and learning about each other's differences and stuff like that. And then his family died, and then Gaster blames himself for that, and that's why he reacts so badly and just cannot comprehend that Papyrus will not let that go, even though he did. But his feelings about Papyrus are complicated.
Yeah.
Well, his feelings about both of them are complicated. But
we good to go? Mm-hmm. Excellent.
Oh, right, okay.
Me and Papyrus went to check the computer.
Yeah.
But everything was still the same. The files didn't change.
Because the files weren't updated since they were last checked.
I'm okay! I knew it!
Exactly.
I knew it was wrong! All we have to do is make it past the red and gold place now! All we have to do is keep trying! We can do this! We can do this together! We can fix it! We can save everyone!
We can do it! We can do it! I'm gonna do it! Something else did.
I told you! I told you!
And this cute pose where they're bouncing on each other. They would totally fall over if they stayed the same.
I think this is the first time I've ever felt hope.
And then end credits, I think.
And scene.
Yep. Okay, so I'm just gonna call you Min because I can't pronounce the rest of this. So why did Gaster blame himself? If I assume because of survivor's guilt?
Yes.
Yeah.
What really haunts him, I think, is that, well, he hid under his coat, so he feels like to an extent he was a coward. Because everybody else fought, but he didn't. And part of the guilt is that he doesn't understand why he lived and nobody else did. He felt like there were a lot of other people, better people, smarter people, adult people, like a lot of other people, but why was it him? Like, why did he deserve to live instead of, the rest of his family or anybody else? And he doesn't know why, even though he was a coward. And then what really haunts him later is that, when he gets with the goat parents and they're running around, and that human tries to corner him, and he actually ends up killing that human because he's panicked and he's cornered, and he uses the hands to hold the sword up so he stabs down on it. He kills that human, and at that moment he both realizes he can kill, but he mostly realizes that he could have killed, and that he thinks that he could have done something, like he could have fought, he could have maybe saved his family, but he didn't do it, until it was him that was in danger. And so that's part of why it haunts him so much later on when he's trying to make the choice to take on the project, when he's talking about, over and over again, I've stood by and watched these tragedies happen, unable to stop them, or unable to make myself stop them. A lot of that's coming from that incident back in the war when, he killed that person and he feels like he could have done that, even though Papyrus is right and said, like, it wouldn't have mattered if you fought, you would have just died anyway. It's not your fault. Like, you know, you didn't do anything wrong, you know, like, but in Gaster's mind, he blames himself for that. That's one of the reasons.
Why was he out there to begin with?
This never got mentioned, but I might as well tell it to you. There's a secret lore. Actually, he was in a band of refugees. It was him and a lot of, like, the older and infirm, like the non-warrior types of skeletons that were trying to escape to the Goat Kingdom, I think it was.
But they got caught in the crossfire, I guess.
Yeah, they were trying to take a back way. They got ambushed by a human, like, war party, who saw them as easy XP, basically, because they were all old and weak or young.
Oh my god.
You know, so they could just one-shot them, and so just took out the whole party, and then looted all the gold and ran off. And Gaster was the only one who survived. So their party,
were his parents part of that refugee group?
I think, yes, I think they were. They either, the thing is, they either could have died there or on the front lines. I'm not sure. The rest of his family, like his extended family, was there. He didn't have any siblings, but he did have some extended family, and they were there. And a lot of the people he knew in general were there. Other children that he also knew that, you know, he wasn't friends with because he was an awkward child. But a lot of the other, you know, weaker and smaller and older members all got killed in that situation. It is also when he's watching, which is later when he's watching humans. That's one reason why he's really fascinated by them. Like, just because it blows his mind. Like, I guess, what I'm looking for, he sees humans are very strong. Like, they're way more powerful than monsters are, especially all the monsters that got killed. And so part of what fascinates about him is that he wants to understand why they're strong. You know, why can they do this and monsters can't? You know, why could they kill my family and I couldn't defend them? And he comes to the conclusion that it's because they're dead inside, basically. That they've killed so much they don't feel anything, and that makes them strong. And that leads to his conclusion about, like, level and stuff like that. But anyway, so yeah, he survived. He was the only one who survived by hiding.
That's really sad.
You know, so he feels as a coward. He feels like he could have done something and didn't after he killed that other human, which also traumatized him just from killing someone, in general. And then he had to go through, like, the whole rest of the war, which lasted a little longer than that. So you can see glimpses of him with the goat parents while they're fighting. I think when Asgore gets hit with, like, karma, and you get to see flashbacks of the war, you can see Gaster with them, and you can see Asgore toasting some people, and Gaster's holding Toriel in the background. So, you know, he was with them pretty closely for the war, and they watched over him, but that means that he also saw, like, a lot of real bad stuff. And possibly,
that would mess anybody up.
And possibly killed some more people too, you know, if it came down to it. So he came out of that real messed up, and part of his, that haunts him to this day, especially the question of why he survived and nobody else did. And that's one reason why he's so fanatical about his work, and because he wants to make something that proves he deserved to live. So he wants to, you know, establish that there's a reason he survived, and it's because he made the core, or it's because he's a brilliant scientist, or it's because he helped all the monsters, and, you know, just he has to find some reason why he's alive. That's not just because, you know, he was a coward. And that's why he's really obsessed with his legacy. He wants to be remembered. He wants to go down in history. He wants to preserve all of this stuff. He wants to be eternal, to prove that he deserved to live. And that's why it's so cruel later when, you know, he gets completely erased from history and no one even remembers he existed. It's like the worst punishment in the world for him, actually. Like, it's very specifically, like, just, like, it's a specific way to torture him horribly, because it's the exact thing he was always scared of. And that's also why he wrote the Skeleton book. He felt it was his duty as, like, the last member of his race to try and, like, memorialize them forever.
Preserve their history and culture.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So that's why he spent so much time writing that book. And it's very, very extensive. And he wrote down everything he could remember about it. And, you know, and he also asked the goat parents for help with it as well, because, you know, he didn't know everything. But he wrote down everything he could think of. And
regular J.R.R. Tolkien.
Yeah.
Except
that
more
book
murdery.
Survived. So if there's nothing else, like, the core survived, the things he made survived, he didn't. Which is another thing that tortures him, is that that's what the monster said to him as well. that all the things he made don't need him, and like the universe didn't need him; it just exists without him, which is like his own personal nightmare.
I mean, forget going to jail. Like that's a prison in itself, you know.
Yeah, and he's never gonna get that
never
back.
escape.
Yeah, made by his own choices. You know, that's what happens when you torture children in an evil science basement.
So I saw a question earlier asking.
Oh yeah.
Asking if the stream would be saved. Phoenix, do we want to keep the stream up on your channel, or should we archive it somewhere? I mean, I've just realized.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to save it. Absolutely.
I've just realized that, like, while I've been streaming, my software's also been recording it the entire time, so I have the raw file on my computer. It's probably enormous, but I have it. So, do you want to keep it on the channel?
Yeah, I'd like to be able to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We probably should wrap it up real soon too. It's getting late.
Yes. Also, just before we do that, just real quick, I saw someone else ask if we would be doing this again. So same time tomorrow, right?
I mean, I would be down for it if everyone else is.
It's like, same time tomorrow, right? You know, no. Just,
Just give me a heads up about when you want to do it.
Yeah, I think
I'll
we
see if I'm
could do this
available at the
again.
time.
We want to maybe try for this next weekend, or I mean, not like this. Yeah,
I can't do it over the weekend because I'm going to Boston.
Okay.
Maybe sometime during maybe next weekend.
Sweet. Okay, we can set out a time.
Yeah, just whatever time you think would work for you guys, and
yeah,
I'll see how it fits into my schedule as well.
All right, yeah, that'd be cool. Because I'd love to keep watching this.
Next time.
I'd love to keep watching this and talking about the comic and the process and all that stuff, because this is great. Unfortunately, we don't know. I wish I could give you a date. But we can't. So just watch out. We'll try and give more heads up the next time we do this, I think.
All right.
Anyway. Anyone got anything else to say? Or are we good to go?
I think we're good to go. I'm kind of brain dead as it is.
Fair enough. I wanna just stop and thank everyone, for coming out and watching us for 5 hours. Oh yeah, no, we just ticked over to 5 hours. For 5 hours! Insane that you guys have watched us ramble on about this comic for this long. Y'all are passionate. We appreciate that.
You guys are amazing. I love you all so much.
Thank you for the donations. Thank you for coming by. If you sent a question in the chat and it didn't get answered, sorry about that. It's kind of hard to keep up with it sometimes, especially when we get into conversations like we do.
Yeah, we'll try to answer some stuff next time.
Anyway, good night, everybody. Thank you for watching, and we'll see y'all later.
All right. Good night.
All right.
I guess this is where I press end stream, right?